everybody. My name is Pilar Barrera. I'm the faculty liaison for our EverLearn program, formerly called Space, and I am delighted to celebrate the almost 5 years of our program with all of you. I am joined today by two wonderful co-hosts, Sparrow Alden and Jean Druids Fire Prior. Let me start by introducing Sparrow. Hey, Sparrow! She is our dear scheduler supporting our students, preceptors every month by scheduling and rescheduling sessions and assisting and teaching several modules herself. She leads a creative writer series, and we are lucky to have you here today, Sparrow.
Thank you very much, Pilar. It is great to be here at the first summer showcase and the first time I have had the pleasure of hosting. If I may introduce my dear friend and colleague Pilar in return, not only as faculty liaison does she orient and support our preceptors, Pilar also teaches modules such as Japanese and Spanish languages and studies in fairy tales and folklore.
Thank you, Sparrow. And now I'd like to introduce Jean Druids Fire Prior. She serves as our digital mood facilitator for Signum University and helps administer our Discord server. In her spare time, she's an avid gamer and streamer, especially for the Lord of the Rings Online and Dungeons and Dragons Online. We are very glad to have you here with us.
Thank you, Pilar. It's awesome to be here today.
Together, Sparrow, Druid's Fire, and I will be your hosts for today. Welcome. We are so glad to have you here.
As of now, every spring and summer and fall, we will host a Signum Showcase as a sort of open house, welcoming everyone to see the preceptors, particularly new preceptors, get to participate in Showcase. It's a platform for them to share what they're offering. It helps students to explore the breadth of our programs and to celebrate our growing EverLearn community. Our motto is learn what you love with others who love it for the sheer joy of it.
No.
We're going to be doing exactly that today.
Yep. And today you'll meet several preceptors through short 30-minute sample sessions we call capsule sessions. A great way to experience what a 1-month module is like. Today's capsules come from four of our sectors: fantasy studies, general humanities, living arts, and creative writing. At 12:30 p.m. Eastern U.S. time, we will have a spotlights and Q&A segment for EverLearn. Join our president, Dr. Corey Olson, and our vice president, Rob Goslin, for a half-hour spotlight to hear what's cooking at EverLearn and to explore upcoming offerings and participate in a live Q&A. Then we'll close the showcase and hand things over to our president, Dr. Corey Olson, for a Signum University update.
Thank you, Druids Fire. Before we begin, I want everyone to know our guidelines. All the sessions will be recorded, so you can catch anything that you missed that you have enrolled in. Feel free to ask questions in the Zoom chat. And you're welcome to attend more sessions than you registered for. We use the same Zoom link all day. Enrollment simply means that you would like access to the recordings afterward. Here is the link to do that right now. If you can add yourself as an enrollee, here's the link, in order to have access to those recordings later. Preceptors, as you are speaking at about the 25-minute mark, we will give you a gentle time reminder. Now, time to begin.
Thank you, Sparrow. To kick things off, we are delighted to welcome Rob Gosling, Vice President of Signum University. Rob, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Pilar, Jean, Sparrow. A big welcome to everyone today. I am Rob Goslin, Vice President at Signum and also the Director of EverLearn. This is exciting. This is our first summer showcase. It is our 10th showcase. So usually we've been running showcases twice a year. And as as has been announced, we will be doing this moving forward, adding a summer showcase. So our showcases typically feature our EverLearn program in the morning, and then our other programs at large in the afternoon. But what you can always look forward to is our president, Dr. Olson, Corey, and myself discussing some things at noon, and then him kicking off usually a big announcement. So you can look forward to just that today. So I am going to share my screen. Okay. Okay, so can everyone see the graphic here?
We can see
This
it.
is okay, perfect, Pilar. Thank you so much. So this is our plan for today. You can stay on this Zoom the whole time, but if for whatever reason you're trying to catch one of our afternoon features, you can also check out our Signum YouTube channel or our Signum Twitch. So Zoom, Twitch, and YouTube are all ways to connect this afternoon. But for this morning, as has been shared, this is our EverLearn morning. And so we are featuring 5 30-minute capsules or previews of our upcoming modules. Now, these particular modules are being featured in September and October. So you are catching kind of a sneak peek, a 30-minute presentation from various preceptors. Then at 12:30 to 1, Corey and I will be sharing a little bit more about EverLearn and things to look forward to. But please join us at 1 p.m. where our president, Corey Olson, will be giving an update called Forming the Fellowship. We're very excited about what's in store here. Also at 3 p.m., you can catch an update on our grad studies program. And if you are interested in our grad studies program, please join us at 3 p.m. for that. So, EverLearn. Let me just see here. Okay, our EverLearn team. So we have been a team for 5 years now, and we were formerly Space. So many of you know us as the Space team. We have to keep reminding ourselves of our change in a name, but everything else is the same. So we are the EverLearn team, and it consists of myself, my wife, Jenny, Pilar, and Sparrow, who are also our co-hosts with Jean today. If you have questions throughout today, please do email us at everlearn@signumu.org. So this is our new email. Formerly, we were Space at signumu.org, so please email us at our new address if you have any questions about our EverLearn program. If you have more general questions throughout the day, and always, we have our main general line, and that is at info@signumu.org. Our preceptors featuring capsules today, you'll hear from our first presentation with Dr. Maggie Parke in about 5 minutes when we introduce her. But we are just very excited to have some new preceptors featuring presentations this morning. So our showcases are a very important way, kind of a platform for some of our preceptors to offer what their dream courses are in our EverLearn program. So this is our morning of capsules, and you can see the schedule also on BlackBerry. Then at noon again, please join us after the capsules are done for Corey and I as we share more during our lunch segment. So this is kind of a moment, if you do have questions, you can share those in the Zoom chat as well. But one of our questions has been how to connect with preceptors when you are part of a course with us. Well, we have discussion boards. And if you are enrolled in any of our capsules today, you can find on BlackBerry, just at the left side menu, you can find a discussion board section. And so if you are enrolled in any of our capsules, you'll already see a discussion board available there where you can post questions about the session. We also have, if I could invite Pilar and our co-hosts back, we also have something called clubs. And so Pilar, can you tell us a little bit more about clubs in our program?
Yes, absolutely. So clubs is a way for preceptors and students to connect with each other beyond the classroom environment. So if you go on BlackBerry, you can find a little tab that it's called Clubs, and there, if you click there, you can find preceptors and you can follow preceptors. For preceptors, this is a great opportunity to start threads about not only the things that they teach in our EverLearn program, but also things that they're interested on. So if they have a hobby and they share similar interests, then this is an excellent way to connect beyond the program.
Yes, yes, very much so. Thank you, Pilar. I do see that Dr. Olson is here, and I'm just wondering, Corey, if you want to come on and share a general welcome before we get started. Okay, Corey. All right, Corey will join if he's able, and then we will get started shortly. So um, I'm just looking in the Zoom chat if there are any questions before we get started here. Okay, then all right, I'm going to turn it over to our co-hosts then to introduce our first session.
Thank you very much, Rob. And because you are on the host account, would you please promote the amazing Maggie Parke?
Yes, and she has been promoted.
Yay! Thank you very much. Welcome to the 10 a.m. Eastern Time, 3 minutes early capsule. The title is Lights, Camera, Meaning, a preview of film studies. This session is part of our general humanities sector. It's a preview of Maggie Parke's film studies series, but first, an introduction to Maggie Parke. She's a scholar of and consultant for adaptation and fan studies. Her work connects academic research with the realities of film and television production. Maggie bridges academia and industry by examining not only how stories are adapted across media, but how creators and fans shape one another and the media artifact throughout the adaptation and production process. She's the director of Signum Studios and a faculty member of Signum University. There are some fun questions, which I will share in a moment in the chat, for you to think about as Maggie is presenting. If you could take a class on just one director or genre or work, what would you choose and why? Second, if you could remake, reboot, or adapt any story into a film, what would you choose? And which film has changed the way you think about the world and why? Please feel free to put your answers in the chat. I will be copying those in a moment. It's great to have you here, Maggie. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. Hi, folks. Let me share my screen so you guys can see what I'm seeing. There we go. So the downside, folks, is that I'm in London at the moment, so I don't have my multiple screens set up. So I will try to keep tabs on chat and discussion and things like that. But hosts, please do feel free to interrupt me at any point if there are pertinent questions to the time that's happening right now, or if there's any issues. Feel free to interrupt me. I'm fine with that completely. Um, but yeah, so I just wanted to say hi and thank you so much for having me to do this. This is kind of a jumping off point, but also a long time coming. I think this moment of showcasing, because we've been talking with the EverLearn team for a while about ways to incorporate some of the things that I'm interested in exploring and some of the things I know that you're interested in exploring as students with the EverLearn program. So this is still kind of a work in progress. So what I'm going to do is show you a little bit of what we're thinking in terms of these two streams of study that I'm going to be offering in the coming like years potentially. You'll see what I mean in a second. But I will also do a little bit of a capsule class of the course being offered in September. It builds off of the class that came before, which I taught in May, but it's not required to take that previous one at all. So yeah, let me just take you through some of the stuff we're thinking about. So I want to do courses on two streams. One I would call the foundational film studies type stream. These are your traditional classes in film studies that you would expect at any university. I won't call them old school because it's a very innovative field. There's a lot of stuff changing all the time, really interesting ideas, different technology, different ways to explore and engage, not just in teaching techniques, but also in production techniques and audience engagement and things like that that interest me so much. So I really am kind of itchy for a way to explore some of these really traditional technique based film history, genre, world cinema, all that kind of stuff that you would expect in film studies, but in a slightly different way and in a much more accessible way. So, of course, it's going to have academic analysis, it's going to have some concepts and methodologies, excuse me, but it's not going to require massive amounts of reading. It's probably not even going to require massive amounts of viewing. Clips that are vital, I'll bring to class or I'll share in the group before class starts. Um, this one's going to be a little more general access. I am curious. I want to learn more. The second stream is taking fun seriously. So this is where I want to do some deep dive case studies on pop culture phenomenon. Corey and I have talked about this a little bit on Other Minds and Hands. There's things that we want to do a bit more of, and we will probably offer those things between the two of us in the future of he and I exploring some of this media more deeply. But I'd like to offer it in terms of like a fan engagement, let's geek out and do some analysis of these products. So there's quite a few things I want to dive into. It's things that like have piqued my interest or I was obsessed with when I was a kid and want to explore a bit more, or has just become a cultural phenomenon and people are talking about it, things are happening around it. It is influencing other things that are being created and how other things are being created. And there's a lot of buzz, and that's exciting because there's things around that that people get excited about, but I like exploring the whys. So this is just a short list of the things that I'm kind of already outlining. Like I probably will do a class on each of these for taking fun seriously. And it's a way for fans to engage with stuff that I think other people would call guilty pleasures. I have no time for that terminology in my life. There are no guilty pleasures. There are just pleasures. And things that we can bring a little bit of attention to and validate why you like them and why we like them and why we want to explore them or potentially why we hate them and why we struggled with them. Twilight. So we'll see what we can come up with some of that. But I'm really excited about this because it combines my film studies with my fan studies, and it bridges that gap between academia and popular culture. It doesn't have to sit in these separate fields of I'm an academic, I can't talk about that, or I'm just a fan. Like that, those things are really much, much closer than most people will let themselves believe. So I look forward to exploring that. This is a draft outline of what I think this could look like so you can see how this would work. So, starting with some foundational studies, September would be offering the fundamentals of film analysis 2, and that's basically building off of the class from 1, which I can talk a bit about if you'd like. And then we build into sections on film studies, leading with adaptation because it's kind of my thing, and then every now and again popping into a fan analysis. Some of the ones that have lists here are because I haven't decided what I want to do, which ones I want to go first and how that's going to look and things like that. And also timing around release calendars. So like the new Hunger Games comes out in November, the new Heated Rivalry comes out in April. The new Spider-Man comes out this summer, but I think it would be an interesting one to bring into the next season. So there's things kind of happening that I would want to talk around and through and about based on this, but also to allow for a little bit of flexibility should classes want it. You know, if I'm with a really fantastic class and they're like, please, could you talk about this? It's driving me crazy. I might be able to build that in. So it's fun to think about how that can grow and how this structure can change. But let's talk a little bit about Foundations of Film Studies. I'll try to do this in I don't know, 10, 15 minutes or so, because I want to make sure there's time for questions and to look at your fun questions, because that can often invite some nice conversation as well. So I'll try to wrap that up, check in with the questions, and then come back to any points if anybody would like further detail about any of this stuff. So, Foundations of Film Studies. You're already a film student. If you have ever watched a movie, and specifically if you have ever watched a movie more than once, you're already a student of film. You have already engaged with a text in a way that made you emote or think or wonder. You might not have been aware of it. You might not have put any kind of practical structure around it or anything like that. But just being aware of a media is step one. And because of our community, I'm going to assume that you've seen certain films a few times, probably a trilogy by Peter Jackson, just, to take a guess. You are a student of that film. You know it really well. You don't just know the fun facts. You might know that there's a favorite scene, and you might not be sure why. You might know that there's something that doesn't work as well for you, and it's kind of clunky, and you might not be sure why. So the hope is to build in some opportunities to explore film construction, film creativity, production practices, and to see how these techniques affect how you digest and engage with a story and with a film. So why did it make you laugh? Why did it make you cry? Why do you want to watch them again and again and again? How they engineer that emotion and how they create all that engineering. A film is just a series of photographs put together. It's a bunch of single frames. You put those you put those frames together into a shot. You put those shots together into a sequence. And I put it into language terms here because I thought that'd be quite helpful for our literary crew. A shot is a sentence. It's a standalone sentence. If you've watched any of Exploring Lord of the Rings with Corey, you know how long a sentence can take to be constructed and discussed and shared and thought about. So that single shot is a lot of thinking. There's a lot of concept and care that goes into how we're going to construct that single shot, that single frame. You put a few of those shots together and you're going to have a sequence. That's going to be a scene, a section of the film that tells a little bit more of a story. You put all of those shots together, and it's not just the movement of the plot, it's not just the dialogue of the actors, but it's also what you're seeing, how you're moving through, how the camera is angled, how long is the shot held? Is it a really fast jump cut and builds the tension and makes you really stressed? Or is it a really long, slow establishing shot to hold your attention? Where's the perspective? Is it through my eyeballs, like being John Malkovich? Because that was a choice. That puts you right in the film. Are you far away, watching something far away, so you don't actually have any proximity to the subject? You're kind of removed from what's going on. Are you behind a glass door, so you're not in the room, you're watching it from afar? Or are you inside the door and part of this circle of conversation and action and trust? So, how these decisions are made can really affect how the meaning is conveyed and how you feel and partake in that meaning. So, it's taking a look at all of those decisions and seeing how those decisions help create meaning. There's a lot of different ways we can do this. And part of the thing I love teaching and I love exploring, and if you've watched Rings and Realms, this is the main thing I love doing, is doing visual analysis. So taking a look at what you are seeing and figuring out what meaning you can derive from that. It's how a shot is framed, where the character is, how the colors work, how the lines draw together, um, all the different elements that help to tell the story that you are looking at. So, what does it mean to read a film? Film reading, visual analysis, it is an active analysis and decoding the technical and artistic elements. It's taking a look at what you're seeing and breaking that down, pulling out the meaning. We look at mise en scène, which is how a scene is constructed, all of the different elements, how they're laid out, the color, the prop pieces, the costume. Taking a look at cinematography, how is it lit? What's the color scheme? Is it cloudy? Is it rainy? Is it bright? Are we close up? Are we fuzzy? Are we sharp? Editing, how that story is cut together. Are they sharp, quick, suspenseful jumps? Are they slow blends? Are they fade to blacks? We take a look at things like symbolism and subject. which I'll show you some examples in a minute of what are some symbols that might be in place in that scene, that is giving you additional meaning. If there's a set of scales on a table, I'm thinking, I know Corey knows exactly which scene I'm talking about. If there's a set of scales on the table when Durin is talking to his father Durin in Rings of Power, we know what's happening there. That is the father equal to the son. That is a weighing of ability, and that is a measuring of worth. It's not an accident that there are scales placed on that table right in the middle of that scene. So you start to pick apart the things that are there and derive meaning from what you can see. Considering soundscape as well, when is there sound? When is there not sound? Is it incorporated sound like doors slamming, birds chirping, cars driving by? Or is it on top sound like a soundtrack, music? And you know the power of music. That's a real fun exercise when we change the music to a known scene, and you can see the power of music and how that changes the tone completely for a shot or for a sequence. So, taking all of those pieces together, we learn how to unpack a scene, sequence, and film, but really we learn how to read it. It becomes a language that you get better versed in the more you're exposed to it and the more you practice it. So we look at those techniques, film sequence, Film Foundations 1, we did a lot of Lord of the Rings because that was our familiar fun space. But for sequence 2, I'll be taking that into some more traditional film studies, but also some emerging films, and taking a look at some of the techniques that are used to explore these concepts a little bit more deeply. One of the things that I love exploring, so this is kind of a microcosm lesson here. I'm going to take you through some of the composition of film analysis, of visual analysis. Composition examples are addictive. First of all, once you start getting into them, I'm sorry, you may never look at film the same way again. So these are just a few examples. There's dozens, absolutely dozens of these, and they're based off of photography. So if you are familiar with these from photography, they will be familiar to you. You will recognize them, especially this top left, the rule of thirds, golden spiral, diagonals, S curves. Those are the main ones that we hear about in film composition. So that just means when you're setting up a shot, if you're a photographer or setting up as a filmmaker, you have these ideas in your mind of how to structure and frame a shot. You might purposely construe the camera so it's on an angle, so you absolutely hit the rule of thirds. Rule of thirds in that top left is where you can divide an image in thirds vertically and horizontally. It's very pleasing to the eye. It's very satisfying as an image. It helps the viewer understand what is going on. It spreads the action out throughout that image. So a photographer or cinematographer DP might try to set the camera up to ensure that they hit that rule of thirds. They're not likely to do this on set, spur of the moment. Most of this happens in storyboarding and pre-production well before any film is shot. So we have access to tons and tons and tons of storyboards from Lord of the Rings, excuse me, because Peter Jackson had them done for the entire trilogy. And then he animated those with voice actors over top to really visualize what the film would look like before he started actually shooting. So when they got to shooting, they knew how it was going to look. They knew how it was going to sound. They knew how it was going to land. They did have to go back and do pickups because you don't always know until you're in the moment with those actors going through the production. But you think about how much longer everything could have taken if they hadn't done this much thinking ahead of time, hadn't planned out how they want that scene to be told visually and what meaning they want to come from that scene. So one, it's a production practice. It's a whole lot faster. It's a whole lot more efficient on a set if I plan ahead of time and say, this is what I want the shot to look like. Because then you can meet with your DP ahead of time, show them this storyboard picture. They can make the plan for where she wants the camera and how they want the angle, and can plan all that ahead of time, what equipment they need, how many people they need to set these shots up. So that takes a ton of time and stress and pressure off of the actual production shoot day. That's a lot of money saved, right? Because every hour spent with actors standing around is a very expensive hour. So the more pre-production and planning they can do, the better for production practices. But I hope you can also see how much better it can be for story. If they think this through and plan these things, it'll be visually engaging. It will keep me engaged in the storyline. So taking over to the second one on the top right, if you look at those train tracks and the tunnel going in, I am clearly focused on where we're going. That is drawing me into the action. So thinking these things through you're going to keep your audience engaged. We're going to show them a train track. We're going to show a train traveling on that track, and then we're going to take them inside the train. They have physically taken us on that journey, knowing where we're going and maybe what we're about to see, depending on what was set up before. So I get a little addicted to these composition examples because it's real fun to just try to guess and try to put this over top of films that you know and start to read a little bit more clearly what you're looking at. So we do that a lot in my classes of how to look at composition and how shots are framed. So these are two excellent examples of framing. Strong rule of thirds. You can divide this easily with the water, the top of the cliffs, verticals with each of the towers. We are drawn directly into this gate. I'm sorry, the one on the left, Mines of Moria, is not as bright, but even that darkness is quite effective. You can still see the light up the pillars, showing us the height of that space, which leads into kind of the isolation feeling of that space. They are tiny in this grand, gargantuan space. And this is when the orcs are surrounding them in the Mines of Moria and the Balrog's about to appear. So we think we are trapped. We're in this huge space surrounded by danger. And the only light is coming from this center little glow, showing us the core of our action, where we're supposed to pay attention. But then all of a sudden, the orcs scatter. And that editing choice, that sound choice, that lighting choice makes you as a viewer go, oh gosh, what's about to happen? Oh my goodness. It heightens up that panic. So all of those decisions for visual storytelling lean into the emotional storytelling as well as the script and story and character. All these things start to play together. The other thing that these shapes can do, this is an inverted triangle with a Y. So this is giving us a frame that is giving us depth and dimension. So in the front, in the foreground, we have those two hills coming together. We have Bilbo running directly towards us. So that shows us the direction of action. And we see exactly what he is leaving behind. Not only is it giving us depth of field to show us that he's about to cover some distance, which is a very practical consideration, it's showing us the rich life and culture of the hobbits behind him. We have a weathered sign pointing in multiple directions. We have lush planted gardens. All of those hobbit hole doors are well kept, looked after, cared for. You can see people walking around, communing with each other. It has a real strong sense of community. The colors are warm, all these greens and golds with wood accents. It's all very warm and safe and cozy, and he's running away from it. So what this is doing is giving us action with him coming towards us, framing us to make sure we are focused dead center on him and his action, but it's also giving us the concept of the safety and the comfort and the coziness of the Shire that he is leaving behind. So that lets us see this threshold that he's about to cross. So do his lines, so do the performance. All these other elements, of course, are going to affect it, but this is what we're reading when we're looking at a film. This happens in other films. This is one that I would say is symbolism. So this is from Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, but this happens in pretty much every superhero movie at some point. We have these moments of Christ imagery where our superhero is sacrificing himself to protect those that are not able to protect themselves. This is a pretty on-the-nose example. He's on the front of a subway car in, I want to say Chicago, but he's New York, isn't he? He's on the front of a subway car, and he's shooting webs to catch onto the buildings next to him and holding onto the web. So it is stretching his arms out to try to stop this runaway train. Everybody behind him is kind of holding on to him to keep him secure and to make sure he doesn't fall, because he does pass out at the end of this. He exerts himself so strongly trying to save and protect these people by stopping this train that he then passes out. So he passes out with his arms extended to either side. The people grab him, hold him up, keep him safe, pull him back through that window. So we have this portal from outside to inside, from being separate from the people to joining the people. And as the camera pans, it's a down shot. So we're on top of him and you watch him being passed back, like crowd surfing at a concert. He's basically crowd surfing while unconscious with his arms straight out to the side. So we have a real sacrificial Christ imagery shown to us leaving us really no question of what they're trying to say here. Selfless act. got it. So those are real helpful things. We see it a lot in Superman, you know, going up to recharge in the sun. His arms are often out to the side. But there's a lot of this repeated imagery. And that's just Christ imagery. So there's a lot of other things that can come into play, but we can see that there. Camera angles is one we talk about a lot. Camera angles can dictate emotion and change atmosphere. These are high angles, so we are down below the subject looking up. We have Sauron and we have Loki. With both of these angles, we are small and they are big. They are powerful. They are looking down on us. It's a decision, right? It paints a real picture. And I particularly like this framing of Loki with the building behind him because it just gives you this symmetry that's rising up and the powerful staff and the horns rising up. So it just makes it seem taller and bigger and more grand than anything that we see previous for him. So it really puts him in this position. This is his villain moment. This is where he's taking the reins and saying, I'm making a decision and it's not a good one, and I'm going to lean into it. So how the camera is placed can really add to the story of that character, that actor, and it can really dictate our emotion and change the atmosphere of that character and that shot. So that's just a brief example of composition and some of the things that we'll talk about and look at in foundations courses and in the continued film studies courses. Let me check my time. Oh, I'm doing all right. The things I want to kind of explore as we go forward with this and what Foundations 2 is going to explore is how movies shape culture, how film can be viewed as a historical artifact, how it can be representative of a creator, a director, a writer, a producer, a studio. I mean, there's certain houses that have their own implications of what you would expect from a Pixar film, what you would expect from a Fox Searchlight film, what you would expect from an A4 film. I mean, there's quite a few of those now. So how it's representative of that creator or that system. We'll definitely look at adaptations and the powers and limitations of adaptations. Try and stop me from talking about that. I love it. Let's explore that. One of the reasons I also love adaptations is because everybody has a thought and opinion on an adaptation. We've all read books that were turned into films, and usually we're quite angry and possessive and defensive about it. And it's that emotion that I really enjoy and I'm grateful that I get to explore. So let's take a look at that. Let's see why we feel that way and how we can not mitigate, because I'm not going to say you should do this, you should do that. But it's nice to have a few more tools in your tool belt when engaging with a beloved text to say, I don't have to love this. I don't have to hate this. I'm just going to explore it. And then if I don't like it, it can go over there and I still love the book and we can move on. So as I said, class 2 will expand on class 1. It will expand on the foundations explored there, but class 1 is not required. And if you have taken class 1, it will look beyond what we did in class 1. In foundations 2, we're going to examine filmmaking techniques. I do hope to bring in some expert voices, so people that are actually in the field that will be able to speak to this a little bit. I'll introduce some standard and non-standard production practices, so like independent films versus guerrilla filmmaking versus studio system. We'll explore creative and developmental processes that can affect viewer and fan engagement, incorporating the author, not incorporating the author, changing production practices, shot lengths, casting decisions, all of those things, and how that can affect production. So yeah, we'll expand on the techniques from the foundational elements from class 1 and introduce new concepts and techniques in the continuing series. And just so you can see, like, the stuff I've already started outlining, I want to explore these fun examples of just different films to look at and get into. And these were just the first ones that came to my mind, so I kind of want to play around with all the other films in existence a little beyond Lord of the Rings to expand our net a little bit. And then, of course, I fell down a real big rabbit hole with the EverLearn team. And these are all now classes that I've put on a list. I'm not spending time on. I'm not looking at them yet. But these are all the different spaces that I think this could go. I could do an entire EverLearn module on horror cinema and barely scrape the surface, or Studio Ghibli, or Harry Potter, or DC franchises, or disability depictions. Like, any of those things are just scratching the surface. But what a cool way to start to engage with these thoughts and explore these ideas. So I'm excited about that. So yeah, just a last look at that. And I hope you come join the party. So I'm really looking forward to exploring this and just having a blast myself, like selfishly taking a look at all the things that are going to be out there in the world and making sure there's the time to engage with these adaptations that are coming out and these big films and these franchises that I've wanted to think about a little bit more. But also really excited to bring people along with me and to feed into the process. Let's learn together. Let's explore these ideas together. So it will be a hybrid. Everything I teach, I think, is going to be hybrid. 4 will be lectures and based on some sort of structure, concept, idea. And 4 will be discussion where we all get to learn and explore and talk about things together, because I really value that space for people to be able to come in, share ideas, ask questions, bring examples. We did a lot of that in my last class where people would send in clips or stills. And then as a class, we would explore those. So here's my favorite film. I want to look at this shot. And we would all talk about what we were seeing.
Maggie,
So,
you are at your 25 minutes.
okay, good. I'm done. I'm done. I'm going to take a look at.
Take a
So.
look at the chat because Steve sent a very supportive message. Thank you,
Oh, wow.
Steve. And Maggie, thank you for this high energy, absolutely delightful session. And to everyone who participated, if you're interested in going deeper, please do check out Maggie's modules in October and November and onward. October and November are available now for pre-enrollment. If you add any of her courses to your wish list, we'll keep in touch. Excuse me. We'll keep in touch with you about them when they're coming up. And Maggie would absolutely love to have you be part of her class. Finally,
I really.
yes. And finally, please check out the session info post in the Zoom chat. I'm going to post it again for all the links about the full series and our EverLearn program, formerly known as Space, and how to get in touch with us. We actually are a moment or two ahead of schedule. So, Maggie, how would you answer your fun questions?
Oh, that's a left field. I'm terrible at these
Oh,
things.
no. Okay.
I know, that's why I like, honestly, that's why I like asking them of other people, because I will talk myself in and out of nearly anything if there's a rational conversation about it. So
Okay,
I am
here's a question. Ready?
Yeah.
Let me direct the question. What is the earliest storybook that you remember from your childhood that you would love to see on a big screen?
Well, I think everybody knows that my answer is The Dark is Rising, because it was adapted in 2007, but done terribly. And I would really like to do that justice. But one of the first, even before that, that I know we've talked about is The Secret Garden. The Secret Garden has been adapted multiple times. 2 were during my formative years and were absolutely formative in me appreciating story and structure and filmmaking before I knew what I was watching. Like, now I look back and I think it was 1994, that version with Maggie Smith. That is a beautiful film. That is a beautiful film. So, like, I genuinely might teach that in one of these EverLearn capsules, because not capsules, EverLearn classes, because it just makes me so happy. And like Little Women, like, God, that was a beautiful film. Yeah, things like that.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for joining us this morning. It is
Thank you for having me.
always a treat. And I'm going to hand the mic over to Pilar.
Thank you. And Little Woman, yay! I love it so much. Anyway, welcome everybody to our 10:30 capsule entitled A Lost Manuscript Experiment in C.S. Lewis's Writings. This session features our general humanities sector and is an October candidate module. This capsule will be presented by Dr. Brenton Dickieson. Dr. Brenton Dickieson has shared with us a pre-recorded lecture that we are going to present right now. He is here today to answer some questions at the end of his presentation. Let me tell you a little bit about him. So Brenton Dickieson has a PhD from the University of Chester. He's an assistant professor of arts at the University of Prince Edward Island, where he is the coordinator of the Bachelor of Integrated Studies and University Studies programs, and is a founding member of the Curiosity and Inquiry Research and Collaboration Lab, CIRCL. He's also a faculty coach, lecturer, and preceptor in the MA program at Signum University. I have some fun questions for his capsule. I'm going to be posting all that in the chat as well, but let me read them. So the fun questions for Brenton's capsule are: poor Puzzle in the last battle found himself as key to a colonial power destroying the little ones in his world. Are you sympathetic with Puzzle? Or is Puzzle the problem? What would you say to him on the other side of the barred door? Number 2, what makes Sir Rippy awesome? Number 3, what other stories help you bigify the spiritual imagination? And now, Jean Druidsfire is going to play Dr. Dickison's lecture for us. Thank you, Jean.
Hi folks, I'm Brenton Dickieson. I'm from A Pilgrim in Narnia, and I do some teaching with Signum, and I love our adult education program. I'm really big into education, love teaching, love discovering, and I love being part of this planet of nerds that can exist on this global scale where we can do great and beautiful reading together. Well, I'm talking about the imagination, and I'm in really one of the most unimaginative spaces possible. I'm at a airport hotel in the middle of some anonymous trail, park, and I'm in a room with bad art that's really designed so that it can be cleaned well, so that we can all feel comfortable being clean. And that's really not always the best way to create beauty. But still, in this unimaginative space, what I'm going to be doing today is talk about the imagination, but I'm talking about it from a different angle. People talk about C.S. Lewis and faith and religion, apologetics, and those are good things to talk about. We talk about Tolkien and some of the other imaginative authors in these ways. Great. What I'm going to do instead is that when we come to a point in C.S. Lewis where something poignant arises, something promising, something invitational, what I'm going to say is, let's stop and think about what it means from this perspective. Let's tilt our heads just a little. What is Lewis inviting us to imagine about the spiritual life in this particular scene, in this poem, in this bit of literary history, in this scene within one of the stories we love, one of those great and weird science fiction books, or Screwtape, the demonic epistolary fiction, so strange and wonderful. What is C.S. Lewis imagining us, inviting us to imagine about the spiritual life? Okay, I mean, I know there's lots of things that we could say. Oh, well, this is true or not true. This is a moral choice or not a moral choice. Here's an ethical thing. Here's a cultural critical thing. There's all kinds of things you can do with great books. But what I'm doing is pausing, making sure that we don't kind of fall into an allegory, and instead spend our time looking at the story, let the stories themselves live, and then from that point, asking the question from a different point of view: what is Lewis helping us imagine about spiritual life? And here's the thing: we live in an age where, well, the technologies of our age, it just fills our lives with things that sap the spiritual imagination. It's not just religious figures whose God is far too small, whose religion is not what they say it is, whose love of the neighbor is a form of hatred or a politic of a certain kind, or a self-righteousness of a certain kind. It's not just those things, but the whole market of ideas is not one that lends to the greatness of spiritual vision. But instead, I think Lewis wants to bigify the spiritual imagination. Not a word, maybe, but because I think you know what I mean, it is a word. How can Lewis teach us to have a more capacious spiritual life? So part of the tilt that I'm suggesting to the idea of spiritual life comes from C.S. Lewis himself. When he's reading Dante, and I really kind of like the Inferno best, and always keep rereading it, what he is saying is it's not so much that Dante is giving us the actual kind of physical mapping of the 9 layers of hell or whatever, but rather an imaginative interpretation of spiritual life. So a map of the spiritual life rather than something that's really more tangible, like a roadmap in hell, as useful as that might be. And Lewis kind of does this himself in The Great Divorce. It's a funny little book that I've been trying to get people to read. It's one of my favorites. Dorothy Sayers, who is really quite a fan of certain things of Lewis, said that The Great Divorce is more about the purgatory story than the inferno story. And that's really true. It's really about a day trippers going to heaven to check it out to see if it's for them. In the end, some decide it's definitely safer to live down in limbo or the gray town or hell or purgatory or whatever it might be to them. But even as C.S. Lewis writes his own imaginative vision of heaven and hell and purgatory, much like Dante, he's really trying to prevent us from reading it in over literal ways or over cartographic ways. The last thing I wish to arouse, he says in the preface to The Great Divorce, is factual curiosity about the details of the afterlife. What he's really talking about is something much more like that imaginative remapping or imaginative mapping that he talks about with Dante. And in this teaser video, in this aperitif or whatever, of what the class might look like, I'm not going to give the full key to C.S. Lewis's thought. You don't have to buy the book. You can just take the class or just email me or something. But what I want to do is kind of just focus on that tilt that we've been talking about. And here's one of the principles that happens in C.S. Lewis's The Great Divorce. Is the logic of that world is quite unusual. Heaven, if people choose it on that day trip to heaven, once they attain heaven, it will work backwards and turn past agony into glory, even life lived in the great town where the story begins. And this is the reality of how it's a purgatory. It's a moving forward. It's something that happens in a sense and reorders time. So choosing the heavenly realm in the end is to then remake all the things that come before. You can see this same sort of logic pops up in different ways in Lewis, and I would love to talk about that for a good amount of time, but instead I want to point you to some images, other images of heaven, and I'm going to use heaven in place of that spiritual imaginative possibility we're talking about today. So the Screwtape Ladders ends with one of these powerful images of heaven. Perelandra, in a sense, is the great dance that is the denouement, the ending of that weird space novel that also has that same kind of sense. And in The Weight of Glory and another sermon called Transposition, Lewis is kind of leaving his ideas out there on the table for us, all with this bigifying of the imagination of what heaven might be. In resisting or in bigifying our imagination, and we're going to turn to Narnia for this, Lewis is resisting the kind of spiritual imagination where God gets kind of trapped in little boxes, where God's not big enough to do anything, where, I don't know, heaven is like angry stone angels, or Valentine's chubby cherubs, or cloud cars that go up and down, or eternal harps, or boredom, or whatever it is that our culture wants us to imagine, or whatever it is that's been kind of beaten into us intellectually, or in our literature, or in religious experiences that we've had. Lewis really wants to push back on that, basically saying that whatever heaven might be, and we don't know that much about it, it's going to be greater than what we can possibly imagine. And the way he does that best is actually not in his prose, but actually in the way he finishes the Chronicles of Narnia. Now, I'm not going to read Narnia like an allegory. You've been warned against such things before, but simply when we encounter something of significance, We're not going to ask about the factual details of the afterlife. Remember, it's not that kind of mapping. We're not going to ask really questions about like what's the capital T truth and why is this true and what are the arguments for this. That's a different discussion. All those can be good, but really what we're asking is what might we be invited to see about the spiritual life? How can we expand and give much more substance to our own spiritual imaginations? I don't know if you're one of these people, but whenever I see an old wardrobe, I always kind of like peek in the back, even if this might be rude. I just want to see if like we might find the wardrobe that isn't quite as solid at the back as they typically are in our understanding of space-time. Wardrobes typically have a front and a back, and they contain things. It's kind of the definition. But Narnia helps us imagine other possibilities through doorways to and from other worlds, and places where the inside of something might be bigger than the outside, which is, in one sense, every book, isn't it, is bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. Takes up, 8.5 by 6.5 inches on the outside with a bit of depth depending on how long it is. But the inside is so much bigger than this. This is, I think, true, as was hinted at in one of C.S. Lewis's poems, of the manger scene in the Nativity, that there is this one moment where the inside is far greater than the outside, and also kind of hinted at here in the last battle. But at this moment, what we have are one of these things where there's this little shed that's been a place of oppression, a place of slavery, a place of this colonial destruction of not just like peoples and economies and lifestyles, but like the natural destruction of the natural world, the tearing down of the edifices of beauty and neighborliness and truth, all through internal and external betrayal, and all through the manipulation of those that are perhaps weak-minded, but who allow themselves to be drawn into a greater conspiracy, doing something that they think and know they shouldn't do. And this poor puzzle, we'll meet puzzle, is the donkey for this particular imaginative story that we're going to read. He's a lovable, not terribly bright, but also, not always courageous when it comes to moral choices. He's that kind of an ass. And so he is somebody who ends up taking on a cloak that looks like a lion, and the people around him, they use him as an image of Aslan to basically destroy the spiritual imagination of all of those that are in that world. They do all kinds of things that people say, well, Aslan wouldn't do this, and they just choke back and say, oh jeepers, like you think Aslan? Is Aslan tame? Can Aslan fit in a little box so that you can contain him? No, he's bigger than that, and look at all the things that he can do. And then they do their destruction. You may have noticed that this is an age where we have technologies that allow for all kinds of competing voices about what is religiously true, what is faithful, what is loving and neighborly, what is spiritually beneficial, and all the rest. This book is written to those that have been lied to, in a sense, that are manipulated, those that hear these messages and have found the betrayal that has come in the trust that they've placed in their hearts on certain things. And so this is true of the characters themselves. And that's the bigger story, but so I'm going to hone in on just a couple of points, because what happens is this wardrobe gets transformed at a certain point and becomes far bigger on the inside than the outside. Here we can see the characters peeking in to this this barn. It's not a wardrobe, this barn, and it's just a normal little stable. They peek into this barn, but on the inside of this barn is this huge, vast space of greenness and brightness. There are horrors as well, but it really is a space of greatness. And we're going to look at just a few of the character encounters in it. So this is poor Puzzle. Isn't he cute, this donkey? I can imagine that because of the weight of this lion's skin that he's been carrying around with him for the last few weeks, and how itchy it makes him feel, that some of his hair is falling out in the wrong places, and he hasn't been eating right, and he hasn't had enough sunshine and encouragement, which is what most donkeys need. And Puzzle, in this bright land, he goes into this barn and comes out the other side into this bright green space with sweet grass that he could just eat forever. In this space, he actually encounters Aslan, who he was pretending to be. And we actually don't get to hear the story of Puzzle. Instead, what we see of Puzzle is really interesting. First, Aslan is speaking to him, and Puzzle's ears go down, and that kind of sadness, shame, regret kind of feeling. I mean, he hasn't done good things. He's done bad things and hurt people, and he's destroyed the spiritual life of little ones. And we've been warned against doing that because of the wisdom that little ones carry, and that's what he's done. But then, as Aslan's talking to Puzzle, all of a sudden his ears pop up and his eyes become bright again, and all the expectation returns. Now you can decide what that dialogue is, but here you start to see the kind of wild but gracious or good figure that Aslan is in this world, and really how wrong things really do need to be encountered, but aren't the definitive things of our life either. Here we have a character named Emmett, who is the enemy. He's part of the colonizing force that has come and destroyed this world of Narnia. He is there to oppress, to put into chains, to make slaves. That's his job. As one of the leaders of this particular army, he's there. And so what happens when he goes into this world, this barn, where the inside is greater than the outside? When he comes to this bright land, well, he finds himself sitting beneath this tree. And though his poetry is not as good as Aravis, who's of kind of his same season, but from a previous generation, she's quite a good storyteller. He still has the grandeur of his station and his class and his upbringing. And what happens when he encounters Aslan, still kind of off screen, we don't get to hear directly, he is told that he encounters Aslan, and he is told that he is welcome. But then he says, but sir, but Lord Aslan, I've been worshiping, I've been serving this other god, this god Tash of our people. And Aslan responds by saying, well, the service that you did unto Tash, any good service that has been done unto Tash is really done unto me. That's the nature of things, that all goodness comes to me. And in the same way, any negative service that is done in my name is not really done unto me, but done unto Tash. And you can see now where the principle of the speculative world, how that works. But you can see there's also this kind of gracious, imaginative possibility for Emmett, that even though he is an enemy, once he has understood the wider vision of things, he understands how he can become a friend. Not all stories are perfectly knit together in this book, in this last battle. How do you write a children's book where you have 100% body count? What's that film going to look like if Netflix gets to it sometime in the next 20 years? But what we have here are some of the dwarves. These dwarves that have been part of this party of resistance. They've been lied to. That's actually very true. They've been told that the truth and goodness and beauty are a certain way, that Aslan is a certain way, and then when they encounter that reality, they find it to be a fraud, and that's absolutely true. But when they find these things, it's not like they choose right. What they choose to do is to be the enemy of all enemies. And there's this one scene, this just terrible, beautiful scene where Jill, she's the scout of this party of little Narnians and some humans that are trying to rescue puzzle the donkey to try and figure out what the problem is, to maybe throw off the oppressor, the colonial oppressor from outside. And at one point they're in battle, and she's shooting arrows in order to harrow the enemy. And all of a sudden, the talking horses break free to join their party to try and strengthen themselves in this war. But the dwarves gun them down. They just use their arrows, and one after one, they kill those talking horses, those people, as they're fleeing their bonds from bondage towards probably certain death in war, and yet they were killed before they had the chance to get there. And poor Jill Pole, at one point, as she's shooting her arrows with her own deadly accuracy, at one point she has to turn her face away from the bow so that her tears don't wet the string and change the accuracy of her shot. Well, these dwarves find themselves on the other side of the wardrobe where the inside is bigger than the outside. But here's the thing, they've trapped themselves in a prison of the mind, and they think they're still in the barn. They think they're in this little tiny barn. They can't see light. They can only see darkness. They can't see the nice soft grass that they're sitting on. Instead, they actually feel like they're on dirty straw. They can't smell the fresh air that's moving. They can only smell the detritus that's been left by other animals, like poor Puzzle has been locked up there. They're given a feast, and they can't accept it. And when people plead with Aslan, Lucy actually pleads with Aslan to try and get them to see, Aslan says, this is where my power ends. I can't make people see. They have to choose to see. But they've made this conspiracy of their own mind. Did you know dwarfish thinking in this way in this age get trapped in kind of the old echo chamber because of this betrayal? I think you might. I mean, maybe you're tempted towards this thinking, I've had to escape from it or resist it, or hoping that there's some way out of it. But for these dwarves, they're in the middle of heaven, but they can't recognize it, and they just still think they're in, the shitty barn, right? And the stories of greatness and wonder continue, and I can't go through them all. But Sir Reepicheep is one of the characters who show what is possible. He has cast away his sword in a previous book in order to go into Aslan's land, but here he welcomes again the people, and he shows them the further up and further in. And the rest of this book is this racing towards these great heights, these great beauties. And as they race, they find that they can't get tired, and they just run faster and faster and faster. And then they throw themselves into a waterfall and start running or climbing or swimming up the waterfall. And they find at great heights, they think about being afraid, but they find that they're unable to be afraid. And this is the nature of this great world. It just gets further and greater and more beautiful.
Brenton, perhaps you wanted
Be
to. Okay,
encouraged by
here
those
we
that
have.
have gone before in Narnia, further up and further in, and they just keep running and going further. And then as they're speaking, Aslan appears, and then Aslan speaking, and then he no longer looks to them like a lion, the story goes, but then it breaks off. But the things that began to happen after that were so great and beautiful that I cannot write them. And for us, this is the end of all the stories, and we can most truly say that they lived happily ever after. But for them, it was only the beginning of the real story. All their life in this world and all their adventures in Narnia had only been the cover and the title page. And now, at last, they were beginning chapter 1 of the great story which no one on earth has ever read, which goes on forever, in which every chapter is better than the one before. And so do you see it? Do you see what Lewis might be doing, or what Lewis is inviting us to imagine? What definite things does he tell us about the map of heaven? Very little, right? No one's read this story before. But we think maybe of like heaven, or the end of a book as the end of the story, when for Lewis, it's really the beginning of the next story, the greatest story ever told, the story that keeps going on and keeps getting better all the time, forever and ever. That's what I mean by the bigification of the spiritual imagination. That's what I mean when Lewis encourages us to grow our capacity for wonder and joy. And that's what I want to talk about in this class. I want to look at 8 different ways of looking at and considering and thinking about what I think is the key to C.S. Lewis's image of spiritual life, which I've kind of kept a secret here. But what is true is his encouragement and invitation to just make things bigger and bigger, so that our own imagination has that same sense of not being the last page that's been turned in our story, but the first page of the next book of possibilities for us. It's a bit of a scary and dangerous journey, but I think it can be a really rewarding way of reading C.S. Lewis and thinking about where we sit with our own imaginations.
Thank you so much, Brenton. This was great. And I wonder if there are any questions or things you'd like to discuss.
I have questions, even though I was the one who delivered the.
Go ahead.
No, it was my first time using the PowerPoint embed system, and I don't know, it worked well except for the slides that had no audio that it exported for some reason. So anyway, yeah, no, I'm open to questions. I didn't give anyone like a hint of the things to come. I think our page will say an outline eventually, right?
Yeah, and your presentation was fantastic. And if you'd like to continue, or if you have any questions, post them right now on the chat. Otherwise, you can continue the discussion using the discussion board. And in any case, I wanted to thank you. Thank you for sharing with us your great lecture. And if you want to pre-enroll, this module is already it's ready for pre-enrollment in October. You can add this course to your wish list, and we will keep in touch with you about it. And we would love to have you part of the class. Finally, I'm going to post again the info for this module, and I'm posting it right now. Okay.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is.
And I've shared just here's a link to the slides I shared in here, just a little further up above if people want to just remember.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, we got the link to your slides. And I do have one question from one of the quotes from Narnia. Is there a particular one that you like?
Yeah, I mean, I don't ever remember, the awesome quotes. It's one of my weaknesses. I don't remember words in the right order. And we just had a conversation in the chat here about what words are. So it could be that I don't even know what words are. As I say the word bigify. What would in Narnia, what would be I think probably when Lucy says, when Edmund says, yeah, well, that's the thing with girls. They never have a map inside their head. And then Lucy claps back and says, yeah, that's because we got other things going on inside our heads. I think that's probably my favorite bit. It's very brother sisterly.
Great. That's a great quote. Thank you so much, Brenton.
Buy from this anonymous hotel somewhere in the world.
Thank you. So I think we're ready to continue. And Jean, over to you.
All righty. Welcome to our 11 a.m. capsule entitled A Look at Hans Christian Andersen's Unique Style. This session features our creative writing sector and will be presented by our very own amazing co hosts, Sparrow, Alden, and Pilar Barrera. Sparrow and Pilar's module is a September candidate. So, Pilar loves languages and literature. She's interested in fairy tales, especially Andersen's and Wilde's, and Japanese traditional tales. She's also passionate about art history and the Japanese language and culture. Pilar has a certificate of higher education in English literature from the University of Oxford, an MA in literary linguistics from the University of Nottingham, and an MA in children's literature from the University of Roehampton. Pilar is also a certified life coach. In EverLearn, Pilar teaches fairy tales as well as art history and Japanese language and culture. Sparrow is a skilled writer who shares her love of words by teaching several courses on creative writing in EverLearn, formerly called Space, and also Signum's MA program. She's a beloved member of the university who plays many different invaluable roles here. And we have a fun question for you both. The story we're going to discuss is a story about peas. Everyone must give peas a chance. What do you imagine it's about? And over to you, ladies.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to share my screen.
For some reason,
think.
okay, we can hear you now. You were okay.
Okay. I apologize. Let's try sharing again.
Yay.
Slide? Fantastic. Friends, thank you very much for joining us. I am excited to tell you about the module that Pilar and I have planned. We have taught modules together before, and we have so much fun creating them and implementing them. What we're planning to do is look at certain specific ones, Hans Christian Andersen's stories, and the amazing Pilar will help us learn about them, how they related to Andersen's life, and show us elements of the story, elements of the writing. And then we're going to, how does this work for creative writers? Well, the elements that we learn about and use them as writing prompts. And the second meeting of every week, we will bring our practice writing into the classroom and talk about, was that fun? Was that difficult? What did we have to do or think differently in order to follow Andersen's calling? That's what the different parts module will be.
Okay. So as Sparrow has said, we will have this structure of our module, discussing and reading some of Andersen's tales, and then a writing workshop. I classified the tales. Of course, this is the book. This is from Signum Classics. It's so beautiful. Just look at the cover. We, Sparrow and I, were so excited to put this together. So when I classified Andersen's tales, I divided these into 4 sections. And those are the sections that are equivalent to our module's weeks. So on the first week, or in the first section of the book, you're going to find the intro to Andersen's classic tales. And these are those tales that we all know. Perhaps we don't recognize them as Andersens because they are so immersed in our collective memory of fairy tales that, but we know them. So here you have The Little Mermaid, but I'm not going to mention any other because we have a couple of questions for you. Then on the second part, we have Andersen's tales of personification. Andersen was a master of personification. He is actually considered the father of fairy tales, and I would say the father of real personification of everyday things. So I think Toy Story owes a great deal to Hans Christian Andersen. But here you can have pieces of uh, glass and needle, bottle, piggy bank, even rags, and they can all become a character. Then on the third part is Andersen's larger than life themes. I chose two of his fairy tales, which are actually almost novellas, and they include greater than life themes such as drama, and they both have a love story. They have challenges, and well, they are fantastic. And on week 4, we're going to be talking about Andersen's darker side. So these are tales that weren't necessarily all of them, but these in particular weren't all necessarily for children. And here you're going to find topics such as murder and abuse and things that are really scary and that remind us that fairy tales are a vehicle to explore anxieties, values, to challenge things that a culture believes. So this is the structure of our course and of our book.
So much fun putting this together. The introduction is by Pilar, based on her master's degree research. So it is deep. It is full of things I did not even imagine, and hope you enjoy it. And I got to add to, oh, put it closer to my face. I got to add to each of the stories a writing prompt, a reminder to observe this thing that Andersen did. Now give it a try. And there are far more stories in the book than we could ever cover in 4-week module. We have 400 pages of amazing, wonderful stories, and we hope that you enjoy every one of them. Pilar, what are we going to do this morning in our capsule?
Well, we're going to start by talking about fairy tales. That's the first thing that we're going to do. Then we're going to read a short fragment of one of Andersen's tales. But let's begin with these two questions. I'm going to post them also on the chat. Here you have them. And just see if you can tell us a little bit about some famous fairy tale characters that you like or that you hate. It's okay. And if you remember some of Hans Christian Andersen's tales. So go ahead and put that in the chat if you'd like to share with us.
First, getting to know Pilar. And that was one of the first questions she asked me is, what are your favorite fairy tales? And I told her about Snow White and Rose Red, and
Collected by the Brothers Grimm.
collected by the Brothers Grimm. And we had a marvelous conversation about the themes and images in there. Oh, Brenton says that he keeps trying to rewrite Bluebeard. Wouldn't it be interesting to see Brenton's take on how that story goes?
I love to see that, Brenton. Bluebeard is very dark, and we see it first appearing in Charles Perrault's collection. And there have been some adaptations of that about even if we don't see them at first glance, there are many movies, uh, crime things or that have as their basis the Bluebeard story. The Ugly Duckling, yes, and it's semi biography of Andersen. because as we will be talking about his life today, you will see that he is the ugly duckling. He started very humble, very poor, and he became this figure even during his life. He became very famous. He was in contact with royalty, and he traveled extensively, and he wrote extensively. He was recognized during his lifetime. So he is that swan that was an ugly duckling. Russell. Ah, if you can tell us a bit more about Russell.
That the ugly duckling was his first memory of hope.
And Joshua says, just watch the movie Disclosure Day, and they do an interesting reworking of the Hansel and Gretel setup. So, uh, your sound is a bit lagging, Sparrow. Okay,
I tell you what we should do. Pilar, why don't you read to us? Today, we're going to read the very first part of one of Andersen's stories. And while you're reading, I'm going to switch technology.
perfect. Let's do that. And yes, I just wanted to tell you that like Hansel and Gretel or Little Red Riding Hood, which are not by Andersen, but by, well, Little Red Riding Hood, there are many versions, or Cinderella. All these stories are the basis for many of our modern tales and films. So let me start, if you could move on to the next slide, Sparrow, by showing you a little picture about the story that we're going to be reading today. I'm just going to be reading the introduction, and this is called 5 out of 1 pod. So the idea is that you listen to it and you have a taste of Andersen's style. So here I go. There were 5 peas in one pod. They were green, and the pod was green. And so they thought all the world was green, and that was just as it should be. The pod grew, and the peas grew. They accommodated themselves to circumstances, sitting all in a row. The sun shone without and warmed the husk, and the rain made it clear and transparent. It was mild and agreeable during the clear day, and dark during the night, just as it should be. And the peas, as they sat there, became bigger and bigger and more thoughtful, for something they must do. "Are we to sit here everlastingly?" asked one. "I'm afraid we shall become hard by long sitting. It seems to me there must be something outside. I have a kind of inkling of it." And weeks went by. The peas became yellow, and the pot also. "All the world's turning yellow," said they, and they had a right to say it. Suddenly, they felt a tug at the pod. It was torn off, passed through human hands, and glided down into the pocket of a jacket in company with other full pods. "Now we shall soon be open," they said, and this is just what they were waiting for. "I should like to know who of us will get farthest," said the smallest of the 5. "Yes, now it will soon show itself." "What is to be will be," said the biggest. Crack! The pot burst, and all the 5 peas rolled out into the bright sunshine. There they lay in a child's hand. A little boy was clutching them, and said they were fine peas for his pea shooter, and he put one in at once and shot it out. "Now I'm flying into the wide world. Catch me if you can." And he was gone. "I," said the second, "I shall fly straight into the sun. That's a pod worth looking at, and one that exactly suits me." And away he went. "We sleep where we come," said the 2 next, "but we shall roll on all the same." And so they rolled first on the floor, because they got into the pea shooter, but they were put in for all that. "We shall go farthest," say they. "What is to happen will happen," said the last, as he was shot forth out of the pea shooter, and he flew up against the old board the garret window just into a crack, which was filled up with moss and soft mold. And the moss closed round him. There he lay, a prisoner indeed, but not forgotten by our Lord. You're muted, Sparrow.
I was going to just say, sentient peas having a conversation. What amazement is this? You've mentioned Andersen's personification before. Can you tell us a little more?
Yes, absolutely. So, as you have just seen, our characters here are peas, little peas. He once mentioned that anything could become a fairy tale character. And because he knew how to do this. If you look at several of Andersen's tales, you will discover that he has toys. Okay, we can relate to toys easily, but he has also a ball, a top, a neck bottle, which is one of my favorite stories, is just a piece of glass and it's a full biography of the adventures and disadventures of this. Um, it's a bottleneck. It's actually called the bottleneck. And then you have the story of a needle. So he was able to bestow life on everything. And what he does is that he doesn't transform these characters into human, or you cannot take away their pea side, their toy side, their figurine side. They retain some characteristics of their condition, as we saw with the peas, that they are encased in that pod and they are fine with that. They are just living their lives as pods. So this is what he does with personification. He creates wonderful characters that retain their own uh, nature.
Yes, yes, they do, which is absolutely the delight of it. And notice, even though there were five, they're not generic. One of them, even when they're stuck inside their pod and the world turns from green to yellow, he still becomes aware of a world outside or beyond the yellow. He has an inkling of it. And I love that he is different. And each of them, as they're shot away, they shout something different. They dream something different. But each thing that they dream of, as you say, is absolutely relevant to the world experience of a pea. Um, as a writer, this modeling opens a whole world of perspectives. If instead of really anthropomorphizing an object, and I have seen plenty of writers imbue a non-expected being with human qualities, but these are not human qualities. He's writing about peas. And then we start, hat tip to Jimmy Buffett. We start thinking, what stories could that guitar tell? Right? What stories could that tree tell? And it's a marvelous challenge to write in that manner, an exercise in perspective taking. But I have another question, Pilar. Notice when the boy opens the pod, it goes crack with this marvelous example of onomatopoeia. But then I become aware that we're reading this story in translation. Did Andersen do that as well? Make that sound with his writing?
Yes, this is a great question. So, before we talk about the translation, let's talk a little bit about Andersen's language. When Andersen wrote his fairy tales, he was revolutionizing the world of fairy tale writing. He was very innovative. He used onomatopoeia, as you're saying. He used very direct speech. He like kind of broke the fourth wall because he had, in many cases, he addresses the reader. So he says, hey, have you heard the story of X thing? So he uses humor. One of his main characteristics is that he uses a lot of conjunctions. So he makes piles or heaps of sentences saying something like, it moved and it cried and it is all together. So what happens is that he's able to create a sense of immediacy. And it sounded weird in Danish when he first published this. But because of that, it became a new way of telling stories and a new style. What happened with the translations? The first translations were in England and Germany, not in Denmark, where he's from. And many translators still today try to fix Andersen's style. So they cut the paratactic sentences. They decided that the interjections sometimes didn't work. And so they created the same plot with a different style. So choosing the right translation is really important. In any case, no matter what you do, a translation is also always going to be a mediated text. So we have to be careful in choosing the right translation. And after looking at many translations, and there are some abridged and unabridged, but they have manipulated the language, I found that the one that we used for our book is that of William Alexander and Jesse Kinmon Craigie. And there is something good and funny for us at Signum, because he became the Rawlinson and Bosworth Professor of Anglo-Saxon in 1916 after Tolkien, which is great. He and his wife studied Nordic tales, and they loved Andersen's tales, and they put together what, for me, and in my opinion, is the best translation. They keep the conjunctions, they keep the interjections, they keep the onomatopoeia. So this is really the best.
Oh, thank you very much, Pilar. So when we read this translation, Alexander and Craigie's translation of Andersen's work, we're looking directly, as directly as we can, at the types of poetic language that Andersen used. He is using comparisons, similes. He's a genius. And I'm delighted, Pilar, that you have found this translation for us. I'm looking at the time and jumping ahead slightly. In the fragment that you read, it is the story of the peas. But then, all of a sudden, the perspective completely shifts, and we don't look at the peas anymore for several pages. Pilar, is this just in the story, or is this an Andersen technique? What is he doing with our attention?
So he's doing it deliberately. You're gonna see this happening in many of his stories. So he has the power and the ability of zooming in into very specific worlds, such as the pod that we have here and the fate of the piece. But then he also has the ability to zoom us out into a wider world and perspective. So in the case of this story, we are looking at the piece and their lives, and then we switch into the human world to the point that we almost forget that the pea is a sentient being, and this is focused on the story of a sick girl that you're going to tell us what happens then, and we're going to talk about the ending. So this is something that he can do. Notice, and just very quickly, how he uses to make a zoom in into the piece life. He uses, for instance, the passive voice. When it says the pod was torn off, passed through human hands, the humans are not important. What is important is what's happening to this little pod. So this use of passive voice, this is a lens, and we're looking at the world through the piece side. So go ahead, Sparrow, and tell us a little bit about what happens in the story.
Absolutely. The camera completely changes angles. We're suddenly transported to the very human story of an invalid child who is living poor in a garret up under the eaves wasting away, pale and thin. It's shadowy in her world. She has a nursemaid and pretty much nothing else. All she can do is listen to stories and look out her window. But suddenly she glimpses a tiny green thing. She asks her nursemaid, "Could you help me move closer to the window so she can look at this?" Which the nursemaid does. The bed moves closer to the window and the fresh air. This sparks her curiosity, this strange thing growing in the margin of her window between the shingles where the moss is. And she asks to move even closer. And not only does she now have the fresh air, but she has the sunshine. And finally, she becomes very invested in the growth of this tiny growing plant and even gets out of bed to water it, to tie it, and to tend it. And she becomes healthier because of the fifth P. Pilar, will you please read us the very end of the story?
And you have
Yes.
5 minutes, ladies.
Yes, we're wrapping up. So after this, we go back to the peace world. And this is probably what the girl saw. This is a pea blossom. But about the other peas, says the narrator, why the one who flew out into the wide world and said, "Catch me if you can," fell into the gutter on the roof and found a home in a pigeon's crop and lay there like Jonah in the whale. The two lazy ones got up just as far, for they too were eaten up by pigeons, and thus, at any rate, they were of some real use. But the fourth, who wanted to go up into the sun, fell into the gutter and lay there in the dirty water for days and weeks and swelled prodigiously. "How beautifully fat I'm growing," said the pea. "I shall burst at last, and I don't think any pea can do more than that. I'm the most remarkable of all the five that were in the pod." And the gutter said he was right. But the young girl zoomed out again. The young girl at the garret window stood there with gleaming eyes, with the hue of health on her cheeks, and folded her thin hands over the pea blossom and thanked heaven for it. "I," said the gutter, "stand up for my own pea." And the story ends.
That's something that you've pointed out in other stories as well, Pilar, that instead of ending on the great and glorious health that came to the girl, he switches back and says something very feet on the ground, funny in its humility. And it sounds like it's part of that folksy of the people style that you were saying he was writing in. Amazing.
Absolutely. He has these kinds of endings. Like you can have the most dramatic story and then he goes back to the humble object and said, "But the chair thought this." End of story. Or he ends with a sarcastic tone about something. So this is a classical ending for one of Andersen's stories.
Thank you very, very much. And Pilar and I are so curious, is there anyone who, when you heard our story was about peas, what was it that you thought you were going to hear? Because when she first introduced the story to me, I didn't know what to think. Is this VeggieTales? It was a lot of fun. We have comments in the chat, Pilar, that Jamie is wondering what her car could tell because the car goes on wonderful adventures, obviously. And Jean herself wrote a story about a sapphire. And anyone who is right near the chat now, I challenge you to find an object within your reach and tell us in the chat what it is which might have a story to tell. Go ahead. For example, I have here a knitting needle, and I've used it many times. I bet the knitting needle would tell the story of the things I've made with it and the things that were finer work that I didn't make with it because it's so wide.
And before we finish, I just wanted to reply to Phil's comment here. Did Andersen originate the story of the runaway gingerbread man? No, he didn't. This is a very old story, and we don't know the origin of it because it has been told in many cultures. So I just wanted to point that out.
Oh, thank you very much, Pilar.
Sleepers, yay!
Yes.
Oh, that's a beautiful story, Melissa.
That would be a fun one to write. We did it.
You did it.
We did it. And I think, Sparrow, that we are ready for our next
Yes.
capsule.
Thank you, ladies, for that amazing session and for everyone who participated. If you're interested in going deeper, please check out Sparrow and Pilar's full module in September, which is available now for pre-enrollment. Also, if you add the course to your wish list, we will keep in touch with you about it. We'd love to have you as part of the class. And finally, please check out our session info post in the Zoom chat for all info links about the full module, our EverLearn, formerly known as Space program, and how to get in touch with us. But now it's time for our next capsule. Over to you, Sparrow.
Thank you very much, Druid's Fire. And hi, Joshua Casey. Thank you so much for joining us from some sort of wonderful wild adventure.
Hi there.
Joshua,
Yeah, it's
go right ahead. Well, let me
go ahead.
I'll do the information and then hand it right over to you. This capsule entitled A Story of Beer, Vienna Lager and Märzen. This session is from the Living Arts sector, and the Stories of Beer is a September candidate module. He is off on an adventure in a vehicle between point A and point B. And so Gene is going to be running his slides while he tells us all these wonderful things. Joshua enjoyed his first real beer with fellow college graduates, and as he sipped that 8% German Doppelbock, he experienced a taste of that same euphoria and conviviality that our ancestors must have discovered the first time they cautiously sipped the liquid mysteriously bubbling in stoneware containers. Through all of life's turns, Joshua has found that same spirit and passion across the table in the glass and has continued to fall in love with the elixir, part of humanity, from our earliest days. It's really great to have you here. Thank you for going to such an effort. Over to you. Joshua, you are muted, my friend.
I tried to unmute. There we go. Hey, thank you, Sparrow. It's been a strange 12 hours. I am still wearing yesterday's socks, so that's kind of where we are. Our car broke down in the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania, and we had to get a tow and are now in a different car continuing our journey from Indiana to New Jersey. So that's kind of what's going on right now. So the original plan was that I would do this from my parents' house, and that is not the case. So hopefully everything comes through well and we can kind of move forward here. All right, so I am so incredibly excited to be part of the EverLearn program with Signum and to have the opportunity to talk about one of my favorite things in the world, which is beer. It is something, as I mentioned in that little intro piece, that has followed me for a long time, and something that I've kind of grown into as I've gotten older, from just a thing to enjoy with friends to a real passion. I find a lot of historical significance and just anthropological interest in how beer has evolved with humanity since really before we started civilization, and how it was there at the beginning, to the point where we really can't decide if did we start cultivating grain for beer, or did we start cultivating grain for bread, or was it both? And so, yeah, and actually part of my my thing was I was supposed to have a pint of Vienna lager here to show you all a visual, but that obviously did not work out today. So we're just going to jump right in. And what I want to do here at the beginning is talk a little bit about what the actual proposed course would be, and then try to give just a clipped version of one of the stories that I would like to tell in the midst of that. So our first thing, if you want to go to the next slide there, the introduction to the full course, like most of our courses, is going to be 4 weeks, 8 sessions. And so in week 1, which will be sessions 1 and 2, we're going to begin the process of walking chronologically through through the story of beer connected with humanity. And so we're going to do each of these weeks through a particular lens, and that's going to be through one of the 4 main ingredients of beer, which is actually part of the trivia question, is if you could name all 4. So I'm about to give you the answer there. The first one is cereal grains, and we're going to be looking at the story of the ancient Egyptians, the Fertile Crescent, China, as well as indigenous brewing, which is still going on today in Africa and in Central and South America. So that'll be the first 2 sessions of our course. The second 2 sessions, week 2, will be working through late antiquity and the Middle Ages, primarily focusing on the Mediterranean, Western Europe, and our spotlight ingredient will be water. And I really hope that we can do some myth busting during that time and maybe understand a bit more about the quality of the water that actually was available, and or not people drank beer because that was what they had. Week 3, which will be sessions 5 and 6, is going to be the Renaissance and the Industrial Revolution. We're going to primarily focus on Central Europe and Britain at that point, and our spotlight ingredient will be hops, which really came into dominance as the primary seasoning ingredient and preservative agent in beer during that time. And lastly, week 4, we're going to be looking at our contemporary life and how beer fits into that, moving through things like American prohibition as well as other similar movements around the world. For instance, Iceland had a prohibition movement against beer that lasted into the late 80s. So we'll talk about things like that. And our spotlight ingredient will be yeast, which obviously has been around since before beer was first created, but really was only understood in the last 150 years or so. So we're going to be spotlighting through that. So I had really originally for this next piece a much longer, more in-depth look at a particular story. And I'm going to try and squeeze it down a bit so we can actually work through it. So this is just going to be a story of beer. And what I primarily am going to be looking at is this tale that involves 2 men from the middle of the Habsburg Empire in the mid 19th century. And so we really need to set the scene. Now, the 19th century was a time of explosive scientific advancement. It was changing from this sort of like philosophical pursuit that was really only carried out by, well-to-do white men, which is obviously a problem we've solved in science. We don't have to worry about that anymore. So that's good. But it was moving into a much more professionalized system. The term scientist was invented in the 19th century. This is becoming a whole thing, right? And so that's happening also with other fields. And so I have listed a bunch of things that were done scientifically throughout the 19th century, like the origin of the species being published, the periodic table written out. We theorized and then discovered Neptune. Germ theory was accepted, and as we'll come back to it, Louis Pasteur began his work that led to the theory of the vaccinations, to pasteurization and fermentation, and we'll talk a lot about that. There was a melding of not just scientific advancement, but also engineering and invention. The first steam railways opened in the 19th century. The internal combustion engine was invented. I mean, we got telegraphs and telephones all in the same 100 years. The phonautograph to record audio, the phonograph to listen to it. Awesome things like blue jeans and typewriters and Swiss Army knives, and then terrible things like barbed wire and machine guns. I mean, those are all the things that we got in just that short span of time. It was a huge movement. And so just as science was modernizing into the set of like self-segregating fields, many other fields were applying the lessons as well. And so beer is no different. And actually, during this period, it crossed a threshold. From this hyper localized craft that had really, that's just how it had been pretty much from the beginning, with just a couple of exceptions, like in ancient Egypt and in Mesopotamia in Sumer. Pretty much, other than that, it's been a localized craft. But now it becomes a globalized, scientifically minded industry. And these improvements were primarily driven by 4 beer styles, 2 of which we'll talk about today. So one of them that we're not going to hit on too much is the British India Pale Ale, or the IPA, which you can get handed to you by many mustachioed men in brew pubs today. The other one we're not going to talk a lot about is the Czech Pilsner, which has actually come to dominate most of what we think of as macro or mass-produced beer. The 2 that I want to look at are the ones that really did change the game, though, and were influenced by and then influenced those 2 beers. And that would be the Bavarian Märzen beer, which is also commonly now understood to be the Oktoberfest. So if you've ever had an Oktoberfest beer, you've had something that comes directly from this tradition, as well as the maybe less well-known today, but maybe even more influential Vienna Lager. So those are going to be the 2 that we're looking at. And we're going to look at this through the story of the 2 men that were largely responsible for their invention. And I love this story because it has, it's got these Nepo babies that have to figure out, put some work in and develop some character. The combination of, again, that scientific advancement and engineering, as well as just personal and public tastes changing over time. It's got all of those things coming together really in just this perfect moment, to where these things, all of these beers, especially those last 3 that I listed, the Märzen beer, the lager, they were really all years of each other, and have gone on to essentially take over the world of drinks. So we're going to be looking at really the story of 2. So, Gabriel Zedelmeier, his father was the former brewmaster at the Bavarian royal family's Hofbrauhaus. But he decided to go out on his own, and he started Spattenbauer, or Spattenbrew. I am going to murder all of you guys. So at the time when Gabriel's father took over Spaten, it was the smallest of Munich's breweries, and it eventually became the largest, and eventually they took over all of brewing for a long time. Gabriel, of course, because his father was wildly successful, received the best possible education, and then was able to go and to apprentice in some other places and learn how brewing was done. And it was during this time, specifically when he was when he was apprenticing under George Michael in the Simmering Brewery in Vienna, that he met his friend, someone who would become his lifelong friend, Anton Dreyer. And so when we look at Dreyer here, you can skip, I think it's up to like 14 there. Anton had a slightly less well-do life, but was still pretty well-heeled. He was the only son from a man who was part of this migration of men that came from upper in the Habsburg Empire and came on down to the Vienna area. And this man, his father, his way into owning a pretty poorly performing brewery, and tried to get it. His father died when he was only 10 years old, and left behind about 4,000 gulden, which was the SGULD, and gulden, left about 4,000 of those for him and his sisters, and then left the brewery to his wife. And I went down a deep rabbit hole, and I was going to have this whole thing where we talked about how Beethoven was getting given a 6,000 gulden thing, and how much that was worth and what you could actually buy with that. The thing to know is that Anton was left with a decent amount of money as an inheritance, but that had to survive him another 10 years until he was old enough to be able to take over. And so by the time he actually gets a hold of the money, there's not too much left. The brewery is still failing, and they're just really struggling. So he was definitely not penniless, but he was fatherless. And he also then left to go apprentice at a local brewery that was not his own. And he worked under George Michael at Simmering Brewery. And there he met Gabriel Zedelmeier, and they became lifelong friends from this moment because they bonded over the way that brewing in their home country, their home cultures could change and maybe modernize into something that was going to be able to take the next step into the modern world. And so we're going to jump over to 17 there because we're going to talk about what is the best gap year ever here. So Zedelmeier, he completes his apprenticeship and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna go tour all the different brewing centers of Europe and see what there is to learn. And his father, and you could put whatever tone you want in it. What his father said was, do what you like if you think you can derive something of commercial value from it. So you could hear that as an indulgent father or as an exasperated father, but either way, Zedelmeier is allowed to go and tour Europe and learn about brewing. And he goes to several of the places in Bavaria and in modern day Czechia, Vienna, or in Austria, and then moves over to the Low Countries where he learns from there as well. Then he gets the idea that it's time. Yes, a year-long pub crawl would be just awesome. So he gets the idea, we're going to go over to Britain because at that point, Britain is the heart of industrialized brewing. All the other places have tried to varying degrees, but no one has succeeded the way that Britain did in the 18th century and bringing it into the 19th. And so he contacts his friend, Anton, and he says, hey, let's go over and let's see what we can learn. It was really tough for Anton to go as his mother and other family members, people who were executing the trust that had been left for him, really thought that it wasn't a good idea. It was a waste of together, died together. So he then meets up with Zedelmeier and a couple other mates in London. Now, right before he did that, and this is where one of the little turns in the story that I think and he kind of on a picks two books about British because books just straight to gives him the address of a dude that you can go to in London that will give you the newest and greatest astronomer, which is a way, again, if I was at home, I would show you we see the content because it's actually a
Joshua,
saccharometer or hydrometer. Yep.
because
Yep,
you're
can you hear me?
you bounced to a new cell tower, would you be
Oh
willing
no.
to review the last little bit? They got together in London and then
Yes. Oh, okay. Yes, they got together in London and okay, am I good now? Can you guys hear me?
you're fine.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah. So one of the things that I think is just a crazy little turn in this story is that he picks Dreyer before he goes and meets the rest of his friends in London, picks up a couple of books on British brewing in the city of Nuremberg. And but just give him the address of a dude that you can go visit in London who can like talk to you about the newest ways to measure fermentation. And you would use this thing called a saccharometer or a hydrometer. And basically, if I was doing this at home, I would have the tool and I would show you how it works. And in our course, we would actually practice using that. We can see how to actually keep track of that. And these Germans, they keep showing up at this guy's house when they finally find him. And he eventually just starts giving them like lectures on how brewing works in England. And he starts writing them letters of recommendation, basically saying like, these guys are interested in beer. They want to learn. Please show them around. And so they take these letters with them to some of the local breweries. And he also, by the way, this guy, his name was David Booth, and he wrote a treatise, The Art of Brewing, for just the most 19th century named club ever called the Society for the Diffusion of Useful Knowledge. And I think that's hilarious. And he writes in there in his second edition of it how he got to meet a couple Germans who taught him about the way that they do this weird thing called brewing lagers, where you would actually use a different strain of yeast and it would allow your beer to sit for a long time so that it would clarify and be a much brighter and more refreshing beverage than what they were used to. And in return, he taught them how to measure. If you actually skip to the one that, the second one that says chance meeting, and it's got that picture of the saccharometer or the hydrometer on it. Basically, this thing allows you to monitor fermentation precisely, which was a thing that the Germans just really didn't know how to do. So they do that, and then they go and they visit a bunch of different breweries in the area, and they are just extremely frustrated that the brewers in this area do not want to show them anything. There is a really interesting German word that describes not only how you might feel if you're in a nice pub, but also how you would feel if you are in a good working environment, networking with people who are in your same profession that truly want to learn and share their knowledge together. And it's the word Gemütlichkeit. And basically, the idea is cousinness, is conviviality, coziness. But it's more than that. It's actually this concept of being willing to share, to set aside your suspicions and differences. And the British were just not like that. They were very ungemütlich, right? Like they wanted to keep their secrets to themselves. And so it was impossible to get into these breweries and to actually have people show you around and show you how things worked. They were just very suspicious. Number one, because British brewing was an incredibly competitive environment, and they didn't want to share their secrets in case that a competitor would pick that up and get bigger than them. But on top of that, they had to deal with their own suspicions about Germans and just non-British people. And much like the white male scientists being a completely solved issue now, we are completely beyond being suspicious of people from other countries and whether or not they have anything to offer to us. So I'm glad we've solved all that stuff. So to get around this, basically, these Germans, they came up with a great idea. They couldn't get the British to just tell them how to brew. And so they devised an incredible way to steal samples of beer, and they called it their art of thievery. So basically what they had was a walking stick. And in that walking stick was a valve. It was hollowed out inside of it, and it had a valve in it. And they would go in teams to the breweries, for instance, like Barclay Perkins, which was the largest brewery in there. And they would be these teams, and they would go in. One person would distract the people in the room, and they would talk to them and chat them up. The other person would open fermenting beer, stick the walking stick in, open the valve, get the sample, close the valve, and then they would make a hasty retreat quickly as possible, get out of there, go back to their lodgings, and use the hydrometer that got a shy date in them, and start learning how to use that to measure fermentation, start looking at the contents of the beer itself, start taking notes. And that was essentially how they were beginning to get the process of understanding how British beer worked. However, it wasn't quite. And so to finish off their gap year, they took Booth's advice and they went up to Scotland. And in Scotland, they were able to work with a brewer named John Muir. And it was there that they finally got a full look at the whole process. And John Muir was able, they didn't have to use their secret stick. They didn't have to get beat up like they were threatened to do several times. Instead, they were able to just take copious notes of how British brewing worked. And on top of that, they developed such a good relationship that about a year later, once they're back on the continent, Zedelmeier, remember it's Zedelmeier and Dreyer, Zedelmeier from Spaten sends over a vial of yeast, of bottom fermenting lager yeast, over to John, and he's able to make several batches of lager up in Scotland. And it is super well received, but unfortunately the yeast dies after several batches and he's not able to repropagate it. And so Britain does not end up growing its own homebred lager industry. And it takes them about another 100 years before it becomes a really big thing. And by then it's all import. And so there's a guy named Martin Cornell who just recently passed away in the last few years. And he wrote a waxes poetic about how Britain was so close to having its own lager industry, but failed because the brewers in London were too closed off, and the guy in Scotland couldn't keep his yeast healthy. So it was really close, right? But it didn't quite work out. So we're gonna pretty much stop here with the story at the next thing of the two areas that were really, really big impressions upon these two German brewers. Aside from the mechanization and the steam, which was something they just beyond a scale, they could not imagine the amount of beer that the British brewers could make in a single year compared to what they were doing just using steam power and all these mechanized devices. The two things they really took away, one was the fermentation and using that saccharometer to actually be able to measure your fermentation and keep good track of it. The other one, and the most important, honestly, was the malting techniques. Because you see, the British had this way, they had developed this patent to brew malt using several different techniques. One of them using like a roasting drum, very similar to the way the way you would roast coffee, as well as a smokeless kiln. Because up to that point, most of the beer that you would have drank, if you were just transported back to the early 19th century in anywhere but England, and even in a lot of places in England, any beer you would have drank would have had a bit of a tang to it from active yeast cultures, and it would have been a little smoky. So it would be almost entirely unrecognizable to us in many ways. But the British had recently begun to mass produce these kilns that would allow them to make their malt light. And so these two, to end the story here, because I know we're running here in the 5-minute warning.
Yes.
Yeah. So to end the story here, they're really were, they took those two things back with them, and the malt itself is what really changed the game, because Dreyer was able to take it and to make this uniform malt that you can still find today. There's a picture of it, I think, on the next slide, called it's called Vienna malt, and it is a much lighter yet still golden colored malt that makes this beautifully colored beer that's just light brown and incredibly refreshing, because it took the best of the British techniques of having these light effervescent beers, and then it took the best of the German techniques of having these bottom fermented lagers, and they married them together and created Vienna lager. And then several years later, after the Oktoberfest celebrations had been going on for a few decades, the Spaten brewery was able to create something similar, and they called it their Märzen. And that right is now owned by Francis Conner, which is also owned by Spaten. And they still produce that beer that is this beautiful golden beer, incredibly refreshing, light, and easy to drink while still having some residual sweetness and maltiness. And it's amazing how that has like continued to be with us through all these years. So there's a lot more that I love about this story that I would love to tell, and the way that these men left their legacies to the next generation. But since we're coming to the end here, I wanted to ask if there were any questions. And let's see here. These guys, yes, they do have amazing top hats. Those pictures, there's two of them there. The left two are Zadelmeyer and Dreyer. The right one was another one of the men that came with them to England. Those top hats were too glorious to not share with the world. But yeah, so that's kind of the beginning of that story. And like I said, there's so much interesting stuff happening there. Louis Pasteur factors into it, as well as some of the brewers in Holland and Carlsberg Brewery. They factor into it with the growth of yeast and the pure yeast culture developed there. It's amazing how all of that now impacts that refrigeration and the ability now to transport beer across long areas and have it stay safe and fresh. It's such a fascinating story, and I hope in our in this stories of beer to be able to tell stories like that, where we can look at not only what large cultures are doing, but also individual, how they impact the way this works. And the ultimate hope, to say this is the last thing here, the ultimate hope would be that we can do this introductory course going chronologically through history, but then at the end, be able to maybe do some side courses following that will go through a much deeper dive into specific cultures, like specifically spend 8 sessions on British brewing and on German brewing, and be able to really dive into what these look like. So that's where we'll stop today. If there's, I know, a couple minutes left, any questions? Otherwise, I can pass it back off.
Thank you very much, Josh. We have had wonderful comments about the 19th century clothing. You have blended history and culture and community building and deliciousness all in one. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Friend,
Thank you.
yes. Friends, if you are interested in deeper dives with Josh and his full module in September, know that it is available for pre-enrollment. If you add the course to your wish list, we'll keep in touch with you about it. We would love to have you be part of Joshua's module. Finally, please check out the session information post in the Zoom chat. I will post it again for all the information links about the full module and our EverLearn program, formerly known as Space. We'll have a link in there. And of course, how to get in touch with us. Time for our 5th capsule. Pilar, what is next?
So,
And
yes,
go ahead. I was worried that I had passed it off too quickly. Please go ahead.
no, that's perfect, Sparrow. Yes, I think we are ready for our noon capsule entitled From Middle Earth to Multiverse, The Art of Fantasy World Building. This session features our fantasy studies sector and will be presented by Hayden Bilbrey. Hayden's module is a September candidate. Let me tell you a little bit about Hayden. Hayden has had a lifelong interest in reading and creative writing. He is a writer, teacher, tutor, GM, game master in tabletop games, artist, and gamer. He is currently pursuing a PhD in literature, and his dissertation focuses on Tolkien and adaptation. I will post the information, and here we have a couple of fun questions about Hayden's module capsule. What makes a fantasy world feel real to you? Why do some fantasy worlds continue to feel meaningful long after we have lived them? And now over to you, Hayden.
All right. Thank you very much for that intro. Going to share my screen. Okay. So as she said, this is a world building course. It is primarily from the perspective of literature, but it is definitely I because I interact with video games and movies and tabletop games, we can certainly have lots of discussions more broadly speaking. A lot of this applies quite broadly. The examples that we look at in the course are from literature. Importantly, there are no texts required and you don't need previous knowledge. I do have some questions uh, of my own that I wanted to posit to maybe put in the chat. And as I'm kind of talking, once we get to the end, if we do have time, I can actually maybe see those responses. Take a little bit of time now as well. But why do some fantasy worlds feel real? What details make Middle Earth feel lived in? How does the strange world of Narnia feel grounded? Why do we become invested in places like Skyrim? So, what are the details in these worlds that are giving us some kind of basis for belief? I'll just take a moment here. And as I said, if responses come later at the end, if we do have time, then I'll circle back. Okay. So let's start with a quote from Tolkien himself from his essay on fairy stories. To make a secondary world inside which the green sun will be credible, commanding secondary belief, will probably require labor and thought and will certainly demand a special skill, a kind of elvish craft. Few attempt such difficult tasks, but when they are attempted and in any degree accomplished, Then we have a rare achievement of art, indeed narrative art, story making in its primary and most potent mode. So starting with Tolkien's idea of fantasy and creativity in general, there's this idea of our world is the primary world, and fantasy or fictional worlds in general are what he calls secondary worlds. And so the kind of buy-in to those worlds is creating secondary belief. He believed that this was an innate right of people to tell stories, to sub-create. So in his mind, God was the only true creator, but we were given the gift of sub-creation to create secondary worlds. And this sub-creation revealed truths about our own world. It was a means to kind of bury dormant, like pure concepts of truth. So he believed that the power of fantasy went well beyond just like escapism and things like that. Okay. So moving to some concepts from J.P. Wolfe. This is from his book, Building Imaginary Worlds. We have these different levels in which we engage with fantasy texts. So we have absorption, which is essentially just entering the fantasy world, buying into its fiction. So this is the base level. This is where we are interested and engaged, but we aren't necessarily going beyond just experiencing the story. Next is immersion, which I think is probably what most people are familiar with in terms of everyday conversations about being really involved with a text. So for Wolfe, immersion is feeling present in the fantasy world, noticing the details. So this is really kind of living in the world to some extent when you're reading it. So noticing those small details, like in Lord of the Rings, there's brief mentions that the sheriffs wear hats, and that's the only way to tell who is a sheriff. They're few and far between, but they do exist. You get little glimpses into the everyday life in just brief details. And so as you're reading and experiencing this text, you are noticing these things. Saturation goes beyond that. So realizing the fantasy world extends beyond the story, thinking about the world outside of the story. So this is looking at details and really starting to speculate about their implications. Again, using Tolkien as an example, um, if you were to look at the creatures that they find under the mountain, we don't have any real basis for exactly what they could be, other than they, uh, as far as we know, were not actually created in the creation of the world. They existed before that. So we get these small kind of details and then building on that and engaging with these story worlds outside of the time that we're reading them. That is saturation. Okay. Okay, so yeah, what I wanted to do with this presentation is kind of look at a couple of different concepts. Um, and so, sorry if it feels like it jumps a little bit, but I wanted to give more than just one kind of class sessions details. So I want to take a look at different approaches to world building here. So Lord of the Rings blends myth, primary world influences, richly detailed world with signs of history all over. Magic is mystical in The Lord of the Rings. So Tolkien was pulling from a lot of different Norse sagas. He was pulling from Finnish mythology, Norse mythology. He was largely reading 19th century translations of these things, but he also did read several of them in their original language as well. He was reading people like William Morris, who were also interacting with myths and sagas in some ways. And he very expertly was able to kind of mold these different influences into their own very unique things, but they're grounded in this real world mythology and also real world details. And I think that's one of the reasons we get such a lived in feel for the world. The Golden Compass is a world connected to our own. It's in direct discussion with texts like the Narnia series. Magic is a science in the Golden Compass. And so with the Golden Compass, we have one of many what are called portal fantasies, where there is traveling to other worlds. Interestingly, there is a technicality that means some things, even like Lord of the Rings, can count as portal fantasy, as we have an outsider viewing a world that they need explanation for. But if we're talking about actual travel between worlds, Golden Compass is very much a reaction to the Narnia series in some ways. It's an inversion to the Narnia series. Although I've heard it argued that it's like the anti-Narnia, I wouldn't necessarily say it is antagonistic, but it certainly is an inversion of some of those things. And so we have our primary world, or a version of our primary world, in interaction with worlds that are different than our own. It's primarily, at least begins in a world that's not our own. Then we see our world from a different perspective, and we see many other worlds. And the way in which that they think about cosmology and magic is tied into scientific study. The fifth season, a vastly unfamiliar world with seeds of the familiar, a world that's deeper truths are gradually revealed. It is a hard magic system. So, there's the idea of a soft magic system, which doesn't require explanation. It just is, magic exists. And then hard magic system takes the time to explore how it works. There's specific structures to that. With the fifth season, it is in a lot of ways very much a world with its own rules, but then we start to see very specific connections to our own world. It will be difficult in the course, because these are the texts that we will look at in the course, to not spoil the text somewhat. I will avoid doing so here. But you will not need previous knowledge, and you won't need to read the text. We will look at excerpts, and we will talk about them in the context of the concepts that we look at in the class. I wanted to briefly look a little bit more in more detail at one of the texts. Lord of the Rings is by far the one that is most familiar to people. So we have a quote from Wolfe. The Anglo-Saxons serve as a model for Tolkien's writers of Rohan in their poetry, names, and customs. This makes them more believable and gives them an underlying logic that connects the various aspects of their culture. While the casual reader may not have any background in Anglo-Saxon history, their cultural logic remains, adding consistency and aiding in filling in the gaps. So having this basis in Anglo-Saxon culture for the writers of Rohan gives them a consistency and a believability, even if you do not have a lot of knowledge about that. I think one of the most common texts that people know had some influence over Lord of the Rings is the Prose Edda, which is part of the Norse mythology. But beyond that, uh, a lot of the influences are, they're ancient texts. He was a medievalist, so we're looking at uh, translations from the 19th century, the original text, or what the most up-to-date text that we had, because a lot of those, the originals were kind of lost and we had just a translation of a translation. But uh, that's still, regardless of that, where you are with knowledge of that, it adds a lot to the world. Prose Edda, Tolkien gets many of his character names. They were primarily dwarf names. Typo there, but Durin, it kept changing it to Durin, changed it back several times. Durin, Biffer, Boffer, and Bomber, but also the name Gandalf. Those all come from basically just a list of names that is near the beginning of the Prose Edda. Many of those Tolkien used. The Kalevala, which is Finnish folklore and myth, inspired a lot of small details of everyday life in a setting, like building design and town layouts. But the biggest connection between the two texts is the trees of silver and gold, Tolkien's Telperion, which is a silver tree, and uh, Laurelin, which is the gold tree, and quite similar to the Kalevala's tree of moon and sun. So these are also inspired by like the Norse world tree, but the fact that there are two that are paired kind of with the idea of the sun and the moon, which is where we get the Silmarils from the Silmarillion. Um, that ties into the mythology in a very meaningful way that is present throughout the story. Of the Lord of the Rings, we see remnants of that and parallels of that throughout, including like the Tree of Gondor. Okay. So the last thing I wanted to talk about in terms of content that we will explore in the course is why fantasy matters. I mentioned this a little bit earlier on with what Tolkien's views of fantasy was and how he felt it was significant. I have a quote from Ursula Le Guin. So, by training the imagination of opening alternatives, fantasy offers self guidance. Imaginative literature of a higher order offers guidance of a higher order. And we have a quote from Grayson Gold. Fantasy literature can be valuable because it is able, by the imagination, immersing the reader in the story and world to confer something very difficult to portray in analytical terms or primary world fictional literature. So the idea here is that the connections to our primary world, to the world that we live in, give us a basis for believability in the story, but the fantastical elements remove an aspect of the analytical mind that would make perhaps confronting difficult subjects uh, a little harder if we were talking about it in just primary world terms. When we have that slight distance there, there is quite a bit of scholarly work around the idea that this distance actually enables us to have deeper and more engaged conversations or just thoughts about um, these issues. So, whether it be um, long-standing, just kind of societal type things that have been going on for a long time, or more modern issues, they can, in some way, be paralleled, be mirrored in fantasy literature in such a way that it lets us engage with the ideas without necessarily, when we are just reading and experiencing the story, making those connections. We may very well make those connections later on, but when they're done well, we're just engaging with it as a kind of thought experiment. We're thinking through these things outside of the real world issues, and then we're able to then turn our analytical mind on, look at the text, look at the text that they are interacting with, that they're connected to, and then start to really kind of process, okay, here were my thoughts on it. Now applying this to X, Y, and Z, I can see how this statement that it makes about this may be true or lend us insight in some way. Okay. So the course itself, again, it is called From Middle-earth to Multiverse, the Art of Fantasy World Building. This course explores how fantasy worlds are created across literature, film, and games. It's intended to be accessible to anyone interested in reading, watching, or playing fantasy, and those who compose it themselves. Its primary drive is to give students a deeper understanding of the genre, its roots, and its capacity as a narrative device. There are no required texts. No previous knowledge of text is needed. It's a 4-week module. So in week 1, we will look at what fantasy is, how worlds are built. I am pulling from several academic sources, authors that have written entire books on the subject, but I will be distilling that down. Definitely want to make it accessible to all, and make sure that the language is clear and we don't get caught up in the weeds of kind of the academic language. So I will be providing excerpts, so you won't need the texts themselves. I'll be providing excerpts, and then we will be discussing them as we go. So with each of these, the format is going to be some lecture and then very much discussion driven. Week 2, fantasy genres and fantasies relation to reality. Week 3, why fantasy matters. And then we'll start the discussion of our examples that we're looking at, starting with the 5th season. Then we will discuss the Golden Compass in week 4 and end on the Lord of the Rings. I chose those 3 texts to look at excerpts from just because they represent different types of fantasy. But there will be a lot of room to discuss other texts, you all bringing in examples from video games, tabletop games, fan fictions or fan theories. There will certainly be room for that. Again, half of this class is discussion. So we will look at concepts and then we'll be able to apply those concepts. And there will be a lot of other things involved. I've played games for a very long time, video games. I grew up with them. So any discussions on things like Skyrim, as I mentioned before, are certainly welcome. Wanted to make sure that I finished with some time for questions. I'm a little like a couple minutes ahead, so that's always good. But I did want to kind of circle back to the questions I asked previously. Let me see if I can get back there. Why do some fantasy worlds feel real? What details make Middle Earth feel lived in? How does the strange world of Narnia feel grounded? Why do we become invested in places like Skyrim? There was also the questions presented at the beginning by Pilar. And I wanted to open up this time for some maybe responses in the chat or any comments, any questions about the course in general. things like that.
Hey, Hayden, there is a comment on the chat by Melissa. She says Skyrim allows for character customization so it feels immersive.
Yeah. Yeah. There's character customization and perspective in video games. There's all kinds of um academic theory about like why that is, but like the idea of actually being like embodied in the world, and especially when it is a customized character that you've created. um some people even create kind of backstory. You usually have somewhat of a structure to who you are, but like Skyrim, not much until you've actually started. So you are able to kind of insert these different ideas and interact with the world in a way that you can't if you are playing a character that you are just a specific person who has a specific background, or if you're reading from a more distant perspective.
Right. And there's a,
Quenya,
yeah.
yeah, Quenya is based mostly from the Edda and Icelandic language. Um, in terms of the actual language aspect, I would say I think he was pulling from a lot of different sources. Uh, this isn't the area that I specialize in his philology and everything, but um, he I I think there's no one specific thing that we could say this is definitely the most rooted, because he studied language so often and he started with the languages. He wanted to make a world for these languages he created. They very much pull from some rules of text, and I do think that a lot of the like Icelandic um, languages are definitely a root. Um, he definitely pulled from those, but he created his own very much like functioning grammatical and structural rules for these languages. Welcome.
And I have a comment myself about your first questions. What details make Middle Earth feel lived in? And there is this sense of ancient, ancient
Mm-hmm.
past. It's all over. Sometimes, as a reader, the first time you read The Lord of the Rings, for instance, you feel that you don't belong because the characters are talking about a world that existed before. They have this shared knowledge that we don't as readers, that we need
Yeah.
to discover. So my question is, what do you think about this technique, Tolkien's technique in general?
Yeah. I think it's I mean, I think it's very successful. I think it's multifaceted. So one of the things is that yeah, there is this history that exists that we can see parts of it in the world. So that I think part of what's happening is we don't always just get a big breakdown of what happened. We get people just mentioning it, like you said, and we do have the text of like the Silmarillion that do give us kind of those historical accounts, but we get statues, we get ruins, and we don't always get the full details of what happened. Sometimes we get context clues and we can infer. And also, he uses the technique when I mentioned portal fantasy earlier, Lord of the Rings technically functioning as that. The hobbits are in the Shire in general are anachronisms. They aren't necessarily quite the same as the rest of the world in terms of the period they seem to be from, the way that they speak and everything. They're a little bit more close to his contemporary countryside, to Tolkien's contemporary countryside. And so they are outsiders. They do know some of these things, but some of it's from the limited perspective and kind of different versions of the world. And so we get a little bit of them experiencing it, and the things that they do need to know, they are given some details. So we get a lot of kind of different avenues for interacting with this world and seeing these details, where it's doing a lot of showing and not a lot of telling, in a very skillful way. And I think a lot of those small details is why it's so endearing because there's a lot to notice through a second and third and fourth and fifth read through. Every time I read it, there's something new. I'm like, I don't remember that at all. I think I see when Tolkien talks about the first, second, third, and fourth ages, uh, want to move in and live there. I experience all five senses and feel weighty history in present. Well, yes, for sure. It's a very, especially when they are somewhere safe. It's a very cozy like place. They feel very lived in when we're in the taverns and things like that. And the movies and do a great job in terms of having a lot of small details to notice for your eyes to wander to. Um, the good news is we're technically, from the way that Tolkien frames this, we're technically living in one of his ages, because as the world of man um, continues on after magic leaves the world. Uh, in a technical sense, we are a continuation of that. Then we have the kind of medieval times. But yeah, it's a very we get a lot of parallels between the different ages as well, and so it feels very cohesive. They don't necessarily just feel like repeats, but it feels very purposeful between like Beren and Luthien and Aragorn and Arwen, things like that. Um, but yeah, they're very, very engaging.
Thank you so much, Hayden. This was great. Uh, have in mind that Hayden's full module is in September and it's ready and available for pre-enrollment. Also, if you add the course to your wish list, we will keep in touch with you about it and we would love to have you part of this class. Finally, please check out our session info post in the Zoom chat. I'm going to post that again for all info links about the full module, our EverLearn, formerly known as SPACE program, and how to get in touch with us. But I think now we're ready to close and go on to our next segment. Over to you, Jean.
All right. Hello. Well, I think we had a wonderful taste of what our EverLearn, formerly known as SPACE program, is all about. On behalf of the EverLearn team, thank you very much for participating today.
We cannot wait to see all of you students in our upcoming modules. To explore the courses, I will put this in the chat. Please visit blackberry.signumuniversity.org, the same website app that you used to come to today's showcase. You'll see what's coming in August. You'll see what's coming up through November, December. I'm scheduling as fast as I can. And if you have any questions, please just email us at everlearn@signumu.org. Thank you again for joining us. And we're going to hand this, I think it's Dr. Olson and Rob Goslin for a half an hour spotlight to talk about upcoming offerings. And there will be a live Q&A. Pilar, will you wrap us up, please?
Thank you so much, everybody, for your participation. Thank you, dear hosts, to be here with us. And now it's over. Yes, over to you, Rob and Corey.
Well, thank you so much, Pilar, Jean, Sparrow. That was wonderful. Thank you to all of our preceptors who presented capsules. You and getting my words. Corey and I are going to have a half-hour session here, and I'm just going to share my screen. Okay. I know, same. Yeah, hi, Corey. Yeah. Oh, really good. Yeah, we had a great morning here, and yeah, and the day is not done. We have our graphic here that tells the rest of the story. So we're spotlighting EverLearn for another 30 minutes, and then Corey is going to update us on the forming of the fellowship. Then we do have an afternoon session for the grad studies program at 3 p.m. So again, we're using this Zoom the whole day. but there are other ways to connect. We've got a Signum YouTube and we've got a Signum Twitch. And so you use the platform that works well for you this afternoon as you join us. Yes. Yes, and we wanted to start this segment by sharing that we've got some promos. I'm just going to put on our screen. Very excited about this. We have in our system a new promo, and it is for 20% off. And this is 20% off any one pack token purchase. So, what is a token? Again, to take any one of our EverLearn modules requires one token. And you can pre enroll for one of our upcoming classes. And that is, remember some of you how we would use the word voting, vote for one of our candidate modules. It's the same thing, it's just called pre enrollment. And we are always we've always been a student run, student driven program. And what that means is we've got these candidate modules, like we saw the 5 today. They're all candidating for September and October, but they require your pre enrollment, your vote, pre enrollment. And we're always needing for students to pre enroll in order to confirm one of our modules. Well, now we have the single token 20. This is a code where if you go to BlackBerry and you go to your home page, or you go to the cart, or you go to the purchase page for purchasing tokens, you're going to see a banner that tells you just this information here, that if you purchase one token and use the single token 20 code at the cart, you get 20% off. And so we're running this now through the end of July. And so get it while it's in. Yes, yeah, very much so. Now we do have, we're aware that, this works for whether it's your first module, whether you've been at EverLearn for a long time. It's for everyone. We do have always, not just this single token 20 again is good now through the end of July, but we have for new students with us always 50% off. And so this is our Try It Out 50. And so we want to invite, if you are here for the first time, you've just checked out some of our capsules this morning, and sometimes you need help making that first leap, and that's what this is. This is the Try It Out 50 code, and if you have never enrolled in a module before, you will see this banner, and so we invite you to pre-enroll, enroll for many modules, but use this one first if it's your first one, and then use the single token 20 for the rest.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's so much fun to welcome new folks who are just discovering EverLearn, and all of the opportunities to learn new things and to try out new things, and to connect with awesome teachers and fellow students, and it's such a wonderful community. So we want to make that as easy as possible for folks to discover and to begin with.
Yeah, very much so. So we also want to just be able to invite questions that you post in the Zoom throughout this session. This is really an info moment too. If you have questions for us, we'd like to address those during this segment. As many of you know, we used to be Space, and so one of our main new things is that we are now EverLearn. And won't you ever learn? You know,
That's right.
we're
That
coming
is
up with our
that is
phrases.
still like, I still say that should be our tagline. Won't you ever learn? Like, come on, that is so good.
Yes. Yeah. You know, you could be in a conflict with someone and you can always use that advertising line. Won't you ever learn?
Won't you ever learn? It's, as the first time you said that, Rob, I was just like, oh my goodness, like that is so perfect. It is so perfect. Won't you ever learn? Yeah, Space has been such a fun name. You know, we have really, really enjoyed that, and of course, like the rocketry puns and things just like suggest themselves. You could barely use the word space in a sentence without accidentally making a pun. It was so it's been a delightful thing. But the reason that we decided to make the change, you know, that we've been, you know, sharing with you guys about today, is just simply we just want to make it more transparent. We want to make it clearer so that when people hear about it, when people discover the program, they know what it is. You know, they at least have a good clue as to what it's about. EverLearn tells people that this is an educational program, which Space doesn't even, you know. So it is kind of funny that Space, as much, I mean, of course, SPACE was an acronym, Signum Portals to Adult Continuing Education. So it's like the full name was fairly clear as to what it was. But when we just used the acronym, which we did like 99% of the time, yep. It either conveyed no information about what the program was actually about, or it conveyed false information about what if you heard the name and thought you knew what it was about, you were wrong. So,
we're still open to many astronauts learning.
It's true. I'd say this is not an anti-astronautical thing, you know, at all. But it's not really the core of what we do in our program, and so therefore we wanted to make it clear. And I love the EverLearn name. You know, the combination of the two, you know, words that kind of make up the compound of EverLearn is it really conveys so many things about what this program is about, what this program has always been about, that makes it so special. It's something that you can do for as long as you like, right? It's, you know, it can be, you know, it is a journey of learning that you can be in for your lifetime. One of the problems, right, with degree programs is that they end. You know, that like it's this idea that traditional higher education, you know, has of like the way that university programs have been modeled is to be these like discrete training moments, you know, to prepare you for something, and then you're done and we send you out. And that has its usefulness, but we want to offer people something else. We want to offer people something more, the chance to learn for a lifetime, because you're never going to run out of things that you're going to want to learn. And so we don't ever want you to feel that you are going to run out of opportunities to learn here at Signum. So it's EverLearn in that sense. It's ever in the sense of like you can do it anytime. Right? Like it's not something you've got, again, it's not something you've got to carve out dedicate a season of your life to, again, as is often true with traditional degree programs. It's something that you can do even while, you know, you are doing other things. So it's something that can, by the way, Josh's wonderful teaching session while driving today was such a Signum moment. Like that was so on brand for Signum.
Well,
because, you know, one of the things that we began Signum with the idea of is like, hey, you know, if we use the internet to connect people, then we don't have to. We can loose the restrictions of geography, right? I mean, like that's always been a thing with universities. Like you have to go to the university, you have to travel to it. And not everybody can do that. Not everybody's near a university where they can study. You know, it introduces this whole other set of obstacles. And so it was part of my original idea for Signum that, hey, like if we do this, if we really invest ourselves in, in connecting with people online, then we can enable people to learn from anywhere and everywhere they are. And one of the things that this has led to almost immediately is exactly these kinds of situations where people are not only able to teach and to learn independently of geographic restrictions, but very oftenly in flagrant disregard of geographic conditions, as we saw from Josh teaching a wonderful capsule while driving with his kids in the back seat. I was cracking up. I loved that.
Yes. Yeah, that was wonderful. Yeah, we've loved how when we were thinking about EverLearn, we were remembering that this has always been a part of us, the desire to learn everywhere.
Yes.
And Josh showed, you can teach just about everywhere too.
Yes.
So really
yeah.
modeled that.
No, exactly. It is another part of the ever, right? It's not only ever in time, but everywhere in space as well. So yeah, no, it is a wonderful thing. And yes, from the beginning, we've had teachers and students who have been joining us from not only all over the world, but from all kinds of different conditions and circumstances. I remember I once taught a class sitting on an upturned trash can inside a completely dark closet of a hotel room while my kid was asleep out in the hotel room. And I had my laptop on my lap, and I'm like, I can't turn on my camera because it is completely dark where I am sitting in the closet right now. But we had a great class. It was great fun. So yeah, no, it is another element of that. So
yeah, I'm seeing a question here. Does Melissa? Yeah, does EverLearn ever offer Romance languages? So yes, Pilar has answered that we have offered Spanish. We have. This is a good question in general. That if we haven't offered something yet, all we need is a group. We need a group of four students that are interested in learning, and we'll find a time that works. But we have come close to offering Portuguese, Italian, French. And so you let us know what Romance language you're interested in, Melissa, and maybe we can kickstart a group. So we're constantly building and adding modules based on student interest.
Yeah.
That we hear just like this. Yeah.
That's always been both the vision and the challenge of EverLearn, right? That, on the one hand, it's easy to build a catalog of, a substantial catalog of course materials when all you're doing is traditional asynchronous online education, right? If you're just creating asynchronous modules that anybody can walk themselves through anytime, you can create, a really big catalog of those things. If you're just creating a set of videos that people can watch on YouTube, you can create, this sort of infinite list. The real challenge, the real benefit that our program offers, like the thing which has always been at the heart of Signum education, is synchronous contact. Like you're actually getting together with teachers and students. The classroom experience, having a group of people learning together, that is still, there is real value to that. It's, embracing the value of that. And it's not to say that asynchronous learning has no place and has no value, but it is the affirmation of the value of that kind of experience, that kind of connection with fellow learners and with teachers. That's really been at the heart of Signum from the very beginning. And so, Rob, when we started this program, the challenge was, we want to make a program that will teach anything to everybody, right? We want to make an on-demand synchronous program.
Anyone, anything, anywhere.
That's right. And I mean, as you can imagine, like once you start thinking about the logistics of that, it's really, really challenging. Again, because it's not just about creating a static catalog that people can choose from. You have to have groups of people all choosing it at the same time so that we can get them together and we can still do that. And Rob, the work that you have done over the years and making that possible has just been delightful to watch. Let's talk. You talked about pre-enrollment. That's really what really kind of the heart of that system, right? You know, we have a ton of potential modules. Like we've got lots and lots of teachers who can teach lots and lots of things. So there's a list hundreds long of potential modules that we could offer pretty much any time. But in order to get from that list of theoretical modules to the actual list of, and here's what we are teaching in August, you know, like the core part of the process there is the pre-enrollment process, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And I think, you know, from the beginning, we started with 5 modules and we're still doing that, you know, we've grown, you know, it's now 20 modules a month. But I think that capacity to launch a group as soon as we have one ready is still and has always been possible. However, there are these constraints that we are still, you know, continuing in, and it's good. We look 4 months in advance still. And so we have our in-progress modules this month. We have our candidate modules in months forward. Some are for next month still. We've got a few candidate modules. Most of them are cohorts, and we just need the last few to let us know if they're interested through pre-enrollment. But yes, it's the heart of of how it works. Is we just need 4, and it's through a token that you pre-enroll. For it. And so maybe what we could do, Corey, is do you want to share your screen on BlackBerry, and we can answer any questions that come up along the way, but we can also share some of our upcoming modules.
All right. Let's see here. Let me share that.
While Corey's doing that, we want to do a couple draws over this this time too. So we do have gift cards, and to celebrate our 4.5 years, almost 5, at Space/EverLearn. No, EverLearn now. We are going to do a giveaway for a $50 gift card. And to use a gift card, it's very much like one of these codes, is that at the cart you put in the gift card code. And this is eligible for any EverLearn purchase. So this is any token pack, 1 through 6, this $50 gift card. So we'll do one draw. So wherever you are, usually what I've done is, you know, knock on the table where you are and do a drum roll. And I'm just going to find Jenny here, who is doing the draw. Okay. Now, she took all the names from among our showcase registrants today. Okay, so drum roll wherever you are. I've got the name. Okay, Louise M. Congrats, Louise. You'll be hearing from Jenny probably right away, and you have won a $50 gift card that you can use at the carts anytime. It never expires, so and actually you can share this with another too. So. That gift card is for Louise M. Congrats. And do check your spam filter. If it's the first time you've ever heard from us, sometimes it does go to your spam.
That can happen. That can happen.
Congrats, Louise.
Excellent.
So yeah, you can see those banners, those yellow banners.
Those yellow banners, yeah. So okay, so I don't. This is my this is my alternative account that is not connected to my main account. This is my student account. So this one does not, so as you see, I have not bought any tokens yet. But if I needed to buy tokens, what I would do is I would go to
your account.
I would go to my account, right? There we go. And I would hit purchase tokens. And now if I add, so I've got the banners here reminding me of the discount codes, which is great. So I think I would actually qualify for this in this account, though that would be cheating because I have actually bought tokens before. So let's use this one instead. So if I buy this one, I'm just going to add a 1-pack to the cart. Okay.
And there's a little go to cart link too in that 1-pack now that you have something.
That's right here, where I clicked add to cart. Now I'm going to click go to cart. And here I go. And so now I can, here once again, I've got them posted right here so that I don't lose track of them or forget about them. So all I have to do is enter the code here and apply the code, and there we have it. My discounted price. So I'm getting $35 off my 1-pack here.
And there's that little survey there. Let us know how you heard about this. So Showcase is one of the...
Totally heard it at the live event or Showcase. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And this is where you can add a gift card.
Right. Yeah.
So for the winners of the gift cards, they can enter the gift card information there and apply that there.
Yeah, that's right.
Man, this card is so fancy now. It's so nice.
I know. We're so happy to have this available now. For
Absolutely. What a wonderful job our team has been doing on this. Okay, yeah. So this is how I would buy my token with that. So show me some of the stuff that's coming up and where now the pre-enroll button might not be because I don't have a token in my bank here.
Yeah. You'll get a notice. Yeah. Why don't we look at upcoming modules? So if you go to Signum Space,
but it's still so. Of course, we point out to people that we're still in the process, right, of changing the names over, right?
Like there's a lot of space going on in BlackBerry.
There's a lot of space going on in BlackBerry, right? This is a recent thing. I just announced in public for the first time at Mythmoot that we were changing the name from Space to EverLearn, and today in our showcase is really the first time we're kind of using it publicly, all of us, all day long, and we're still doing a lot of formerly known as and catching ourselves, and that is to say EverLearn when I say space and all that sort of thing.
We don't have a logo yet.
We don't have a logo yet. Well, we're finalizing our logo. So yeah, exactly. There's a lot that's still going on. But of course, one of the things, there are still lots and lots of places in BlackBerry here where it still says space. So anyway, okay. So in Signum Space, we're looking at current and upcoming modules.
So you can see current right off the hop, July still, but yeah, why don't you go to August?
Let's go to August. All right. And here we have, this is the list of all the modules, but I could also choose which ones are jump-in ready, which means like new people can sign up for these, whereas ongoing cohorts are
ongoing like language cohort.
Yeah. Right, like people might not want to necessarily jump into month 8 of a language that they haven't started yet. The beginning generally a better place to start with language learning, but so this is whereas. If you're coming in and you've been in one of these modules or, one of these cohorts, this is a good way to kind of restrict that. But anyway, so looking down here, we have a bunch of these have confirmed status buttons here. And that means they're definitely running, right? That means like we have the preliminary group together and they're definitely happening. And so we've got the day and time all set and everything.
4 pre-enrolled so that we could confirm it. Exactly.
And so that's why the button on the right here it's telling me to purchase a token because I don't have a token in my bank. But I'm just ready to enroll for these as soon as I did. And then, look at Dr. Sarah Brown's Exploring Tolkien's on Fairy Stories, which has like all the tags. It's confirmed, it's hybrid, and it's full. Well, that first section is full.
And as Corey was sharing before, like it's always been a heart of the EverLearn program. That we do synchronous live as much as possible. However, we do have our hybrid option. And Maggie, who spoke about her film studies, all of her courses are hybrid. And what does hybrid mean? It just means half-half. It means that there's 4 lectures that are recorded. And so if you can't attend live for those, they are being recorded so that you can take those asynchronously. And then always a live discussion.
Yeah.
Because again, it's always been the heart of EverLearn that we that we do synchronous learning as small groups. But that is a way that's been very helpful. Many have commented just that they wouldn't be able to take it if we didn't also have some asynchronous option within.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, again, the point is not that we're like anti-asynchronous learning. We want to accommodate as many people as we can in all the ways that we can. It's just that we are committed to the value of synchronous. There are lots of places. YouTube has like a bajillion videos that you can watch if you want to learn asynchronously. Yeah. We want to provide people with the but to be able to mix the two, to be able to blend this, not only enables us to accommodate more people, but it also enables us to scale. This is something that Signum courses have been designed for from the beginning, is that we've always set out to try to do both. Just like EverLearn itself is designed to be both an on-demand learning resource, but also scheduled synchronous classes, right? And we're like, why choose between the two? Let's do them both. So too with Signum courses, like with our Signum classroom setup in general, we've always said, like, you know, we want to be able to have intimate small group discussions for the classroom experience, but we also want to be able to scale and open our doors to anyone. You know, we want to have 500 people be able to come in. We want to do both. Like we don't want to choose between those two things. And so one of the ways from the beginning that we have set up our Signum courses, in order to be scaling, in order to be flexible in that way. Sometimes we can scale our classes just by adding sections, right? If we have a class which is just designed as small group sessions and it's really popular, and we can just create multiple sections. But sometimes we can create this sort of hybrid experience, which is a unification of both a larger group, like a larger lecture viewing situation, combined with the small group situation in multiple sections across the board. So yeah, it's it is small, intimate classrooms at scale, in essentially is what hybrid is. But yeah, no, it's awesome. So so here I don't just enroll. My action button says choose section, because of course there are the two multiple sections for Dr. Brown's.
Why don't you show that?
Sure.
That button.
Okay. Oh yeah, here we go. Got this little pop-up. So if I really want this one, then yeah, you'd have to add me to the wait list, right? If I'm like Thursday at 11 a.m. Eastern is what I really want. But if I could do this one, then I could just enroll straight in this one right now.
And there's a person behind all of these actions. Not just yourself. When we receive that information from you, you'll hear from Jenny. Jenny is our student liaison, and when she hears that you have added yourself to the waiting list, she'll do what she can to make things work if we can. Yeah. So we are committed to you, our students. Yeah.
Absolutely. And of course, that is one of the primary things. Of course, people have been hearing from Sparrow a bunch this morning, and this is one of Sparrow's primary roles. Is she has her magic scheduling wands that she tries to make, and she's been doing this for years, to make everything fit together so that people can get where they want to go, and sections can be set up the way that they want. But yeah, this is something, the kind of work especially that Jenny does in connecting with folks and helping them to find their way and to know where to go, and to, it's a big part of what we have committed to doing, is just to be connecting with people, to be Signum is an online institution, but it's an online institution that is about connecting people, and we always want people to know that there are human beings behind what we're doing. Yes. that are there for you and listening to you when you're signing up, or even just attempting to sign up. Okay, but now here's one, Dr. Swain's Latin readings for advanced beginners, which still has the candidate tag. And so a candidate tag, I know, means that we're offering this, so there's kind of like 3 states that that modules can get in, right? They can be in the enormous list of potential, so they can be like potential modules. They can be candidate modules, which is when we offer them and say like, okay, like we've confirmed with Dr. Swain, he can definitely offer this in August, right? All we need is enough people, and once we have enough people, we can definitely run it. And then confirmed means we have enough people. It's definitely running. It's still open for more people, but like it's definitely running. So the pre-enrollment is how things get from candidate to confirmed, right?
Right. And so you can see at the right there, purchase token to pre-enroll for it. Yeah.
Right. And this takes me back to my cart to assist me in buying a token. Right. Okay, cool. And we have a few, right. I see Praise Moyer's watercolor.
Yeah.
One. Oh, look, so this one is doing watercolor. So this is different in a couple different ways. This is different because it's in our living arts sector, right? So this is the living arts sector is our newest sector of modules, sort of category of modules in EverLearn, which is where people can actually learn skills. This is about like doing stuff. Living arts are practical matters. One might think that like practical, like, I could see somebody saying like, wait a second, watercolor painting isn't exactly practical. Well, it is if you want to produce watercolor paintings. Like, so it's about doing things, right? It's about, this is not just learning theory. This is about doing stuff. But it's also different in that this is a weekend retreat.
Yes, where most of our courses, it's 2 hours every week, usually 2 weekdays for 1 hour. Here, all the goodness happens in one weekend, and so it's an intensive.
Yeah, there are several of our preceptors and some of our students who expressed desire for this sort of thing. That there are some things that it would be, rather than just saying, hey, we'll show up twice a week and have discussions, really to kind of take some time digging into this. I know that Sparrow has been doing creative writing workshops in weekend intensives I think she pioneered the weekend intensive for her creative writing workshops, because she knew that there were people for whom it was better, instead of just coming, again, a couple times a week, to be able to say, okay, no, like I'm taking this, like all day on Saturday, we're doing a creative writing retreat, and I'm going to join in with that retreat. And so Praise is doing this. This is, and I can see how that would be really useful. Like, get yourself some, get some paper, get some brushes, get some watercolors, and we're gonna paint together. I'm gonna show you how to paint. I'm gonna teach you some techniques, and you're gonna be able to practice them. And it's not just gonna be like 45 minutes of talk. It's gonna be a whole day that you can spend with painting and learning and watching and discussing. And
if you've got kids, you're not finding a babysitter every a couple times a week. It's this weekend I'm doing watercolor.
That's it. That's it. Yeah, no, that's neat. Okay, so this is also for pre-enrollment here, ready for pre-enrollment. And you can see down here some of our ongoing cohorts, right? Again, Biblical Hebrew, maybe not something you would want to jump into month 11 of if you haven't started that yet. But the folks who have been enjoying Dr. J's Hebrew class can sign up. That one's confirmed. So we've got a bunch of his students who are continuing in that.
And it's kind of a sign of our commitment too for our language cohorts that, when you start something, we really have a vision to have you learn that language through, as far as you're able, So we have Greek running 11 months, just as another example. We actually have a Japanese group that is in, I think, their 40th month, to let you know. It's amazing. And so again, if the potential is there, we want to hear from you, and we are committed to seeing things through. So,
right. Sam's Japanese from Zero class.
34 months.
34 months. Wow.
Wow.
That's amazing.
And that particular class was because of a group of students that pre-enrolled from his showcase presentation. And so it's just, I just want to share how tangible this can be. You know, we have 5 candidates still from this morning, and we rely on those pre-enrollments from you, but it's been amazing what has started from those early opportunities. Yeah.
Right. So there's a bunch of people who watched Sam's
Japanese capsule.
Yeah, his showcase capsule 3 years ago and have been studying Japanese with him ever since. That's amazing.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
That is so cool. That is awesome. And then we've got Old English, Old High German. Come on. Old High German.
That's an example of a new language that you know, Isaac was able to offer, and we found the group, and that from earlier this year. So we're ready to add new modules, but we have a lot already, but still room to grow, and it's based on student interest. So again, we've got a catalog of maybe 700, 800 modules available. So you could just wish list those. That's one of the ways that we get that intel from you and construct our modules in coming months. Mm-hmm. But you know, we're a personal organization. You know, you reach out to Jenny, reach out to Sparrow, reach out to Pilar, reach out to myself. You know, we really care about this interest that you have, and we'll use whatever tools to try to make things work.
Yeah. No, it's exciting. I just Old High German makes me laugh because I remember I went to graduate school at Columbia University, right? So I'm at this Ivy League university, and I'm studying medieval literature, and I'm reading, you know, a bunch of works in translation, especially like some Middle High German, some Old High German texts. And I was like, hey, can I, you know, where can I learn Old High German to read this in the original? And people were like, oh yeah, no, we don't teach that here. I'm like, at Columbia, I can't take a class on Old High German. And they're like, nope. And I'm like, how are people supposed to learn this if you don't offer this? And it's just so much fun to see folks like Isaac and you know, Dr. Schendel, I should say. Sorry, Isaac is my former undergraduate student from once upon a time. I've known him a long time, but he's such a wonderful teacher and scholar now. Always was, but now even more. Dr. Schendel and the work of you know, I got Sam Roche and Dr. Steed and Dr. Ruark and Dr. Swain. All of these folks have been just doing such wonderful work in the language teaching, especially. Again, I have a special fondness for that, but it's just so much fun to see the scope of what is being taught here. Within the program.
We had a student who just did a Google search and was looking to learn Middle High German, and was surprised that, you know, you're offering like classes that like synchronous that I can actually learn this with a group, and it was Dr. Schendel who also teaches Middle High German. You can learn German in its historical, you know, you could go from old to middle to modern.
Right. Yep. Awesome. And so I just went ahead to September here, and I'm noticing in the September list there's these red notifications about the date, like you know, pre-enroll by August 15th and stuff. So that's in order to make them candidates for the coming month. Is that how that works?
Right, yeah. So that notice will come sometimes where we've extended the deadline for a variety of reasons. Maybe we have 3 students and we're looking for you know, just that last student to commit to that. So we essentially we need at least 2 weeks notice to let the teacher know we've got the group, right? And so right. Many times that's where that red notice will appear. But September is our candidate month.
Right.
So we really do want to give enough time to those preceptors. So that's one of the reasons you'll see that.
Yeah, it is. It's so easy for people to forget because, again, especially in like the online world and what people are used to, as you say, there are human beings involved here. Like we have to actually, like, a real teacher with like a real schedule and an actual life and family is going to show up and teach you if we confirm a module. And so yeah, we need some time to be able to coordinate with them and tell them that this is on, because this is sort of the world that our preceptors sort of live in, right? To be offering a candidate module and hoping that it's going to run. But it might and it might not, depending on what happens during the course of that month. And it is on the back end of things. It's always one of the delightfully fun things, Rob, to see you and your team posting those notifications to folks, right? Hey, congratulations! Like
yes, we do the what we always called the space dance.
Exactly.
We've got the group.
We've got the group. Let's do it. It's happening.
There you were on. Yeah.
Yeah. So cool. So cool. So yes, so September is the candidate month where we have this slate of potential candidates, and some of them are confirmed, but many of them are not yet confirmed because it's still 2 months off. But there's a great chance. This is a perfect chance, and I see there's a bunch of the ones that we were looking at today here. Here's Joshua Casey's Stories of Beer module that you can pre-enroll in to help to work that towards confirmation. I saw Maggie's Lights, Camera, Meaning, the Fundamentals of Film Analysis.
Hayden's will be here as well.
Hayden's, we saw there we go. Hayden's up at the top, From Middle Earth to Multiverse. So all of those are available here for pre-enrollment. And then once that pre-enrollment happens, so what exactly is the difference? I mean, I we talked about the function that it has. Like, pre-enrollment is what moves something from a candidate to a confirmation. But on the student side, is there any difference between enrollment and pre-enrollment?
Nope, just requires one token. One token for one module. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
And when you pre-enroll, there is life happens. There's a cancel button, if things happen, and that token's always yours for one module. So you're purchasing this token, and you're committing to this, but we still need that group. And if we don't have that group, well, that token can be used for any module. Yeah.
Right. Very cool. Very
cool.
Oh,
Jenny just makes an excellent point. So, as you can imagine, when we run 20 modules plus some months, or candidate that many, sometimes in the early days, we'd be able to confirm like 5 to 10 modules, the first of the month previous to it running, because we got a lot of votes all in at once, and we thought, this does make planning a little complicated.
Right, when all the votes come in at the last minute.
Yeah, exactly. And so we have incentivized pre-enrollment. So pre-enrollment is slightly cheaper. It is $140 to pre-enroll for a
which
module.
Is the same price as the 20% discounted token.
Yeah, it's like a built-in.
It's a built-in discount. Okay.
It's a built-in discount, exactly. And so when Corey, if you go to purchase token for pre-enrollment, and then you go to your cart.
Oh, I see. See, I didn't notice this when it took me through the cart before, because I had just done the pre-enrollment, the other token, like the discount token with a discount, right, which was the same, but it's the same, right? So this adds an automatically discounted token. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Because we rely on our folks to, pre-enroll to make this possible. But that helps us so much to let gives the preceptor, this advance notice, not just the, 2 weeks before is kind of that's our cutoff.
Right.
We don't like to do it that early. So usually it's a month at least. But with this, incentivization, we have seen a real increase in our pre-enrollment, which is great. It really helps us, and we want to help you too. If you if your calendar, if you can look forward enough to, okay, 2 months, yep, that schedule works. Great. I'm pre-enrolling. So yeah, we'll always have that built-in discount for pre-enrollment.
That is awesome. And I could totally discount this further, couldn't I?
Yes, you could. Yeah.
So if I did put this,
You have that $50 gift card?
with the $50 gift card, yeah. Could I do the single token for this?
Try it.
Yeah, we'll see what. No, it's not applicable because it's the same discount. So like that's it's already I already have that one built in, so I don't need that one.
That single token 20 is for it's for a confirmed a token tied to a confirmed module.
Right.
Not for enrollment.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, so here we have the right, with that already built in. So cool. So cool. And so here it reminds me of, so I can go straight back to the module page. There we go. Dr. Swain's.
Oh, and actually, Corey, do you want to just go down to the kind of blue area where we see Larry? This class needs one more pre-enrollment. So you could be that student to be like, I'm launching this course because the other 3 are in. Yeah.
So it actually gives you a countdown here.
Who doesn't like a little bit of gamifying, right?
That's right. Well, it's pretty special to know that like you were the one who launched this class, and what I love about that is it communicates something that's like it's very real about our program. Like when you are one of these 4 people who pre-enrolls in the module, like we are literally running this course for you. Like that is precisely what is happening. Like so you asked for this class, and so since you asked for this class and bought your token and enrolled in it, now Dr. Swain is going to show up and he's going to teach you. And that's just not an experience you get anywhere else. Like I don't know any other school where you can show up and be like, hi, could an established scholar please show up to teach me this thing that I want to learn, like the person who is surprised to discover Middle High German, as they might be surprised, right? Anyway, so yeah, no, that's really cool. So this is what happens when you click through. I hadn't been doing that, so let me just kind of go backwards and show. Let me go back to September actually.
Corey, could you just go right to the top of the page there? There's that jump to month. It's right above.
Right, yeah, the little tab.
Yeah, this shows what I was trying to communicate with those 4 months in advance. The in progress month and the candidate, the confirmed month. Those are complete always. There's not going to be really new modules to appear there, right? They're planned and ready to go. Yeah. September 2026 is our pre-enrollment month. So usually by the 10th of 3 months before. Yeah, it's
like
July.
The second month before. So like by the 10th of July.
Yeah, actually, if you're in September right now.
I'm in September right now.
Yeah. So July 10th, we have this complete. So so we're, what are we then? A little over a month and a half.
Right. So this shows the full list of candidates.
Yeah.
For this month.
26. Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. And so if I go, but if instead of just clicking on the action buttons over here, like if I go to and click on the name of the module.
Yeah, to learn more about what's this course all about.
Right, shows you the whole module page. You can often see, right, there's a video of Patrick talking about his Quenya class. This is where we can say, okay, we still need 3 more pre-enrollments for this in order to launch this. Here's the whole schedule of where this class is going to work.
You'll see it in your time, Signum time on the left, your time if you've put in your availability, or your time zone, I mean.
Right. Yeah. My time zone happens to be Signum time, so they're the same for me. Yes. Yeah, it explains all about the delivery plan. So cool. Oh, look at that. More information on what's happening every week. So you've got the full... And this page also still keeps working when you're in the class. Like, this is not just a promotional thing. Like, this is where you can, if they're recorded sessions, if you miss a session, you can get the recordings right here. When the class starts, the Zoom button, like join Zoom, link will be right here. Just click on the one button to get into the class.
Also, if Patrick has some materials that he's sharing with the students, he can put those right in on this page as well. So it's kind of the one-stop shop for everything you need for that course. You know, you will also see join buttons for all of your Zoom registrations on your home,
right?
Like on BlackBerry Home. But again, there's a lot of other information you can get from that course page when you're enrolled.
Yeah. So after I'm enrolled, I'd get a window up here that would tell me my upcoming classes, my schedule for the week. So if I were taking 2 or 3, it would have all of them with the join links for all of those and things. So I can keep all my stuff straight.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. Well, this is so cool. And we'll be migrating it over towards EverLearn branding over the course of the next.
That's right. We'll be happy to surprise folks with our logo when we're ready, and you can let us know, through the summer. Rob, Jenny, Pilar, Sparrow, we're noticing the space logo over here. Like,
yes,
it's going to take us time.
It will take time to track down all of it.
It's
for sure.
been kind of a fun dance since Mythmoot, just realizing, there's lots to update.
There's a lot. That's right. That's why I keep saying, like, this transition is a process. As we move from the deeply entrenched space name we've been using for 4 years now into this new name that we're excited about. Awesome. Well, Rob, thank you for the tour there.
Yes, you bet.
It's always so exciting to see what's happening and what's coming up in EverLearn. Just as it was delightful to hear from some of our upcoming September module folks this morning here.
Yes. And so we're gonna transition from EverLearn to other things. Before we do that, how about we do our last draw?
Let's do another gift card draw for sure.
Yeah. Okay. So wherever you are, Jenny, if I can get you to do the draw from among our showcase registrants. Okay. Awesome. Okay, wherever you are, drum roll. Okay, winner of a $50 gift card that you can apply to EverLearn. So I need token purchase. Okay. Okay, Paula F. Congrats. You have won a $50 gift card. You'll be hearing from Jenny. Congrats.
Awesome.
And so I just want to thank again everyone who participated in EverLearn this morning. It was delightful to have so many participants, and then our 6 preceptors that showcase their upcoming module candidates. We need those pre-enrollments. Again, our showcases are Signum showcases. It's not just EverLearn, but normally we start these with a morning at EverLearn. So thank you for joining us for that. And we do have Dr. Olson, our president, leading the charge with a fun update. And just to mark on your calendars, our next Signum Showcase is November 21st. So you will hear about that in BlackBerry or whatever he might want to share about the fellowship.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, over to you, Corey.
Or you might be hearing that somewhere else, potentially.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Thanks so much, Corey.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, and to all of your team for what wonderful EverLearn morning we've had today. That's been really delightful. And I'm excited to take over and share some things that are coming up at Signum here. Coming up. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you. And to our co-hosts, thank you.
Yes, and to Jean and Pilar and Sparrow and to Jenny, who as always is working hard behind the scenes. Thank you guys so much.
All right. Cheers.
All right. So you guys have heard me talk in recent months about our growth campaign, the Signum University's growth campaign. And I'm excited to share with you a really cool development. I was talking about this just a couple weeks ago at MythMoot, but I wanted to be able to share it a little bit more widely with folks who couldn't attend MythMoot. What I want to talk about today is the Signum Fellowship. So to begin with, I want to remind folks of what Signum was built on. Like, what was the point of Signum University when I began it? Because I want to show you, I want to help you to understand how exciting the new development I'm going to be telling you about is, in connection with the work that we've been doing for a really, really long time. The core idea that led me to found a university at all was the idea that educators should be using the internet as a tool to connect people. And they weren't. It was so frustrating to see. Cast your mind back to like 2010 or so, which is when this was happening. So those of you who have been listening to my podcast will remember that this was about year 3 or so of my podcast. I had just launched again relatively recently, and it was a lot of fun, and a lot of people were listening to the Tolkien Professor, and we were having a lot of discussions, and people were wanting to do more and more. There was this continuous push to do more interaction. That's what people wanted, more interaction. Let's do live Q&As, let's do discussions, let's do classes. And at this time, of course, there was a lot of discussion about online education. There was a lot of interest in online education. But if you remember, 2010-ish, as I said, what was happening then primarily was the introduction of MOOCs, for instance, like these massive online things. Basically, as the internet was beginning to be used more and more for what people were calling interactive education, the direction in which they were using it was like, let's use the internet as a way to mechanize education, essentially. We can serve thousands of students and make it work, and we won't need classrooms or people at all. And part of what they were doing, I had great sympathy with, like the impulse to say, we can make education more available. We can make it available to more people. It doesn't just have to be, learning doesn't have to just be physically locked on the campuses of universities. We can open that up. And that was an idea that was really, really exciting to me. But as I watched the direction it was going, as I watched the how online educators at that time, the innovators in online education, were pushing towards towards mechanization. Their plan for the next generation of education was a professor recording videos and then putting out those videos and having computers grading quizzes and stuff on the lectures that were being produced and pushed out. I was like, well, that's really disappointing. We could do better than that. Because again, I was seeing, as I was experimenting in my own podcast, I'm like, no, yes, the internet is really good at distributing content. It's very good for that. But education has always been about more than just distributing content. If education were only about distributing content, then we could have mailed people books ages ago instead of inviting them into a classroom, right? But we didn't just do that. We asked them to buy books and also brought them into a classroom for a reason, right? Because actually that worked out pretty well. Much better, it turns out, than just sending them books does. And so so I sat around from 2009 through 2010 into 2011, I was sitting around and just sort of watching and saying, hey, I'm sure they're going to get there. right? Like, so these people, you know, the folks, people like Sebastian Thrun out in Stanford and people like that, who again were doing really exciting things with online education, but they were thinking all in these MOOC directions. They were thinking all in these mechanized education directions. And I was waiting. I'm like, okay, sooner or later, right? Any day now, somebody is going to say, you know, we could also use the internet to connect people and take traditional classroom education online, and it's going to be awesome. And I was waiting. I'm like, sooner or later, it's going to happen any day now. And it never did. And it never did. And it never did, until eventually I was like, well, maybe I'll do it. I guess I'm going to have to do it myself. And that's where Signum University came from. And in the early days of Signum University, there's so many, you know, capitalism can be funny. So there were a lot of people who contacted me in the early days, right after I founded Signum, saying, man, this thing that you're doing here is really exciting, but you got to be careful. Like, any number of people could just imitate what you're doing. Like, you know, or people would contact me like assuming that I had some like clever mechanism for like safeguarding my secrets of how I'm like, dude, there's nothing secret about this. Like, this, not only do I not have a super secret formula for how to connect with people online? Like, it's not hard. You start an online session and then you talk with people. Like, this is not a canny new invention I have made, right? All you have to do to connect with people is want to do it, right? And if you want to do it, you can find the tools to make it happen. And the tools I was using, I'm like, I'm repurposing tools. Goodness, in the early days, we were repurposing tools designed for totally different things that did not have the classroom in mind at all, and using them, you know, some really, really early gen webinar software and stuff like that we were using from the start. And it was really fun, but there was nothing proprietary about it. But there was something more important there. Not only did people not get the fact that I was not inventing a proprietary technique of some kind, they totally misunderstood the spirit of the thing. I was like, no, I want as many people as possible to start doing this. Like, you're asking me what would I do if people started copying me? Jump for joy is what I would do if people started copying me. Like, this needs to happen. And there is no scarcity of students. There's a lot of people in the world, right? I mean, think now about the Signum EverLearn program that Rob and I were just talking about. Like, the potential students, the potential student body of Signum EverLearn is like human beings on planet Earth who have a computer and an internet connection and are above the age of 18 for legal reasons. By the way, that doesn't mean we can't teach people under the age of 18. It's just legally awkward to teach mixed groups of people under 18 and over 18. You can understand why that becomes awkward. So EverLearn is restricted at this point to 18 plus. But that's it. Like, people above the age of 18 on planet Earth who have a computer. Like, that's the potential student body of EverLearn. And, you know, I have great faith in the staff of Signum University, but I don't think we can actually teach all of those people. I think we're going to need help. I think we want to encourage other organizations to also do this, to help us to teach the billions of people who could potentially benefit from education like this. I have always been delighted. And not only have I always been happy about the idea of other organizations connecting with people online, we have actively tried to help people do that. There have been a number. I've been trying to not just reach out to students through Signum's programming. I've been trying to reach out to other organizations for many years to try to help other people to see. to see the benefits of this, because unfortunately there are several, like the sort of the normal mechanisms, the kind of the traditional ways of connecting with people, the traditional ways of teaching people have, things get rooted really quickly, right? And a lot of people and a lot of organizations don't kind of think outside those boxes that they're handed. And so on the educational side, higher education, traditional higher education, brick and mortar higher education, accepted. Like, there came a point, I remember it, because when I started Signum University, everyone looked at online education like, when I said to people, when people asked, what do you do? And I said, I run an institute, I run a university, an online university. People looked at me like I was a snake oil salesman, right? Because like there was deep distrust of online education back in so the original thing the next thing I always had to say to people after I told them I ran an online university years ago was, but I'm not a con artist or anything, because it was the kind of association that people had. That changed, because higher education accepted it, right? And frankly, they accepted it because they found they could make money that way. Like, higher education realized they set themselves first to try to prevent online education from happening. And they lobbied to put in place a whole bunch of legal obstacles to make it difficult for people to offer classes online. Some of which are still in place, by the way. But then they realized that they were financially shooting themselves in the foot, and that there was a real opportunity for them to profit by offering online classes. Once they kind of processed it a bit, and they were like, well, hang on a second, we can offer static online classes for which we don't have to pay the professors anymore. Like, we can get the professor to teach it once, fire them, retain the rights to the videos, run these classes forever, charge students full price and not pay anybody to do it. Bargain, right? I mean, it's the embracing of online education by traditional higher education was a little bit disreputable, in my opinion. Like, I don't admire that line of thinking, which seems to have been heavily involved in accepting higher education. Anyway, but it did go mainstream. But when it went mainstream, because of that reason for which it went mainstream, they were not just locked into the idea of online education, and they certainly weren't very interested in plumbing the potential of online education. Instead, they were very invested in the static form, in making it as cheap and easy and replicable as possible. And so I found that although the situation had changed significantly since I started Signum University, and that now nobody thought I was a con artist anymore, but people still didn't get it. People still didn't see the powerful value of using the internet as a way to connect with people. And so that's sort of one thing. And but I've kept trying. I have been a consultant on a couple of occasions with other schools and universities that have brought me in to talk with them about transforming their online education. Let's think about some new methods. Let's think about a new approach to this. Never really got anywhere. That is, none of the places that I consulted actually did anything about it. But there were a couple times, and I offered far more often. Right, this is something I've been wanting to do. Something we want to help people to understand this. We want people to be using the internet this way because there's so much value in it. Because many people are going to benefit from that. And we will benefit more. Like, again, far from building up competition, we would be building up a community is what we would be doing. And we were always really interested in that. So on the education side, it's been frustrating. Oh, and by the way, then COVID happens, right? In 2020. And in 2020, we suddenly find that every institution on planet Earth who has been, many of whom have been actively, looking down their noses at what Signum has been doing for this whole time, are now suddenly attempting to imitate exactly what Signum does. And so the first thing that we did when COVID hit, the first thing that Signum did was offer our services. We were like, hey, can we help? Any school who is trying to, figure out how to do synchronous online classes well, which I hope is all of you right now, we can help. We're happy to help. Let us know and we'll help. And we didn't get much take up of that offer when we offered it at the time. But it's something we've wanted to do for a long time. At the same time, there are also other ways in which, other conversations that I've had with other kinds of organizations, not just schools, and not just about online education, but about other organizations, like other fan organizations and folks like that. Who I'm like, well, how are you connecting with your members? And they're like, oh, well, we're a large and disparate organization. And I'm like, well, yeah. So how are you connecting with your members? And they're like, oh, well, we hold an annual conference. And I'm like, that's awesome. Your annual conference is fantastic. But how are you connecting with your members? Like, you can do this. You have the internet too, right? There are ways in which, like, you can really help people to connect, and it could be really fantastic. So this is something, as I say, this is something that has been at the heart of what Signum has done for the beginning, but we've had a hard time. We've had a hard time making any traction in getting other organizations to listen to us, right? To really sort of communicating with this. But something's changed recently. And one of the things that's changed is the development over time of our EverLearn program, the program formerly known as Space. As you just saw in the way that Rob was kind of walking me through, the BlackBerry, our interface there in EverLearn. This is a piece of software that we've developed ourselves. This is something Rob has been at the heart of that. BlackBerry has been, sort of Rob's brainchild as he's been developing these software systems that help to enable, that to provide the tools that are required, because connecting people synchronously, taking people, a large group of people spread all over the world, and facilitating their synchronous connection to actually get together online, meet face to face and hang out in real time for classroom discussions. It's a serious logistical challenge. And Rob has been developing these tools, these software tools that make it easier and easier. And he's made such wonderful progress with that over the course of the years. And just recently, we came to a point where we realized, hey, you know what? We could offer those tools to other organizations. If we shared the tools that we have built, we can make this easy. Because I'm thinking now less about the universities and more about the other organizations that I've talked to over the years. And one of the things that I often hear when I'm talking to folks and I'm like, hey, you guys should connect online, like in real time with folks. And they're like, well, how do we do that? I mean, like, they have Zoom, right? Like, they could do it physically, like they have the software to, but they're like, but how do we organize that? Like, we can say we're doing a Zoom meeting, but how do we get that out there while preventing, like malicious Zoom bombers and things like that? How do we coordinate this? How do we, we've got people all over the world. Like, how do we, it's just a really daunting task for many folks, especially for really small organizations who are like, yeah, I can't organize like a series of discussions or something, synchronous discussions. Maybe I can post some videos, but that's the most I can do. And so we've been saying, what if we made that available? What if we made some of the tools that we have built available to other organizations? And we've discovered in doing this that like we have something really valuable to share with other organizations. And this was the origin of the Signum Partners concept, that we could build pages within our software system. We could host these pages for people where we could enable them to use our tools in order to connect with the people in their organizations. And this is something even like we could do classes this way too. We could help other people. We could partner with people in running classes. We could either have them, organizations that really wish they could offer some regular classes of some, whether maybe it's a regular lecture series, maybe it's some like little seminar things that they do, whatever it is, right? Again, getting that off the ground, figuring out how to organize all of that stuff and getting people involved and registered. What if you want to like charge for it? Like, what do you want to sell tickets to this lecture series or something? Like, again, then that's a whole nother set of things that you've got to set up and organize, right? So, all of these things are just challenges beyond the capacity of many small organizations. And so we were saying, hey, this will be awesome. We can create a page for an organization within our system, and we can let them use our tools. We can let them use our tools to connect with their people. We can let them use our tool. We can work with them using our tools to create classes. If they have like teachers and stuff and everything available and they just want to run classes on their thing, cool. If they want to work with us and we want to, so that we can partner with them in helping to establish classes using our EverLearn system, great. We can do that too. This would be, I was like, Rob and I realized this is going to be really, really cool. And so this is the concept. This Signum Partners concept is something that I am really, really excited about. Something that that I think is going to be a really, really enormous thing at Signum University. And I want to explain a little bit more today about what this is going to look like and what we're going to be doing with this. But in order to do that, I want to bring in a special guest. Let's see. I think I can promote him. Stuart Miller is the new director of the Signum Partners program, and he's the one who is really going to be sort of curating this new system that we're building. He's already been working with some of these other organizations to kind of come in and be involved. Stuart, welcome.
Good to see you, Corey.
Good to see you. So I've been telling the story kind of about how we got here, and this wonderful, exciting moment here within the last couple months when I suddenly realized that we now have the capacity to accomplish this thing that has always been part of Signum's vision of who we are and what we want to do, but which we've never really had the ability to do. And now we do. And it's so exciting. The Signum Partners program.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like when you and I first started talking, the root dream was, how do we grow Signum's impact in the world, and how do we bring more people into our relatively little community and actually make it an even bigger community. And to have been around to see that vision evolve into, what if we almost like teach the teachers? And not so much teach the teachers, but I guess teach them how to use the technology that we've developed. And just the light bulb moment that was, when one thinks about the scalability and the reach and the impact that can lead to, and just how beautiful that vision is. That's really wonderful.
It really is. It really is. So the idea, and Stuart, you were the one who suggested the name in the first place, because we were thinking like, okay, so originally we were just talking about the Signum Partners program. We're like, we will partner with all of these organizations, and we still think of it that way. We still think of Signum as serving as the partner to any of the organizations that we're helping, that we're working with. So we're thinking of it as the Signum Partners program. But as we began to envision it, we're like, okay, we're gonna be inviting these organizations. We're gonna be giving them these tools for free. Like we're not charging people for these tools. So we're gonna be giving them these tools. We're gonna be enabling them to connect with people, and we began to see like, well, this is many orgs. Many organizations, we call them orgs, are gonna want to join this group. Really, this is a separate thing that we're building. Signum University is at the heart of it, but other organizations are there. We began to talk about several different kind of metaphors. Stuart, one of your favorite was always a habitat, right? We were building this ecosystem, this habitat in which many creatures were going to be living together, with our software system as the habitat that we're actually living within. And you were the one who suggested we should call this thing the Signum Fellowship, right? This is a larger thing that Signum University is still, again, we're still at the heart of it. Like it's our system and everything. But we never wanted it to be something where we were like trying to, tie down other organizations or acquire other organizations. We're not trying to add to our brand and get everybody else just to, to dissolve their organizations and become Signum University instead. We wanted to work to support these organizations and their visions and help them to move forward. But to do that within a community, right? All living within this same sort of happy valley together in this one large habitat. And that large habitat we are calling the Signum Fellowship.
Yeah, I think the light bulb moment for me was, at first realizing or thinking that we're offering a service to try and enable other people to do the kinds of things that Signum does. But then just sort of projecting out a few years and thinking, okay, well, what's going to happen as that process matures? And you realize that just like in a natural university, connections get formed. And as you say, I'm an ecologist at heart. And it's funny, in the process of this grand project that we've embarked on, I've come to realize that a fellowship is almost like the human equivalent. I suppose a community is the same thing, but of an ecosystem where there is no dominant figure. A fellowship doesn't really belong to an individual or an entity. It's sort of like this community endeavor, with some grander vision in mind. And there are strengths that everybody brings to it. And as we sat there and talked about, well, what's this going to look like in 5 years' time if it really takes off? The realization that we're not just enabling a lot of individual entities, literal individuals or organizations, to offer things to their own audiences, but it's natural that they're going to find each other.
Yeah.
And the other thing that really struck me was thinking about the Inklings in general, and what effect that collaboration had on all of their works. Of course, Tolkien is of particular interest to us, but just realizing how many other creatives and creators out there struggle to find that kind of Inkling type community.
Yes.
I'm thinking, well, I mean, if they're all teaching and offering things in our space, they're going to find each other, and their students are going to find each other, and suddenly you start to picture these layers of connectivity, and the idea of just thinking about it as partners didn't really capture that sum as the much greater than the sum of the parts outcome that we're really now dreaming of.
Yeah, exactly. The partners suggests like a line connecting two dots, right? And again, from our perspective, like Signum University is going to be at the middle of the fellowship. We own the fellowship. We're helping everybody get set up in the fellowship. So we do see ourselves as being connected to every single org there. So, you know, the program that you're directing at Signum, Stuart, is still called the Partners Program because we are thinking about our partnership with all of the different orgs that are going to be in the fellowship. But as you say, that's not a fit name for the thing itself, this larger sort of super community of communities, right, that we're building. And that's the thing that we're calling the Signum Fellowship. So let's talk a little bit more about the fellowship in kind of practical ways to sort of help people kind of imagine exactly what this is going to look like. So you've got an organization that joins the Signum Fellowship. And so what that means is, now again, like, why join the Signum Fellowship? Like, what is the point of the Signum Fellowship? Like, the point is, when you join the Signum Fellowship, you get access to Signum's tools that will help you to connect with people. Again, this is what it's about. Like, it's what we do. What Signum has been about forever has been about connecting with people. And, you know, like, not to brag about it, but we're pretty good at it. Like, it's what we've been doing for a long time. We've been doing this now for 15 years. And we have really good systems in place. You know, again, those kinds of things, like those kinds of operations, you know, the kind of infrastructure that is just, that I was describing before, that's just beyond the reach. You know, most, you know, small organizations consider it impossible for them to undertake something like that. You know, Rob's EverLearn team does that 10 times before lunch every day. Like, this is what we do, right? And so this is the thing that we're making available to people. So again, we're not saying like, hey, you have a website, kill your website and come over here. We're saying, keep the stuff that you do. Don't change a thing about the stuff that you do, but we want to give you additional opportunities to connect with your people. We want to make it easier for you to connect with folks. And this is something I think that is really valuable across the board, not just for large organizations, but for small organizations too. You know, it used to be, you know, for the last 10 years or so, if you wanted to connect with folks, right? If you wanted to get engagement online, to use the phrase that they use. If you want to get engagement, you needed to produce video content. You needed to post videos. That's how you got engagement. Everybody knows this, right? But that's become really cheapened over time, right? Everybody has video content now. It doesn't make you stand out at all if you have video content. And what engaging your audience now means is like getting somebody to watch your video and maybe click like, right? And that's a really low level of engagement, right? And so it's something that a lot of people are sort of realizing, how do we as an organization now, how do we stand out in today's world, right? Creating video content that people watch is no longer going to make you stand out at all. You're just going to be one bit of online debris floating by in the vast roaring stream of internet content, right? What I would argue, which is kind of what I've been arguing for 15 years, is that the way to make yourself stand out is actual connection, is to actually connect with people in real time. That is real engagement. If you can take an audience of people who maybe, you know, look at your content or are interested in your content, and you can actually have at your disposal an apparatus that will enable you to engage with them, like really engage with them, talk back and forth, to have live sessions where you're sitting in Zoom sessions with them, to be able to do seminars and lectures and courses and conferences and things like that. Again, things which are difficult to organize and difficult to do, and hard to, you know, have the resources to be able to do all those things on your own. Those are the things that we want to empower people to be able to do. Those are the tools that we're offering. That's what you get. That's what an organization gets if they join the Signum Fellowship, is access to the tools that will enable them to make those connections and really engage in new ways and more powerful ways, I think, with their folks. So, you know, originally, the very first kinds of people we were talking about or were thinking about were organizations not exactly like Signum, because there aren't too many organizations exactly like Signum, but other organizations kind of within our space, right? I mean, Signum has been in the, Tolkien studies and adjacent world, right? So Tolkien studies and fantasy and science fiction and Germanic philology, because of course all Tolkien people understand why Germanic philology is immediately adjacent to all of those things, and the next logical thing for people to be interested in studying medieval literature, stuff like that. Like that's kind of, it's always been the core, the niche that Signum has focused on, and we focused on that really unashamedly. I'm going to be talking about our graduate program in a little while, and I remember the looks on the faces of the members of the Higher Education Commission of the Department of Education in the state of New Hampshire back in 2018 when I first met with them, and they're looking at our curriculum and they're like, you not only offer a degree in language and literature, but you offer a degree in language and literature that focuses exclusively on J.R.R. Tolkien studies and medieval lit and Germanic philology and fantasy literature, and that's all you do. You don't even do all of literature. You just do this one thing. And I'm like, yep, that's what we do. That's who we are, and that's what we do. And by the way, despite the fact that we have such an incredibly narrow focus, no, not in spite of it, because of the fact that we have such a narrow focus, we also have one of the largest master's degree programs on planet Earth for language and literature. So there's that too. I mean, it's like I'll talk about the bureaucracies and status quo on another time. But it's hard. It's different. Like it's very different. Anyway, so this is the world that Signum is lived in, right? And so looking around at folks that we know of, the first people I was thinking of were people like other Tolkien podcasts who are friends of ours, other Tolkien fan organizations, and other Inklings fan organizations, and scholarly organizations as well. Scholarly organizations. Most people don't realize how very, very limited are the resources of scholarly organizations that usually have no funding whatsoever. Maybe some, if they are one of the bigger ones that charges annual dues to their members, they might have some resources, but even those don't have staff. Like they don't have people who do things. They have like a rotating leadership of people who get voted in by other members whose responsibility is to decide, whom to invite to the conference next year, and that's it. Anyway, so they don't have they certainly don't have the infrastructure to be able to do any of these kinds of things, and so it was easy to see, like, again, how much we could offer to organizations like that. So our thought was, okay, we can enable people to do meetings, but not just like having a Zoom meeting, but how do you organize a Zoom meeting with, people all over the world? How do you even, I've been involved with some organizations that are trying to do online stuff through Zoom meetings, but they're still doing things like, okay, if you're interested, send me an email, and then I'll send you an email to a Zoom link, and please don't share it with anybody else. It's like, well, okay, that'll kind of work, but that's not very secure, and that's not very convenient. And there have been a bunch of times when I've been invited to things like that, and I'm like, wait a second, where did the link go? Hang on, I've got to go dig through my email to find that link again. So again, like even an organization that's actually trying is one that that I think could still benefit from the really pretty slick systems that Rob and his team have built to support EverLearn, and that again that we can offer to help other organizations. But we realized there were other things that we could do too. I mentioned selling tickets. Like sometimes organizations are often going to want, like, they're going to want to do a conference, maybe an online conference, maybe an in-person conference, that they're going to want to sell tickets to, so that they can have money to pay honoraria for guest speakers and stuff like that. Or, you know, if it's an in-person conference, there are going to be a number of costs that they're going to have to meet. You know, maybe they want to do a paid lecture series or something like that. And of course, like, we have the capability of, you know, we have our shopping cart, as I was just demonstrating to people. Like, we can do that. You know, in fact, collecting tuition in exchange for live interactions is sort of the original thing that BlackBerry was designed to do. So we can definitely make that possible too. Now, I quickly realized that so we decided from the start that the services that we're offering, you know, these tools that we're offering to people through the Signum Fellowship, we're going to offer them for free. We're not going to charge folks for that. We are going to have to charge people for stuff that's going to cost us money, though, especially for things that are going to take the time of our staff. If our staff needs to invest time in it, then we need to make sure that we are collecting some money for that, because we need to pay our staff for the work that they do. So anything that's monetized, if people are collecting money from their folks, from their communities, for any events, anything that they're doing, and it could be an event, okay, it could be a lecture, it could be a conference, or it could just be a monetization. It could be just like a Patreon style thing that they're doing. They want to maybe just like put up a paywall and take subscribers and you know, give special access to stuff to subscribers behind the paywall. Any monetization of those kinds that that orgs want to do, we can enable them to do, and we'll charge them 5%. We'll charge them a 5% fee on the stuff that they monetize, and that will enable us to cover our expenses, but it will still be cheaper than most everybody else. So, like, for instance, somebody who's using Patreon, who just jacked their rates and are charging a minimum of 10% now, could come to us instead and use the fellowship for monetization, like they're currently using Patreon, or in addition to their Patreon, and take monthly subscriptions from people like they do at Patreon. And we'd only charge them 5% instead of the much larger percentage that Patreon is now charging. So we wanted to make that sort of thing possible for folks as well. But it doesn't just have to be like a content creator or an artist or somebody like that who wants to provide their followers with the opportunity to help them monetize, right? To support them. We encourage that. I like that opportunity. But of course, it's also something that can be used by, say, a small fan club or organization who wants to charge annual dues, who wants to charge an annual membership fee to their members. We can handle that too, so that, again, a small organization doesn't have to go around and be like, hey, did you pay your dues yet? Mail me a check, right? They can, we can take care of that for them and keep track of who's paid and who hasn't paid, and set up automatic payments through subscription services and things. And all of this in addition, again, to being able to do paid lectures or paid conferences or whatever like that. So we give the basic connection tools for free, and we charge 5% as a fee on the monetization on, all of these different forms of monetization, which is pretty fun, which should be a pretty cool system.
I want to just riff on something there, Corey, that I think is a differentiator here that's worth emphasizing. There's a lot of platforms out there that enable people to interact with their communities and create content and offer private content behind subscription pages and all that kind of stuff. But very few of them support foundationally real interactive experiences.
Yes.
Lots of the interaction is, you get, early access or exclusive access. And that is, I think, one of the key differentiators about the fellowship system.
Yes.
And the whole sort of Signum University approach in general. It's just, look, we like to all be, human beings together. And I think there's a timing issue here that's worked out quite nicely, which is, the pandemic really put to the sword this idea that online experiences are fundamentally unsatisfying compared to in-person experiences. They are fundamentally different, but everybody finally saw the proof in the pudding of their own experiences, interacting with their colleagues at work or doing classes, and actually realizing that you have very meaningful interactions with people online. And we're kind of preaching to the choir here with this audience, but there's a lot of other audiences out there that are open to it. But you were talking about these like small literary organizations that don't really have the resources. They're bottlenecked in their ability to actually offer these kinds of experiences to their people, and that means that. And if we look at just traditional higher education and the way they deal with online experiences and how sort of relatively unsatisfying that is, it sort of bottlenecks the whole field of studies in these niche areas.
Yes.
And so, enabling these small orgs that don't have the wherewithal or the internal technology to offer these kinds of experiences, let alone at a price that is more attractive than these other platforms. And I think that's another differentiator here, which is that most other services are ultimately capitalistic ventures.
Right.
And this is not. We have Signum University sustainability goals at the root of this beautiful thing, but we're not in it to make as much money as possible.
Right.
We're in it to like spread the love of learning, and in so doing, invite more and more people into the fellowship, and in turn then into Signum University's offerings. And I just think that creates a different relationship between what we're offering and the people who might take advantage of it, and a lot of the other services that are out there.
Yeah, it is true that, we couldn't offer this at all if we did not believe that it would help to make us more survivable and sustainable long term, right? Like that is the purpose of it. And it's something I always, in the conversations that we have with the leaders of other organizations that we've already spoken to, I always say the same thing. I always tell them right away. I'm like, okay, let me tell you what we have to gain. Like, let me tell you our ulterior motive in offering this service, because we have an ulterior motive. Our ulterior motive is that we want to decrease the number of people on planet Earth who have never heard of Signum University. That's our goal. That's our purpose. And we believe that the best way that we can do this, there's many ways that you can try to increase the exposure, to try to help more and more people to learn about, to hear of Signum University and discover what we do. They involve going somewhere very high up and shouting very loud, or any of the various online marketing versions of the same thing. What we're doing here is by genuinely serving other organizations, by coming to other orgs and saying, what do you want to achieve? And how can we help you to achieve that? If we can do that, by doing that, by reaching out and genuinely helping other organizations without asking them to pay us a ton of money for it, without asking them to, again, to like submerge themselves within us or anything like that. If by just helping other organizations, by helping other people to achieve what they want to achieve, the result of that is going to be that the people in that organization will have heard of us, because we will have helped this organization that they love and that they're invested in. And they will be able to do more of what they like to do because we were there to help them do it. And we think that's a pretty darn cool way for people to discover that Signum University exists. And so that's the plan. That's the plan. That's our whole ulterior motive, is we just want people to have heard of us. And
to share the spirit of Signum.
Yeah.
Because that is also what happens, right? As people are working with us and participating in our ventures, they are exposed to a different paradigm
Yeah.
in approaching these things.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why the Signum community is as committed and loyal and invested as they are, because it's a wonderful experience with a wonderful and an authentic mission. And a lot of other opportunities out there, they may have good intentions, but I don't know. I've not encountered other ventures as well intentioned as Signum's endeavors in the world, and I'm pretty convinced that as more and more people and organizations learn about what we really are about, they are going to only be too grateful to have a partner who really is in it for their and our collective benefit.
Yeah. So let's give some illustrations, some concrete illustrations of the kind of organizations that will join the fellowship, that are joining the fellowship. Now, people are asking for concrete examples, and I'm wanting to be careful about that. We've had many conversations with organizations so far, and we're at various stages of we're still in the early stages of building this and releasing this. The Signum Fellowship software, which is inspired by and based on the EverLearn BlackBerry software that we were looking at before, is not fully released to the public yet. We're going to have our first we're having our first pilots with that right now. So I don't want to I don't want to be sort of premature, but let me explain some concrete examples first, and then I will talk about some of the ones that we are working with right now. Say you are a local fan organization, like say you are part of a Tolkien Society Smile in your state, right, or in your city, and you've got a group of 15 to 20 people, right, who get together once a month. Maybe you have a Zoom session once a month where you get together and hang out. That would be a great org to join the Signum Fellowship, because, and here's the kinds of things that we would be able to do with such an org. First of all, we'd be able to totally streamline your monthly meetings, right? You can have your monthly meetings totally integrated through our Zoom integration and everything, so that your members just had to show up, and there would be a join Zoom button right there. No one has to worry about calendar invites. Nobody has to worry about sending emails or protecting the link or anything like that. Everybody just shows up, and there's the Zoom button is right there. And as soon as the meeting is over, a recording gets posted for everybody, so that people who missed the meeting can see the meeting right away. All they have to do is go to your Signum Fellowship page, and they'll just find all of that stuff there for them. There are next to this, we can also build discussion boards for people to come and do asynchronous discussions of whatever you want to discuss. For a small fan org like this, you want to collect dues? We can do collecting dues, right? You can set up an annual subscription for your members, so you can collect whatever it is, your $20, your $50 a year, whatever it is you want to do for your members. And then that can then create a special members only area where you can have a separate discussion board for members. You can do separate meetings that are only available to members. If you want to do planning meetings and stuff that are just for members or something. So you have this whole members only side, and also a public facing side, which can help you to recruit new members and to connect with people and stuff. So that's one example of some of the ways that these different tools can be used by one kind of organization. Maybe you are a scholarly organization and you want to be able to connect more with people. Both you want to be able to have more opportunities for connecting scholars with each other, and you want to have more opportunities for reaching out to the public and gaining interest in this thing. Maybe you realize a thing which many scholarly organizations still have not realized, that there are lots of people out there in the world who would be interested in this, that, your very nerdy and obscure scholarly focus that is the focus of your scholarly organization may turn out to be actually a passion shared by people around the world that you've never met and you never even thought of inviting, because you're just a group of, academics, professional academics, who get together to talk about this thing. But you realize it might be good to actually be able to connect with other folks about this. We have a lot that we can offer to such people. Again, they can do public, they could create a public lecture series, right, where they bring in academics to give talks on this and have those open to the public, or they could charge for those, or they could run an online conference where they have some, folks coming in and giving talks and discussing things, and again have those open to the public. We can help. We can make it very much easier for people. We can make it quite simple for them to be able to hold these things and to reach out to folks. We could even, if the scholarly organization was interested, we could even partner with them and run a series of discussion courses through our EverLearn program with them. We could bring them, they could teach EverLearn modules, right? We can either do a special dedicated group of modules just for their members, or we could do these within our normal sort of mainstream EverLearn program. There's all kinds of opportunities that we have to be able to increase again, like, why do people join these organizations? Because they're invested in seeing the study of this subject that they love and are committed to expand and grow. And we can help it to expand and grow in ways that most scholarly organizations never think to do. So that's certainly another thing that we can do. In addition, there's also individual people who would really benefit from being, it doesn't, like, when we have organizations in the fellowship, they don't have to be large groups of people. They can be individual folks as well. So maybe there's a person who is a musician who does, somebody who does Tolkien adaptation music and wants to share the music that they do. We could build them a page where they could feature the stuff that they do and help them to connect with listeners. They can have live sessions to meet folks. They can connect with people, authors, independent authors who publish with other publishers, whoever. Authors can come in and set up their own organization pages within the fellowship, where they can talk about their work, where they can share works in progress, where they can meet with supporters, where they can monetize and gain support for the works that they're doing. These are, and so folks like that could do the sort of the direct monetization options, all kinds of things that they can do. We've had, as I said, a number of conversations with different folks. One of the first organizations that is going to be one of our pilot organizations is a fan organization very dear to my heart, Hearn and Arath in Australia, the Australian Tolkien Society. This is the group of folks who have formed an organization that kind of grew around Signum's Osmoot conferences down there in Australia and in New Zealand this coming year. And they're such a wonderful group of folks, and we are delighted to be able to help them, to be able to facilitate their meetings, to facilitate their ability to collect membership fees, which will give them the ability to do some more things, to be able to assist their communications, which have been challenging for them, and Stuart, one of the things that I'm really excited, going to be really excited to see with groups like them, are to see how we can help to facilitate their growth over time.
Yeah. so many of these smiles are, well, and smile-like organizations.
Mm-hmm.
They're quite nuclear. They're quite localized,
Right.
Which is part of their charm.
Yes.
But it also, I mean, I've been part of a number of them over the years, and it's challenging to maintain. Can be challenging to maintain like a real nucleus of participation and of membership. And often I find these organizations will often exist sort of like from in monthly increments, but just as a meeting once a month. There's not necessarily this continuity of experience that happens.
Right.
And that's where I think a lot of these other kinds of opportunities to develop either activities for your particular community or connections with other communities, right? Because as more and more organizations join the fellowship, it's not just about growing the connection between an organization and their community, but the opportunity to grow connections between organizations is almost as exciting.
Yes.
And this kind of goes back to that initial comment I made about the Inklings and how important that community was for all of those guys. And I'm really sort of fascinated to see what emerges out of this as organizations discover each other and find themselves like in the literal same room, so to speak. Because that's, of course, one other thing that we're working hard on is figuring out how we make the platform serve that kind of connectivity.
Yes.
And help people discover organizations, help organizations discover each other, and sort of build that connectivity, because that is one of the root powers for sustainability of any organization.
Yes.
Is being connected to other organizations or just being connected in general.
Yeah.
That sort of principle is really important. And I think also a big piece of how this will help Signum University is really embed us in a network of organizations.
Yes.
And suddenly we're no longer just Signum out there doing our Signum things, waving our flag and being this, trying to be this lodestar. But now we're actually sort of plugged into a group of organizations and a much larger community that will fuel us with their energy as well.
Yeah, no, it is a very exciting prospect, and I mean, as you point out, the sense of isolation. You know, there's a lot of it, and it seems almost
amongst creatives and independent authors, and it's not easy.
It seems almost ironic in the internet age of how separated individual people can feel and organizations feel. When you're just trying to kind of keep your meetings going from one month to the next, and coming to the place where you're saying, like, is this worth it? Are we just sitting here on our own? But to be able to connect with other folks, with other organizations, and to have it clear that you are a part of a bigger thing is so valuable and so important. And again, it's an essential part of this whole philosophy of connection that Signum has had from the
nature
beginning.
of the connection is different, right? It's one thing to just be connected. You can follow somebody and receive their content, and you're connected, but it's a one-way connection. And I think that bi-directional connectivity is really the sort of the driving force in all of this.
Yes, and the way that all of this comes together, originally, the nugget of the idea here was simply we could help other organizations to do what they want to do. So we would establish a connection between Signum and the other organization. But then, of course, we began to see, well, the more we do that, and the more we do that at scale, those organizations are going to be bringing in people. They're going to be bringing in the people who follow those organizations. And those organizations those people then are going to form this larger community. And those people are now going to be brought into this community because, of course, an organization joins the Signum Fellowship, but individuals join the Signum Fellowship as well. If, you have an organization that is using Signum Fellowship tools, you'll join the Signum Fellowship in order to be able to use those tools, in order to be able to join the meetings and participate in discussions and connect with the organization that you're interested in. But now you've joined the fellowship. Now you're a part of the fellowship too. And so for each individual person, they are going to be able to see each individual person who, creates an account, just like the BlackBerry accounts that people create to use that system. When people create their free account, they will now have access to all of these organizations. And so they'll get this list that they can, eventually they can sort and discover, so not only connect with the people and the organizations that they want to connect with, they can discover new things. But then, yes, that final step of seeing we're not just establishing connections between Signum and other organizations. We're not just creating this environment where people can discover new organizations and we can have all of these new, people to org connections. But as you have been alluding to, those org connections, which are going to be growing and developing too. And I am excited to see, I'm expecting there to be spin-off orgs within the Signum Fellowship that are collaborations between two other organizations in the fellowship, and they're coming together to do this new thing together that people can connect with within this whole network and community. And I think that's going to be really, really fun to watch that happen, especially, as you say, especially with individual artists and creators and authors and stuff like that, finding community with each other and finding collaborators with each other as well. I was just talking with someone at Mythmoot, a young woman who is a wonderful costume designer and is really interested in creating an organization in the Signum Fellowship, which I think would be perfect for her. But she was talking about how she has all of these really big ideas for big projects that she wants to do that would involve multiple, way more than she can do herself. She has, ideas for, stories, but she needs musicians and artists to be able to collaborate with and to build this whole really cool thing, this cool vision that she has that she knows she can't do herself. And I look forward to the day when she's able to connect with other people within the Signum Fellowship, and together they make the new org that is the collaborative project of all of them working together. It's so cool, the potentials of things that will come there.
Yeah, actually, that's a really interesting point to emphasize there, Corey, that we've talked a lot about offering meetings and courses and that kind of stuff, but we see it all the time. You bring a community together around somebody who's offering something,
right?
And then that audience becomes more and more deeply engaged over time.
Yes.
And slowly they become not just sort of participants in a lesson, but participants in co-creating something.
Yes.
We've seen this in the Film Project, for instance,
right.
If those who are listening who may be familiar with that.
Mm-hmm.
And so the idea that this could then also sort of blossom into projects within these orgs that people are then working on together. So it's not just really about participating in live interactions, but actually participating in creative endeavors.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the possibilities are endless, really.
Yeah, they are, and it's really exciting stuff, and it's easy to see, so for those of you who have been part of the Signum community for a long time, you can see how excitingly this can serve the furtherance of our goals at Signum University and of our outreach hopes and plans of our growth campaign, right? This is, I believe that this is how we are going to achieve our outreach goals. When you think about, again, when those of you who attended my State of the University address back in November will remember me throwing out some really ambitious goals of how I wanted to see our EverLearn program, though it was still space at the time, grow from, we have about 100 students a month now. I would like to see it grow to 1,000 students a month, 10,000 students a month. I think that seems enormous. That is not enormous, not even by normal university standards. And we're not restricted in the ways that normal universities, many, many normal universities have more than 10,000 students, and they're restricting it to people who have the very specific, career development needs of undergraduate students at universities, right? Our potential audience is orders of magnitude larger than the potential audience of undergraduate courses at traditional universities. Not to mention, a very great deal cheaper and more open to more people. So I don't think that goal of like 10,000 students a month in our EverLearn classes is in any way a crazy goal. I think it's a very attainable goal. But the question was always like, so how do we get there? Right? How do we get people's attention? How do we let them know who we are and what we do? And of course, the answer is marketing, right? We need to do more marketing. We need to spread the word. And what that generally means is you spend either time or money or both, a great deal of both, in doing advertising and messaging and getting the message out there. And that works. I mean, marketing works. Like that is, but it's expensive, and it's both expensive in money and in time. And the realization, it was such a beautiful realization the day that I realized that, hey, actually, by doing this, by creating the Signum Fellowship, by investing our time and our resources, not in, this is going to be an unfair characterization of marketing, but paying for advertising sort of feels like taking money and just throwing it overboard. Like basically, because you're kind of throwing it into the wind, right? Like you're paying for the privilege of like putting a message out there that like only a tiny percentage of the people who ever hear it are going to pay attention to. And most people are going to actively resent, right? Like to pay to be part of that system that all of us are always like, how can I find a way to fast forward through this? I don't want to hear this, right? Like, and so like to invest in that system, again, it happens because it works, right? Advertising works. I'm not questioning any of that, but that always just seemed kind of grim, that whole prospect of doing that. But if instead of throwing all of our time and money overboard into this cycle of advertising, if instead we could invest our time and money in doing good for other organizations and helping other people, and by that help, gaining contact with all of the people who are enthusiastic about them. Again, if we can situate ourselves, if we can just build this massive, tide of goodwill towards Signum in other organizations and in all of the people who are involved in all of those organizations, that is a real investment. That feels like an investment that gets a return in ways, marketers talk about return on investment, but that's the ROI, return on investment tends to be really, really small. Like you get back a very small percentage of what you invest. This, I think, is just because it's the stuff that we would be doing would be worth it for itself. Like making an advertisement is not worth anything for itself. The only point of it is what it might bring, right? It's useful to convey the message to people. In building the fellowship, we'll be doing good that will be worth doing, even if we gained nothing from it. But it seems hard to imagine how we couldn't gain anything from it, since we will have Signum University will be at the heart of the fellowship, and every organization and every person who gets connected to the fellowship in order to participate in all of this stuff is going to know that Signum University exists, is going to see it. And that not only seems like a much more effective way for us to draw more people's attention to Signum and what we're doing and to achieve our marketing goals that way. Not only does it seem more effective, but it just is so much
feels so much better.
Feels so much better. It is so much more wholesome and constructive.
But there's a couple of other really important, just sort of like practical matters there from a marketing perspective. One, that the kinds of people that would join the fellowship. And at that point, I wanted to also make a point to your earlier notion about orgs and participants in this fellowship. When you join the fellowship, you join it. Doesn't matter whether you're coming in to participate in somebody's offering, or whether you're coming in to offer things to people.
Right.
You are just joining the fellowship, and so there's no real lines between being a member of the fellowship, between being a producer and being a consumer of.
Yeah. And as you say, those lines are going to be fluid with other people connecting with each other and people getting involved in projects and yeah.
And then the people that are coming in and interested in these organizations, it's different from regular marketing, because regular marketing is a bit of a shotgun approach, right? And maybe there's some targeted marketing, but even that, it's really you're fire hosing the internet. But the people that come in to follow organizations that are Signum adjacent, who are the initial organizations that we're often like pursuing, those are what we might in marketing parlance call qualified leads.
Yes.
They are people who are predisposed to being good candidates for messaging. And so that is a very positive factor in this sort of return on investment notion. But the other piece is, and we talked about this early on when we were still thinking about it from an outreach growth perspective. Mm-hmm. This dance where growth is driven by trying to attract more people, and having to produce more offerings, to satisfy an increasingly wider array of interests, and finding the talent to offer those courses or whatever it might be that to satisfy those interests. And it's this delicate and quite treacherous dance between
it's difficult.
Attracting people and having the expertise on hand. And what the fellowship suddenly does is it brings both the expertise and the interested people into the same space. And it seems like such a natural fuel for the growth of Signum University itself, as we're looking for people to help us create new kinds of courses and find new people to participate in those courses. Well, we don't have to go looking for them because they're going to be hanging out in our neighborhood with us.
Yes, absolutely. I will that inspires me to give another concrete example. It's kind of on the other end of the scale. Like we've had some conversations with individual people in small groups, like Herrenerath, and so fan organizations like that. With like individual artists and people. We've had conversations with writers and with artists and lots of individual people really excited to join the fellowship, individual creators. In addition, there are some large and important scholarly organizations that are going to be part of this. So we've had a number of conversations with the Owen Barfield Literary Estate. Owen Barfield II, who's the grandson of Owen Barfield the Inkling, is really interested in joining the fellowship. We've had several discussions with them, and we're moving forward now with some partnership stuff, some things that we're working on and really excited about, and this provides, Stuart, just a wonderful illustration of what you were just talking about, right? They would love to connect with more people. They would love for more and more people to discover the writings of Owen Barfield and read them. And so we're helping them to create an organization within our fellowship where they can talk about, where you can connect with Owen Barfield II, and you can hear his wonderful stories about his grandfather and learn more about Owen Barfield, where you can get access to Owen Barfield's texts and essays and things like that. They're things that we're doing to help make those more available as well. But in doing this, we're helping the Owen Barfield Literary Estate to achieve its goals, right? Of just raising awareness and making the works of Owen Barfield available to more people. But at the same time, we're now having Owen Barfield people who are going to be coming to the Signum Fellowship, who are going to be coming right nearby within this, this organization, the Signum Fellowship that we're running. And so we will be able to do things like, we were just talking with an Owen Barfield scholar who is interested in offering an EverLearn class on Owen Barfield, which would be great. It sounds like a good time to be thinking about an Owen Barfield EverLearn module, because we know, there's not only these scholars that we're bringing in, but there's going to be these, they're going to be people, right, who are going to be invested in Owen Barfield, who are going to come in to connect with Owen Barfield II. And now we can know that. So yeah, the ways in which this is going to help us to be able to grow. Again, not just help us be able to grow in the sense of help more people learn about us, but actually provide the steps by which we could grow in the sense of we know now which modules to do next, because we know that these people are coming in who are interested in this. So let's connect with them. Let's give them opportunities to learn the things that they love, and we can do that more and more. One thing that I would point out that is really important here, keep in mind that there are a couple advantages to our giving these services away for free. We're not selling this. Like, we're not just putting out some kind of internet shingle, right, and saying, hey, if you want our services, pay us whatever a more capitalistic organization would charge for these services per month. Just do that. And, you can use our services. Like, that's not what we're doing. That's not how this is going to work. How this membership in the Signum Fellowship for an organization is a gift that we are giving to organizations, to people. And that means a few things. It means it's not open to just everybody. Like, we're not, people aren't just going to be coming in off the street and starting organizations in the fellowship. These are going to be people that we talk to and who talk to us, who've reached out to us or we've reached out to them. And we want to work together. We want to have them in our community. We want to have them in our habitat. But it also means that we, we can sort of shape it. And the goal at first, like, this is one thing that's already come up with many people. I had somebody come in and be like, I know a really great community health organization that would be really, that could really benefit from this sort of thing. And I'm like, so yes, they probably could. And we might be willing to do that, but probably not right away, right? Where we're going to begin is with folks who are right around our niche, right? Folks who, people that we, those qualified leads, as you were saying, right? The people who are going to be already adjacent and engaged with the things, adjacent to and engaged with the things that we do at Signum University. And then as we grow, like as the growth happens, we can be expanding that. We can expand that niche. I do see the Signum Fellowship being, at first, over the course of this next year, I expect it to be mostly Tolkien, fantasy, sci-fi, Inklings related things. Like, that's mostly what I expect to see in the Fellowship over the course of the next 12 months. But over time, I can see that expanding. I can see that expanding to, first to sort of more like broader humanities focused stuff, which is kind of the larger version of what we do, but outside the core niche, the core interest niche of what we do. So like what we do, just broader. And then I can see it expanding beyond that. Then I can see it expanding into the mainstream, into different things. So yes, I can see the day when, some local community organization that has not only nothing to do with Tolkien, but nothing to do with literature or the humanities at all might come in and be involved in the Signum Fellowship. I do see that sort of thing happening eventually, but we are going to be very deliberate in sort of building it. there's a risk if our only criteria at the beginning is like organizations that sort of sound cool, right? Or like that we might want to help or support, and we don't pay any attention to like like the whole thing could end up looking a little bit chaotic and incoherent at the beginning if the Signum Fellowship begins as a random collection of 10 or 12 organizations that don't seem to have anything in common with each other at all. That's not going to foster the kind of community that we've been describing, and so we do want to be careful to foster that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's another thing that I would point out is, again, another question that I get asked a lot by folks who, when I tell them about the fellowship, is, are you going to be able to afford this? Like, how is Signum going to pay for this? If we're mostly giving this away to people, I mean, again, we'll take a 5% cut when people monetize, but if people aren't monetizing, then we're not charging them for it. So like, how can we afford to do this? And the answer to that is, well, remember what I was saying about marketing and advertising, right? Signum was, as part of our growth campaign, is to invest in expanding, invest in helping more people to have heard of Signum University by doing it by this mechanism, instead of a more traditional marketing and outreach advertising mechanism. Then that means instead of throwing the money overboard, right, throwing it out into the wind, I kind of think of advertising. It's like dollar bills in a big fan, right, blowing out across, right? Like instead of feeding the money into that kind of an operation, we're instead investing it in ourselves, in our own infrastructure. It will cost money. We will have software engineers who will be building and developing the software that we're using to support the fellowship. We will have people like Stuart and your team that we're going to be building around you, Stuart. And your team, you and your team are going to be focused on the human relationships with all of these organizations, right? All of the people who are in the fellowship are going to be, in touch with you and your team, and you're going to be supporting them in their connection and, and learning better as years go by, better and better. How can we serve you guys more? How can we improve this? And so yes, like that stuff is going to cost money. Like that's but that's where we're going to be putting the money. Instead of putting the money into advertising, we're going to be putting the money into paying our own staff, which is going to be a blessing and an enrichment of us as well, because we also will benefit, not just indirectly from outreach and people hearing about us from within the fellowship, but directly as well for our own programs, which will also be supported by the Signum Fellowship. The day will come, I'm not sure exactly when, but we're working on this. The BlackBerry program that folks are used to, like we're going to be migrating EverLearn into the new Signum Fellowship interface, so that Signum Fellowship, where people are coming to see all of these other orgs and everything, all of our stuff is going to live there. Our EverLearn classes are going to live there. Our events program is going to live there. Our moots are going to live there. Our graduate program is going to live there. The collaboratory is going to live there. Everything is going to live there eventually. And
because Signum University is part of the fellowship.
Is part of the fellowship. Yeah, exactly. And so we will be sort of showcasing everything that is possible within the fellowship through the very things that we do. So yes, so all of that stuff is going to, which means, again, everything that we are investing in serving other people through the fellowship will serve us also, because we're going to be using the same tools. So again, it is a much better way to invest the precious outreach resources that we have than just feeding money into the money fan.
It's for folks who don't sort of work in the marketing world, particularly in the higher education marketing world, it may seem surprising, but the costs of traditional advertising are astronomical. And honestly, it probably costs more to pay for internet marketing and messaging than it does to hire talent to pour back into an organization.
Yeah.
It really is astronomical and not getting any cheaper.
No.
And so I don't know. I agree, Corey. Like strategically, there's just so many beautiful, positive feedbacks in this solution. To say nothing of just the value of the vision itself.
Yeah.
It's a very very galvanizing reality to find ourselves in.
Yeah, it is. It is. So this is the Signum Fellowship is the next step of Signum University's growth campaign. And this is, so this is the third session I've done. So the first one was State of the University back in November when I announced that we were going to do the growth campaign. A few months ago in our spring showcase, I was talking about things that we've been building behind the scenes and the progress that we've been making. And it's been really exciting. This is we're now reaching sort of the first fruits of that process. We will be launching the fellowship soon. We don't have an exact date for you yet. We have a couple pilot organizations that are working with us for the very first rollout here over the course of these next couple of weeks. I'm also going to be piloting some of this stuff. The Tolkien Professor is going to be one of the organizations in the Signum Fellowship. So my weekly...
What a get.
Yeah, exactly. It was touch and go, but I talked him into it in the end. So like all of my Tolkien Professor broadcasts are going to be living within the Signum Fellowship soon. So that's where I'm going to be building like a new discussion board for exploring the Lord of the Rings. That's where the new film activity is going to be, where you can find script stuff and participate in discussions and go to our film, our script discussion sessions and broadcast sessions and everything else. So I'm going to be, I am really excited just as a broadcaster too, to be experimenting with how I can use some of these new tools to be connecting with folks in my audience better, which is going to be really fun. So, so you can expect to see over the course of July, July, early August is when we'll be rolling out a bunch of those things with the Tolkien Professor as well, and then new things will begin to be added. And over the course of certainly through the fall, you will be seeing new organizations join the fellowship. So stay tuned for I will do a big sort of unveiling event when we open Signum Fellowship to the public, and it'll be fun. I may do that in conjunction with one of my broadcasts. We'll see how that goes. But anyway, it's gonna be really fun to watch. So those are the things to happen. So between now and the fall showcase, which is going to be on the 21st of November, between now and then, a lot of things will happen. By the time we get back together for the fall showcase, we'll have a lot to show you in the
Signum whole new world.
It will be a whole new world that you can remember you heard about here in July when we explained it here today. Awesome. Well, Stuart, thank you very much for your time today.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, great discussing these things. Looking forward to just excited thinking about all of the conversations we have had and are currently having with folks. We've got a whole queue of people who are excited to join the fellowship, and I'm so excited to see that.
In some ways, the hardest part is just keeping a lid on.
Oh man,
on
just,
our
waiting, and I have such a temptation not just to tell everybody about all of the orgs we've been talking to, but even just to to say yes to all the people who contact us and be like, yeah, we'll get you set up, as soon as we possibly. We're like, well, okay, hang on, let's try to be measured and tactically sound in our rollout process here, and not bite off more than we can chew.
Yeah, we're definitely on a quest and not a sprint.
Yeah, for sure. But I do believe that once we get through the initial, we complete this initial setup process that we're working on right now, I do think things are going to scale up pretty remarkably. I think that people, some people have asked me, they're like, well, how many orgs do you think you're going to be able to get? And I'm like, man, like seriously, I feel like the little Dutch boy trying to hold the floodwaters back, in the dike right now. I would expect that within a year, we're going to have at least 100 orgs. I think within a year is my guess.
Yeah, I think the bottleneck is going to be us, not the interest.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's been really clear from the initial things. And again, so some people are like, I think that a lot of people have a like, well, this kind of sounds too good to be true kind of, in many ways, whether they're an organization who is like, getting all this stuff for free sounds too good to be true, or whether they're Signum supporters who are like, wow, being able to, pulling off building this big network sounds too good to be true. And it's like, well, no, I don't think that's going to be the problem. Yes, we are going to be, the limiting factor is going to be Signum's, what Signum's commitment has always been to human contact, right? To doing this, to connection. Right.
Doing it right.
Yes, doing it right. We're going to be connecting with people and really trying to do well by every organization that is connected with us. And that's going to take some time. So,
and just to hammer on that last point, and following on from, a lot of Rob's emphasis in the previous session, this organization cares.
Yeah.
And so when I say to do it right, it's not just to do it right tactically and strategically, but to do it right by the organizations that we're partnering with, and really making sure that the spirit that Signum is imbued with is in everything that we do in the fellowship as well, and so I think that is really kind of like the lodestar in terms of the rate of rollout and how we bring this into fruition.
Absolutely. But that too is a really fun and exciting project.
That is the fun stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you, everybody. So I'm going to shift to our next segment, which is talking about our graduate program. So Stuart, thank you for joining me.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We will have more soon on the Signum Fellowship.
Until the next time.
Okay, let me shift things a little bit here. Okay. Okay. Great. Okay, getting things transitioned here. Let me see. Now, let me not start with that. Okay. All right. So, I want to talk a little bit about Signum's graduate program today. And I wanted to first of all, I have to begin with an apology. The plan here, of course, was to bring in the wonderful Sarah Brown, who is, of course, well known to many people within our EverLearn community. Sarah has been teaching classes in our space program for a very long time. She is also, of course, the director of our graduate program. Sarah, however, is terribly sick today. She woke up with a high fever and no voice whatsoever. And of course, those of you who know Sarah know that she was like, I think I can do, and I'm like, Sarah, get some sleep, take care of yourself. So Sarah can't join us today. She's very sorry that she couldn't join us today. So I'm going to talk about our graduate program by myself today instead of with Sarah Brown, our graduate program director, as I was hoping to do. But let me just talk about, we began today with our EverLearn program, and what I especially want to do in talking about our graduate program, I want to help our folks who have found our EverLearn program to understand a little bit better about what our graduate program is and how it's like and unlike our EverLearn program. And even if you've never taken a course in either one of these programs, like how do these two things, why does Signum University have both? What is our graduate program? How does it relate to our EverLearn program? What is this? How does all this sort of fit together? Well, our EverLearn program, of course, this is our adult continuing education program. The EverLearn program is designed for people who just want to learn. It's one of the core mission of Signum University is to increase the number of learning opportunities for people as much as we can. Like that's what we want to do, is we want to make learning opportunities available for people. And EverLearn is the sort of the widest net that we can cast for that. In an EverLearn module, when you sign up for an EverLearn module, there's no long-term commitment. They're like a month long. So even our longer term cohorts, like Sam Roche's Japanese class that's been going on for 3 years, there's no commitment. People just are joining again every month. You're not investing in like a long-term program. It's just a month at a time. There's also no required work. Now, again, I know, like if you're learning a new language, you maybe want to practice a little bit. There might be some translation for you to try your hand at before the next class and everything. So it's not that there's no homework of any kind ever. If you're having a discussion on a book, you might want to, read the book before the discussion. This literature professor recommends that sort of behavior. There's sort of, but the whole reason you've signed up for these classes is because you want to learn this, right? So again, it's not that there's no work at all involved in it, but it's there's no required work, right? There's no due date for homework. You're not getting graded on this. It's not like that. The whole atmosphere of the EverLearn program is designed to be casual, is designed to enable you to learn things where you are that you are enthusiastic about. But one of the things which from the beginning has always been happening with the EverLearn program is people start learning stuff and they want to go deeper. They start learning stuff and they fall in love with it and they want to do more. This is something that always happens. Indeed, this is where Signum University came from in the first place. When people started listening to my podcast way back in the day, back in 2009 and 2010, and started saying, we want to do more. We want to learn more. We want to go deeper. We want to take classes. This is the kind of thing that is always happening once people, get the start in these kinds of learning programs. So for folks in the EverLearn program who have begun studying, like, you've been engaging in these, maybe you're engaging in Tolkien discussions, maybe you're engaging in works of other fantasy or science fiction, maybe you're learning history, maybe you're, whatever it is. Maybe you're learning languages. Maybe you've been learning Old English in, one of our Old English language sequences in EverLearn, and you want more. You're like, I love this. I really want to. I want to go deeper. I want to learn more. The grad program is where you can satisfy this desire. Our grad courses are very similar. Like you can take an intro to Old English class in our graduate program, just like you can do in EverLearn. The difference is that our graduate program courses are a much bigger commitment. They're not only a larger commitment in time, it's a full semester, so it's a full 3-month semester instead of just a 1-month course. But it's much more intense. Instead of doing Old English for like 9 months in EverLearn, you're going to get the same content in 3 months in the graduate program. So it's much more intense. That means there's going to be much more reading. That means there's going to be much more work. And you're going to be held accountable to that work. You're going to be writing papers. You're going to be doing research of your own and writing essays and doing your own translations and things like that. So again, it's just like what you do in EverLearn. It's just more of it. It's the opportunity to go deeper. And of course, it culminates in the end. Our master's degree program culminates with our thesis projects. Our master's degree students all do a major master's degree thesis project, which is a significant investment of time. It's something you're going to be working on for a year. And the result of it is going to be a piece of original scholarship that makes a genuine contribution to human knowledge. Something that other scholars, other famous scholars that you have heard of, are going to read and be interested in. That's the kind of thing that you're doing in your master's thesis. And that's the kind of thing that the graduate program enables you to do. It enables you to go deeper. It gives you the structure. It gives you the accountability. It gives you the opportunity to really sort of fling yourself into something. If sort of sipping at the well in EverLearn is not enough and you want more, the graduate program is where you can get the more. It has more structure as well. Our graduate program does. Again, instead of an eclectic collection of modules offered monthly, which is what you get in EverLearn. We have traditional three credit courses that are offered on a regular cycle, permitting you to go deeply and thoroughly through several of our core concentrations. Our program is fully accredited by the state of New Hampshire. We're fully authorized in the state of New Hampshire here. And we are, and therefore that means that our coursework and our program structure and everything is structured to fit within sort of the norms of traditional higher education. Our graduate program is the point of contact that we retain with the sort of the rest of higher education, while we are also doing all of these other things around it. Our graduate program remains in alignment with much, though not all, as I'll get back to in a little bit. Actually, I'll get to that right away. There's one way in which our graduate program is not in alignment with the rest of higher education. Again, in structure, it is. In formal approval, it is. In purpose, it is not exactly. Traditional higher education, all degrees in traditional higher education these days have an explicit career focus. Career preparation is what higher education does now. Like, that's, you can tell. Look at all of their websites. Go to the website of a university and look up any of their courses of study. Look up any of their majors. Look up any of their degree programs. And what you will see is those universities telling you what careers those degrees prepare you for. Like, that's the point of higher education. Ask higher education what the point of it is. That's what it will tell you. Career prep is the point of higher education. That is the one place where our graduate program parts company with traditional higher education, because we don't buy that. It's not that I don't think that career prep is a good idea. I think that you should get prepared for your career. That sounds great. And I'm not even saying that I think traditional higher education doesn't do a good job of that. I'm just saying I think that education should be about more than career prep. Learning is for other things in addition to career prep. That is the radical point of view of Signum University. And this is true of our graduate program as well. The only point of going to some other university to get a master's degree in language and literature is because you are pursuing a career in language and literature teaching generally, and you need to have that degree in order to prepare you or equip you or qualify you for that career. That is not the purpose of our program. Now, people do use our master's degree for, you can be, in fact, equipped that way. Career prep is a thing that does happen. We have had a number of students who have gotten our master's degree and gone on to get a PhD from another university. One of our students I just learned last week at Mythmoot. I guess that was the week before last now. But anyway, just recently at Mythmoot, I just learned that one of our recent students has been accepted to the PhD program at St. Andrews University in the UK, which is a marvelous school. And they were accepted for their PhD studies on the strength of the work that they did in their Signum master's degree program. So it does prepare you for that kind of career, but that's not the point of it. We don't design our program just so as to kind of push you along through the professional mill. It isn't our focus. The point of our program, the goal, the purpose of our program is to enable people to go deeper, enable people to go beyond just learning about something and to enter into the scholarly world. You know, this is something I hear all the time. I was reflecting on this recently at Mythmoot. Mythmoot, of course, is Signum's annual, big annual conference, sort of family get-together. Wonderful conversations we have at Mythmoot, wonderful folks I get to see at Mythmoot. And one thing I was reflecting on this past year is I often hear people say to me, there'll be somebody who has been like listening to my podcast for a long time, or they've been reading Tolkien for their whole lives or whatever, and we'll be having this discussion about Tolkien. And they'll come to a point where like the imposter syndrome kicks in, and they'll say something like, but of course I'm not a scholar. And I always want to push back against that and be like, well, I understand what you mean. But first of all, don't think that because you don't have some credential or other, that your ideas are not valid or interesting because you're not a professional scholar in that way, right? So one message I always give is you're closer than you think. Like, your ideas are as valid as the ideas of people who have been studying this for really a long time. But another thing that I often think is, would you like to be, right? Would you like to be a scholar? Is that something that matters to you? Like, is your interest in Tolkien, in fantasy, in languages, does this go beyond mere interest? Mere like, I kind of like to talk about it? Would you really enjoy being a part of the scholarly conversation? Would you like to be doing research that other scholars are going to really love to read? Would you like to be, at conferences having these discussions with other people presenting on their works? Because that's a world that our master's degree program helps you gain access to. That's the core purpose of our program, is to help people who are enthusiastic, excited people, to help them go deeper, to help them to enter into that scholarly world. And our students, our master's degree students, are people who go out and present papers at scholarly conferences and are welcome and recognized and acknowledged and accepted by people. I remember this wonderful conversation I had with one of our very first graduate students. She was in the very first cohort of students we had in our graduate program, which began back in 2011, ages ago. And I remember the conversation that I had with her one day. She was a wonderful student, and just brought wonderful, wonderful things to our master's degree program. And after she completed it, she went on to publish a number of her own writings, a number of articles in scholarly journals. And I ran into her again a couple years later, at another conference, when she was just telling me with tears in her eyes about the first day she went to a scholarly conference. And not only was she meeting the people whose books had been on her bookshelf for years, right? Not only was she standing there in the room with Verlin Flieger and Michael Drought and all of these other scholars that she'd been reading and studying for years, she wasn't just standing in the room with them. They knew who she was. They had read her stuff. And she was trying to get the courage to go up and introduce herself, when instead they saw her name tag and came over and said, "Oh, I read your article. That was fantastic. I've been wanting to talk to you about that." And she was just like, I can't even describe what that experience was like. That's the kind of thing that our graduate program enables. And again, Signum is not invested in the whole career prep thing. We do want to support our students who do want to go on to an academic career. And many of our students have successfully gone on to academic careers. But that's not our core purpose. Our core purpose isn't pushing you, as I say, through the professional grind. Our goal is enabling things like that, enabling students to take the step from being a casual student to from being a casual student to investing in the scholarly world, right? To being a part of that broader conversation. That's an opportunity that is really, really fun to offer to people. Let me tell you a little bit about how our graduate program works. So say you want to go deeper. Say this kind of thing that I'm describing is something that you're really interested in. We have 4 different concentrations within our graduate program. So you can get a master's degree from us, and it can just be sort of a general master's degree, like in language and literature. Language and literature, by the way, first off, I should say, is the name of our program. And that is consciously designed or sort of inspired by Tolkien's valedictory address, like the speech that he made when he retired, when he talked about Lang and Lit and the divisions, the unfortunate divisions between the language people and the literature people. This was a big cultural fight at Oxford back in the day. Ask Tom Shippey about it if you ever get a chance. He has a lot to say about his memories of those days. But anyway, it's not just a thing there. It's something that has been true of like our field ever since. You've got the people who study language and the people who are literature people, and there's very little crossover between the two. And Tolkien was lamenting this in his valedictory address. And so our program has always been the program in language and literature combined for that reason. And all of our students study both. If you're coming in there to primarily learn languages, if Germanic philology is what you really want to do, you really want to learn languages like Tolkien knew languages, you can study that at Signum University, but you're going to study literature also. And if you're here for the literature, if you want to read the books, you're going to learn languages too. So language and literature, that those two studies should be connected is one of the core things that we always have believed in. But within that program, we do have 4 concentrations, which you can choose to focus on. And our concentrations are Tolkien studies, imaginative lit, which is sort of a broader fantasy science fiction focus, broader than just Tolkien studies, of course. Germanic philology, where you can be studying the growth and history of Old English and Old Norse and Germanic languages and stuff. And then the 4th one is our classical, medieval, and Renaissance literature, our old books concentration, where you can study works from Greek and Latin times all the way through the Middle Ages and to the Renaissance. We cut it off at the Renaissance. We still don't do modern literature yet, adopting Tolkien's definition of modern literature, I suppose. Well, no, Tolkien would count Shakespeare as a modern author, and we do teach Shakespeare. So So not quite Tolkien's definition of modern. But anyway, those are our 4 concentrations. The way that the program works near the beginning, not at the absolute beginning, but near the beginning of your coursework in the master's degree program, you will take our foundations course. And our foundations course is designed to equip you with scholarly tools, with the things that you will need, with understanding of research skills, of literary analytical tools, of literary analytical theory, just the basic approach to the professional study of books. That's what our foundations class is. And everybody takes our foundations class. This is extremely helpful, especially since many people who are in our master's degree program were not English majors before. So let me emphasize that again. Just in case you're listening to this and you were like, hey, the graduate program sounds great, but I wasn't an English major. My undergraduate degree is in electrical engineering. I probably don't qualify. You do qualify. If you have a bachelor's degree in anything, you qualify. And we have a lot of people in our master's degree program who did not study literature as an undergrad, but love it, but love the subject, want to dig into doing Tolkien studies, despite the fact that they were not English majors and don't have a literature background. So that's one of the things that our foundations class does, is provide a sort of a background tools for folks who are not used to it. But it's a really important refresher and a really good experience, even for people who did study literature in the past. The foundations is sort of near the beginning, and then you take your courses, which will be sort of focused on your concentration, but will be, there'll be many different courses that you'll take over the course of your MA career, and then it will culminate in the thesis process. In the thesis process, you will be coming up with your own project that you will want to work on, of course, and you will be paired with a thesis director who will be working with you. It's a 3-semester process through the thesis process. There's a lot of it's a lot of work, the thesis process, but oh man, the results are just amazing. If you go to the Signum YouTube channel, you can find our thesis theaters, which is the sessions where our finishing MA students talk about their thesis work. So good that the work that our students have been doing, really, really fascinating stuff. So that's kind of the shape of our master's degree program and what that looks like. One thing I would emphasize, I talked about how our master's degree program, on the one hand, requires much more commitment than the EverLearn program does, in the sense that you're committing to an entire semester of work, 3 months instead of just 1, and it's much more intensive. But we still, for all that, try to make our graduate program as flexible as possible. In the whole history of our graduate program, we have never had a single person who was a full-time student. All of 100% of our students in the master's degree program are part-time students. The average student in our master's degree program takes 1 course a semester. It's occasionally we've had students who take more than 1 class in a term, but it's very unusual. Almost all of our students, all of our students are balancing, are juggling work and family and their classes. Nobody, takes time off from the rest of their life to spend an intensive year in the Signum graduate program. It's just not how we do it. So we try to be as flexible as we possibly can. You don't pay like tuition, you don't pay annual tuition to the graduate program. You just pay per class that you sign up for whenever you can sign up for them at your own pace. So there are some rules and stuff. There's some details that we will get into when you sign up. But it's something that can be done over a period of time. It's better if it's consistent, reasonably consistent. But it is still, as I say, as flexible as we can make it. Let me finish by talking about the sort of frontier between EverLearn and the grad program. Jumping into the master's degree program, which are intensive classes and then culminating in the thesis project, which is a big undertaking, that's a big step up from the EverLearn modules, monthly modules. So if you're somebody who has been doing EverLearn and you're thinking, I would love to go deeper, and then you look at our master's degree program and you're like, I'm not sure if I can go that much deeper right now, we do have some options sort of in the middle. So let me tell you about those. Right under the master's degree, in terms of, intensity and depth, is what we call a graduate diploma program. So you can get a graduate diploma by enrolling in our graduate program, and you're taking the courses. You're taking the courses for credit. So you're earning graduate credits. You're taking the same classes as everybody else. But the graduate diploma only requires 5 of our courses, whereas the master's degree requires 12 total. So it's smaller to begin with, and there's no required thesis at the end. So if you like the idea of digging in and taking these meaty semester courses, but you're not sure you would be able to commit to the thesis project at the end, then the graduate diploma program might be for you. There's another option, sort of one step down again in between even the graduate diploma program and the EverLearn program, and that's our discussion audit option. So you can be a discussion auditor in our graduate program without enrolling in the program at all, without committing to it at all. If you would like to go a bit deeper, if you would like to be involved in more intensive discussions, and sort of doing more work, but you can't commit to handing in the final papers and you can't commit to this, then you can be a discussion auditor. What that means is you get to take part in the class. You're a member of the class. You're sitting in on discussions. You're participating in everything. You just don't have to write the final papers, and you don't get a grade and you don't get credits. But you can otherwise be a part of the discussions. That is another option that is available for folks. And it's often a really good way to try out our graduate program and see. So if you're kind of interested, but you're not sure you can commit to it, a discussion audit option is a really, really good way to give it a try, to see what our semester classes are like and what they do demand, and then see if it's something you want to take the next step to completing. So anyway, those are some options that are connected with our graduate program, and which are available to help you to find your place. As you can see, almost everything at Signum, we're trying to make learning the learning opportunities that you want available to you as much as we can. And so that's what we so we have a lot of opportunities for you to kind of find exactly the niche where you can do, or to kind of go around between different options at different points in time for you. Let me know if there are other questions that you have. You can contact us at info@signumu.org if you'd like more information about our graduate program. We would be happy to tell you more about it, and we hope to see folks, to hear from folks, and to see folks going deeper and trying this out. Now, Melissa, you have some questions, which I'm happy to answer. Okay, well, let me start with, what if you already have an MA in English? Yes, you can get an MA from us. Is the thesis theater required? Yes. In general, yes, like all of our students do it. If there's a particular reason that you're concerned about, we'll discuss that with you. If there are special reasons why you're not sure about that, then that's something we can talk about. But in general, yeah, I mean, in the thesis theater it's just a a presentation, it's just a discussion with your advisor about the work that you did. So it isn't exactly like putting your like thesis itself out there in public necessarily. It's just a way to tell people about the work that you did, basically. How much are courses? Each course is $1,050. So $1,050 for a 3-credit course. And that's the only charge. We don't charge additional fees at Signum University. When you sign up for, when you enroll in the program, you will get a Signum advisor who will help you with the program. You will get a Signum mentor who can advise you, especially as you're working towards your thesis. You are going to get a lot of time with our faculty who are going to be working with you throughout each of your courses and then through your thesis process. And the only charge is the per semester charge, the per course charge, which is, as I say, $1,050. It's like $350 a credit is what we charge. So let's see. Excellent. Diane says, I have my graduate diploma in Tolkien studies and recently had a book review I wrote published in Mythlore. I'm also a part of EverLearn in the tutorials program to write a paper on the influence of Old Norse on Eowyn. Cool. That's a good topic. Yeah. Awesome, Diane. Yes. It is so much fun to see we have a bunch of our students who are involved. Many of our graduated students are either continuing to take classes through EverLearn. Some of them are teaching in EverLearn as well now. And that's always really fun to see. Other thoughts or questions before I let us go? Awesome. Well, thank you all for being with us today. I said sorry again that Dr. Brown couldn't be with me here for our graduate program session. I tried to do as well as I could without her, but in the meantime, I'm sure she will be well soon, and I know that she looks forward to connecting with folks both in our graduate program and in EverLearn as well. Thanks everybody for joining us for our Signum Showcase. I so look forward to showing you more about the Signum Fellowship that Stuart and I were talking about. There is much that is happening and much to come here over the next few months of Signum University. So pay attention for upcoming announcements. We have, of course, a large slate of fall moots that are coming up in various places. I'm looking forward to connecting with folks everywhere from Alaska to Kansas City to Prague over the course of the next few months. So really excited for our upcoming moots. And we look forward to a wonderful fall in EverLearn and watch as we prepare to unveil the Signum Fellowship and begin moving forward with the really exciting Signum Fellowship developments that I was describing before. And I'll see you, if I don't see you before, on November 21st for our next showcase. Thanks, everybody. Bye now.